Chapter 2351. The key. In a small valley on the outskirts of the Myriad Moon Mountain Range, over 100 high-grade cultivators wearing different attire were gathered together, manning an unknown giant formation. A burly brocade-robed man with an authoritative appearance was standing off to the side, overseeing the proceedings in an expressionless manner. In a swamp that was filled with countless venomous insects, there was a shimmering azure cauldron sitting on a blue stone platform. 3 hideous elderly men were seated around the stone platform with their eyes shut, seemingly cultivating something. The 8 nations near the Cheyenne Mountain Range were all destroyed? How is that possible? In a giant city countless kilometers away, a green-robed elderly man was staring at a yellow-robed man with an incredulous look in his eyes. I wouldn't dare to lie about something like this, Master Baiying. Everyone in those 8 nations, regardless of whether they're officials or normal citizens, disappeared a month ago, and not a single survivor was found, the yellow-robed man replied in a fearful manner. What about all the sects in the Cheyenne Mountain Range? Surely they would have noticed something as extraordinary as this, Baiying said with a dark expression. I conducted an investigation into this as well, and all of the people in the 19 sects in the Cheyenne Mountain Range also vanished just like the people in the 8 nations, the yellow-robed man replied with a wry smile. They all disappeared as well? Those 19 sects aren't anything noteworthy individually, but combined they form a formidable power that can't be ignored. Even our trade guild wouldn't be able to wipe them out completely in secret. Haven't you discovered any leads in the wake of something this bizarre? Baiying asked. We did manage to discover some leads. As soon as we discovered what had happened, we immediately sent some people to the 8 nations and 19 sects to investigate. Once there, we discovered no signs of struggles taking place in any of the nations or sects, which means that everyone was either voluntarily taken away, or the perpetrator was so powerful that the nations and sects couldn't even resist at all, the yellow-robed man replied. Which one of those do you think is most plausible? Baiying asked. I think it's very likely to be the latter, the yellow-robed man replied. Why is that? Setting aside all of the citizens of the 8 nations, there's no way that the cultivators of the 19 sects would have willingly left their sections. On top of that, we discovered some traces of a residual blood Dao aura in the Cheyenne Mountain Range. As you know, only blood Dao cultivation arts include methods to drastically enhance one's power through blood sacrifices. The residual blood Dao aura in the Cheyenne Mountain Range was extremely fearsome, so it was definitely left behind by Grand Ascension stage blood Dao powerful beings, and only those beings would do something as brazen as this, the yellow-robed man analyzed. That makes sense. In that case, the perpetrator is most likely the owner of that blood Dao aura. This is an extremely important matter, but the entire trade guild is preparing for the sparring match against the Infernal Realm, so we can't divert too much of our efforts. Having said that, 2 of those 8 nations are subsidiaries of our trade guild, so we can't just turn a blind eye to this either. Here's what we'll do. The Blood Cry sect and the Wind Snake race are the closest powers to the Cheyenne Mountain Range, and deliver the results of your investigation to them. Both of those powers have Grand Ascension stage beings among their ranks, and they both have ties to the Cheyenne Mountain Range, so they'll definitely step in. I'll also ask Taoist Yenyu to collaborate with the Grand Ascension stage beings of those 2 powers to investigate this matter together, Baiying decided. I understand, Master Baiying. I'll arrange that right away, the yellow-robed man replied with a respectful bow. There was a huge green lake situated to the north of the Cheyenne Mountain Range, and there were some fish and prawns swimming within the lake that were visible from the surface. The lake seemed to be as normal could be, but there was an unfathomably deep underwater canyon on the lakebed. A series of profound restrictions had been set up in the air above the canyon, encompassing the entire length of the canyon. Beneath the restrictions were clouds of blood mist that refused to disperse, staining the entire canyon a bright red color, thereby making it impossible to see into the canyon. Beneath these clouds of blood mist was a reddish-black river of blood that was giving off a rank and gory odor. The river was over 1,000 feet wide and stretched as far as the eyes could see, extending into the extremely far distance along the canyon. Atop this flowing river of blood sat a murky humanoid figure who was making a hand seal with one hand, while holding a shimmering object in his other hand. Streaks of viscous blood were flowing into the object incessantly from the river down below. Half a month later, Hanli was meditating in the courtyard when a clear ringing sound suddenly rang out from his body, and his eyes immediately sprang open as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a streak of golden light. This was a golden talisman, and after appraising the talisman for a moment, he stowed it away before vanishing on the spot. Several hours later, Hanli departed from Blood Crane City with the Blood Soul and the others, heading directly toward the Myriad Moon Mountain Range. Meanwhile, Xiaoming was situated in the palace at the center of Blood Crane City, and not long after Han Li's departure he exclaimed, "What? That human Grand Ascension stage being has already left the city and is traveling toward the Myriad Moon Mountain range?" A man at the body integration stage was standing respectful before Xiaoming, and he replied, "That's right, I came to inform you right away as soon as Senior Han left the city." "You did well. You can go now," Xiaoming instructed as he waved a dismissive hand. The man immediately left the hall as he was told. Spatial fluctuations erupted beside Xiaoming, and Mistress Wanhua and Daoist Qingping appeared. So Han Li also went to the Myriad Moon Mountain range. With his powers, that's going to be very troublesome. Mistress Wanhua was the one who had spoken, and the wariness in her voice clearly indicated that she had been slightly traumatized by Han Li's power. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Fellow Daoist Han said himself that he had some other important matters to attend to in this area, and the Heavenly Cauldron Palace hadn't opened yet, so if he's here for it, then he's setting off a little too early, Xiaoming speculated. I think we'd just be fooling ourselves if we write this off as a coincidence. There is indeed still some time left until the opening of the palace, but fellow Daoist Han isn't the only one who's already gone to wait in the mountain range. There are most likely already many people gathered in the Myriad Moon Mountain range, so it wouldn't be surprising if he were going there for the same objective, Daoist Qingping replied in a calm manner. It looks like both of you are of the opinion that fellow Daoist Han is also here for the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, Xiaoming mused. I can't say for sure, but there's a very good chance that this is the case. Do you have any effective strategies against such a formidable competitor, Brother Xiao? Daoist Qingping asked. That's not required. Regardless of how powerful he is, he won't be able to enter the palace without a key. Even if he does manage to obtain one, the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is filled with restrictions. You're a direct heir to Daoist Tianding, and I'm a master in the art of formations. We have nothing to fear. Xiaoming chuckled in response. Daoist Qingping faltered slightly upon hearing this before a smile appeared on his face. That's true, forgive me for my lack of composure. Regardless of how powerful that man is, as long as we can find the core of the palace before him, we'll have nothing to worry about even if he allies himself with other powerful enemies. Mistress Wanhua's expression also eased significantly upon hearing this. In contrast, a contemplative look appeared on Xiaoming's face. 7 days later, Han Li was seated on a stone chair in the main hall of a temporary cave abode he had created in the belly of a mountain in the Myriad Moon Mountain range. He was currently listening to a report from the Blood Soul. Hence, my true body created me and left me outside the Heavenly Cauldron Palace with the Heaven Void Cauldron as a safety precaution prior to entering the palace with her key. As long as she doesn't return at a set time, her clone, which is me, would be automatically activated with most of my memories sealed away. According to the divination of my true body, the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is about to appear for a second time soon, and we'll have to enter the palace if we want to save her. The Heaven Void Cauldron is a replica key to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace refined using a secret technique recorded in the Golden Jade Tome. The replica key isn't as potent as a true key, so it would be too dangerous to enter the Heavenly Cauldron Palace through the front entrance, but my true body discovered a weakness in the formation of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, one that even this replica could exploit for a chance to grant someone entry into the palace. After a while, the Blood Soul finally completed her recount of what had happened to Fairy Ice Soul. I see that you've recovered all of your memories, fellow Taoist Blood Soul. That's truly worthy of celebration. Back when you made that deal with me using the Heaven Void Cauldron, your memories were sealed, so you didn't know about the Heavenly Cauldron Palace in Taoist Tianding. All you knew was that the cauldron was the key to a mysterious place that was extremely alluring even to Grand Ascension stage beings. However, you never said that this cauldron was only a replica key. That seems to be slightly different from the terms of our agreement, Han Li said. Chapter 2352, Emergence. A slightly awkward look appeared on the Blood Soul's face upon hearing this, and she replied, At the time my memories were still sealed, so I had falsely assumed that the Heaven Void Cauldron was a true key. However, I can assure you that if this key really can't grant one access into the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, then I definitely wouldn't dare to force you to take a risk. Having said that, if you do manage to enter the palace, I'm sure the treasures in there won't disappoint you. You already told me a lot about Taoist Tianding. As a cave abode left behind by someone who had ascended to the true immortal realm, this is indeed enough to tempt me. Even setting those treasures aside, I agreed to help you rescue your true body, so I wouldn't revoke my promise for no good reason. Rest assured, with my current powers, there's a chance I'll be able to force my way into the Heavenly Cauldron Palace even without a key. Now that I have this replica key, my chances of entering the palace should be over 90%, Han Li said with a faint smile. Thank you, Senior Han. Once my true body returns, I'll be sure to. Don't thank me yet, let's rescue fellow Taoist Ice Soul first. Seeing as there's more than one key and many replica keys have been refined using the secret technique from the Golden Jade Tome, I'm sure many powerful beings would have already gathered in this mountain range. This must also be the reason why Mistress Wanhua and Taoist Qingping came to Blood Crane City find that Grand Elder of the Bloodbone Sect, Han Li mused. You've already met the Bloodbone Sect Grand Ascension stage being in Blood Crane City? I recall that there were Bloodbone Sect powerful beings who had ventured into the Heavenly Cauldron Palace alongside my true body, and the Bloodbone Sect has one or two true keys. If the Bloodbone Sect sends many of its powerful beings into the Myriad Moon Mountain range, then things could get very troublesome, the Blood Soul said with tightly furrowed brows. I don't think that Grand Elder is too keen on inviting other members of his sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been approached by other Grand Ascension stage beings. Instead, he most likely hid the fact that he had a key to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace in his possession. Most of the other people who possess keys would have most likely also done the same thing. As such, aside from the holders of the keys, the other people who entered the Myriad Moon Mountain range most likely only heard about the palace's opening recently. Regardless of how many of those people there are, they won't be able to enter the palace, so they pose no threat to us, Han Li replied with a shake of his head. In that case, the others most likely wouldn't be willing to allow the holders of the keys easy access into the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, Zhu Guer interjected. There's definitely going to be a battle prior to entering the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, but there's nothing to fear with me here. Having said that, there may be some hazards in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, so I'll only be entering with fellow Taoist Blood Soul. In the meantime, you two stay behind and take care not to get discovered. All those who dare to enter the Myriad Moon Mountain range at a time like this are definitely no ordinary beings, Han Li instructed. Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huashur immediately gave affirmative responses. Fellow Taoist Blood Soul, according to what you just told me, the Heavenly Cauldron Palace should be opening soon, and that once that happens, the Heaven Void Cauldron should be able to guide us to the exact location, right? Han Li asked. That's right, this is the main reason why there are people fighting over these replica keys as well, the Blood Soul replied in a confident manner. Good. All we have to do now is prime ourselves into the best condition and wait for the Heavenly Cauldron Palace to appear, Han Li said in a calm manner. The Blood Soul naturally had no objections to this and immediately nodded in agreement. Thus, Han Li and the others temporarily settled into this cave abode. One day passed by after another, and the Myriad Moon Mountain range gradually became more lively and bustling as more and more cultivators arrived. News of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace's imminent emergence had truly spread throughout Blood Crane City, and many of the powerful cultivators in the nearby area were converging toward this mountain range. However, due to the close proximity of Blood Crane City to this mountain range, most of the cultivators present were from the city, and a large proportion of them were Bloodbone Sect disciples. However, as time passed, more and more people from other areas began to arrive, and this trend was only becoming more and more pronounced, but the Myriad Moon Mountain range was a massive place, so this new influx of people wasn't all that noticeable. Some of the more short-tempered and confident arrivals had already begun to go after those whom they thought possessed keys. Even though these actions mostly proved to be futile, a small cauldron really was discovered on the body of someone who had been killed on a certain day, and that cauldron immediately sparked even more bloodshed and conflict. All the while, more and more people from further away were beginning to travel toward the Myriad Moon Mountain range, but it was already too late for them to arrive on time. A month and a half later, a mysterious burst of five-colored light suddenly erupted out of a certain pond within the Myriad Moon Mountain range, then dissipated into countless runes. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li awakened from his meditation, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a shimmering azure miniature cauldron. Han Li quickly inspected the peculiar runes that had newly appeared on the cauldron's surface, then immediately transmitted his voice out of the secret chamber he was situated in. Prepared to set off, fellow Taoist Blood Soul. The Blood Soul was meditating in another room in the cave abode, and she immediately rose to her feet as an elated look appeared on her face. Moments later, a long streak of azure light shot out of the belly of the mountain before flying toward a certain region of the Myriad Moon Mountain range. Similar scenes were unfolding in over 30 other secluded locations in the mountain range. Countless streaks of light emerged from all directions, but all of them were flying toward a common target. These completely undisguised actions naturally alerted many more cultivators in the mountain range, and they immediately followed along. Those who were particularly fast even managed to catch up to the people ahead of them, upon which fierce battles instantly erupted. The Blood Soul was too slow for Han Li's liking, so he had already swept her up into his streak of azure light so they could continue onward as one. At his incredible speed, it was next to impossible for anyone to chase him down. In the eyes of all of the people he passed by, they merely witnessed a flash of azure light before it faded into the distance in a flash, leaving only the sound of his flight echoing throughout the nearby area. All of the bystanders were astonished to see this, and they immediately abandoned any thoughts of pursuing that streak of light, turning their attention to other targets instead. However, beings on the Blood Sky continent were renowned for their valiance, and there were many courageous and conceited individuals on the continent. As the azure streak of light was passing over a wide canyon, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from down below, following which countless runes surged forth in a frenzy to form a profound light formation. "Please wait, fellow Taoist, I have something I wish to discuss with you." A rumbling voice rang out within the formation. The voice held quite a polite tone, but the light formation was releasing a burst of astonishing suction force that was sweeping directly toward the streak of azure light. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he didn't bother to offer a response as he thrust a palm down toward the canyon below in a nonchalant manner, releasing a burst of devastating power that was over 10 times as potent as the oncoming burst of suction force. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the suction force and light formation were both instantly destroyed, and even a section of the canyon that was several kilometers in length had caved in significantly. The person hiding in the area didn't have a chance to evade before his body was reduced to mincemeat, and even his nascent soul had been destroyed. As for the streak of azure light, it didn't even pause for an instant as it quickly vanished into the distant sky. Moments later, several streaks of crimson light flew out from behind a nearby small mountain, then converged in the air above the canyon. This was a group of 7 or 8 people in different attire, and all of them possessed powerful auras, but they were currently appraising the remains of their companions with dark expressions. "Should we give chase and avenge fellow Taoist Ya?" a green-robed young man asked. "Are you kidding me? Fellow Taoist, you picked a fight with the wrong opponent, so he can't blame anyone for this," a long-haired man replied without any hesitation. "Brother Ya's powers weren't inferior to ours, so even against a Grand Ascension stage being, he should have been able to hold his own for a while. The fact that he was instantly killed indicates that he picked a fight with someone who's extremely powerful even among Grand Ascension stage beings, and we definitely wouldn't be able to fare any better. If you want to avenge him, then go on your own, there's no way we're getting involved," a hideous elderly man said. "It seems I was too rash in my proposal. I wouldn't dare to challenge such a formidable being either. Having said that, we can no longer keep waiting here like this, so we'll have to hurry to the site where the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is going to appear to see if we can do something there," the young woman replied with a slightly awkward smile. Thus, the group quickly departed from the canyon after a brief discussion. A dull thump rang out as Han Li pointed a finger from afar toward a giant of a man who was several tens of feet tall, and the man's head immediately exploded alongside the nascent soul within it. His headless body plummeted out of the heavens, and the azure streak of light pierced directly through the bodies of several people standing behind the man, slicing them in half before vanishing into the distance. Chapter 2353, Giant Gate. After easily crushing several groups of people who had been foolish enough to get in his way, Han Li and the Blood Soul finally arrived in the air above a basin after traveling for around 4 hours. The basin was surrounded by a ring of mountains of different sizes, while patches of shrubs were situated at its center. A 5-colored pillar of light with a diameter of around half a kilometer was currently erupting out of a pond that had almost been entirely concealed by the shrubs, and the pillar of light was extending directly into the heavens. There were already 3 groups of people who had arrived at the edge of the basin earlier than Han Li, and they were appraising one another with cold expressions. All of a sudden, Han Li and the Blood Soul appeared in another direction, and the 3 groups all turned their attention toward the duo. The fearsome auras being directed toward them made the Blood Soul's expression change slightly, and she was struck by the involuntary urge to take a few backward steps. Right at this moment, Han Li strode forward and positioned himself in front of the Blood Soul from an incredible angle while simultaneously releasing some of his own spiritual pressure. The formidable auras being directed toward the Blood Soul were instantly scattered, and her expression eased slightly as she cast her gaze toward the 3 groups of people nearby. As for Han Li, he took a glance at the 5-colored pillar of light first before inspecting everyone else present. The group with the fewest people was comprised of a middle-aged man and woman, who appeared to be a couple. The man had thick brows with a dark complexion, and was quite ordinary in appearance. In contrast, the woman was extremely seductive and was giving off an astonishing allure. The two vastly differing figures standing side by side created a very peculiar contrast. Among the two, the woman was giving off a grand ascension stage aura, while the man's aura was undetectable even to Han Li. Furthermore, his body was enshrouded under a layer of invisible energy fluctuations, so it was clear that he was carrying some type of treasure that could keep out the spiritual sense of others. Han Li was rather surprised by this, but he then cast his gaze toward another group, which was comprised of 5 young men who were identical in both appearance and attire. They all appeared to around 20 years of age, and even their expressions and mannerisms were extremely similar. There were icy cold looks in their eyes that were completely devoid of warmth, and they were all at the late body integration stage. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face as he examined the auras of those 5 young men, but he then cast his gaze toward the final group. This was the group with the most people, numbering over 100 in total. Most of these people were at the spatial tempering stage with only a few body integration stage beings among them, but they had set a profound formation around an authoritative-looking brocade-robed man. This man's aura indicated that he was a grand ascension stage being. Han Li only took a brief glance at the brocade-robed man before directing his attention to the people beside the man, seemingly rather interested in the formation they had set up. The other 3 groups had naturally also already identified Han Li as a grand ascension stage being, and they were all appraising him with different expressions, but no one paid any heed to the blood soul. It was clear that a spatial tempering stage being like her wasn't worthy of attention in their eyes. In contrast, Han Li was completely unfamiliar to all of them, and his aura was quite unfathomable, evoking a sense of wariness in their hearts. The 4 groups had each taken up a side of the basin, but they were merely hovering in silence in mid-air, displaying no intention to talk. All of a sudden, 2 more groups of people shot forth toward the basin from a distance. The 2 groups arrived near the basin at the same time, then drew to an abrupt halt. Upon identifying one of the groups, Han Li's expression changed slightly, but quickly reverted back to normal again. That group of people was comprised of none other than Xiao Ming, Daoist Qing Ping, and Mistress Wan Hua. As for the other group, it contained 3 thin and hideous elderly men wearing different expressions. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were also all grand ascension stage beings. Everyone's expressions aside from that of Han Li changed slightly at the sight of the 6 new grand ascension stage arrivals. Xiao Ming swept his gaze over the surrounding area, and he immediately spotted Han Li, upon which his pupils contracted slightly, but he still put on a smile and said, "What a coincidence that you're here as well, fellow Taoist Han. If I had known you were coming here, I would have invited you to come with us. Didn't you say you had other important matters to attend to? Were you referring to this heavenly cauldron palace?" "That's right, I didn't think that we were pursuing the same target. Otherwise, I would have also been happy to join you," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "I'm sure you wouldn't lie about something like this. What a pity, I felt like we had formed a close bond, and I would have loved to have communicated with you further." Xiao Ming sighed as if he really were feeling quite forlorn and disappointed. The Grand Ascension Stage middle-aged woman suddenly chuckled. "Hee hee, since when did the vastly renowned deranged devil of the Blood-Bone sect become so mellow? Did you undergo a drastic personality change as you were in seclusion for too long? It's a pleasure to meet you here, Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Hua Shi. I heard Brother Wu Go sustained some injuries in a battle against a Sin Dragon some years ago. Have you already recovered?" Xiao Ming's question was directed toward the man accompanying the seductive woman. "Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Xiao. Not only has my Dao companion already recovered, he encountered some opportunities recently, and his powers have been even further enhanced compared to before," Fairy Huashi replied before the man could say anything. Patriarch Wu Go merely gave a faint smile, displaying no intention to say anything. Xiao Ming's brows furrowed slightly as he appraised this renowned Grand Ascension Stage couple with a slightly peculiar look, but then directed his attention toward the brocade-robed man instead. "Brother Feng, I didn't think that a sect master like you would venture into such a perilous place with so many of your sect's disciples. Aren't you afraid that all of the elite members of your sect will perish here, leaving your sect to fall into complete decline?" A hint of enmity crept into Xiao Ming's voice as he spoke, and it was clear that they weren't on good terms. "You came here, so why couldn't I come? Did Taoist Tian Ding hail from your Blood-Bone sect? Besides, our sect was founded on the foundation of the art of formations. If I want to secure the treasures in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, I naturally have to bring enough subordinates to set up my formations. As for the condition of our sect, that's not something that warrants your concern, Brother Xiao," the brocade-robed man harumphed coldly in response. A cold look flashed through Xiaoming's eyes upon seeing this, and he didn't say anything further as he turned toward the 5 identical young men. The 5 Shuihe clones pay their respects to fellow Taoist Xiao. The 5 young men greeted Xiaoming as they each cupped a fist in a salute, and their actions were completely synchronized. Even though the 5 young men were only at the late body integration stage, a wary look flashed through Xiaoming's eyes as he returned the salute in a polite manner. I've heard much about you, fellow Taoist Shuihe. It's very remarkable that you were willing to sacrifice your Grand Ascension Stage cultivation base to split your nascent soul up into 5 clones to cultivate all of them to the Grand Ascension Stage. I must concede that my willpower is inferior to yours. You're far too kind, fellow Taoist Xiao. We had no choice but to do this in a bid for survival, the 5 young men replied in a cold and wooden manner, as if they really had lost all emotions. A faint smile appeared on Xiaoming's face, and he was just about to say something further when his expression changed drastically, and he immediately cast his gaze toward the 5-colored pillar of light. In the next instant, the massive pillar of light began to emit a loud buzzing sound while expanding outward at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the pillar of light had formed a bright 5-colored light barrier that enshrouded the entire basin. Han Li and the others didn't require any instructions as they sprang back to retreat out of the basin as they looked on with serious expressions. A burst of loud rumbling rang out within the 5-colored light barrier, following which violent spatial fluctuations surged through the entire area in a radius of hundreds of kilometers. A white spatial rift appeared up above, and it was rapidly torn open further and further, revealing a series of intricate palatial projections. The rumbling suddenly ceased, and the 5-colored light barrier began to surge toward the rift as countless rays of light, instantly sealing the entire rift. Immediately thereafter, the air above the basin began to tremor violently, and a massive 5-colored gate that was over 100,000 feet tall suddenly appeared. Its surface was riddled with countless golden and silver runes, giving it an otherworldly appearance. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly at the sight of these runes. These were none other than beveled silver text and golden sealed text of the true immortal realm. As expected of someone who had successfully ascended, this Taoist Tianding was a master in these 2 types of immortal spirit texts. This is the gate of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Anyone who can open it will be able to use a key to break through the seal beyond it in order to enter the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Fairy Hua, she said as she stared at the giant gate with a slightly entranced look in her eyes. Humph, now that this gate has appeared, everyone else is going to arrive soon, so I'm going to take the initiative and enter it first, the brocade-robed man said as a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. Chapter 2354. 2 Cauldrons. As soon as his voice trailed off, he issued an order, and all of the sect members around him immediately summoned formation treasures of different descriptions, then began to chant in unison. All of a sudden, a yellow light formation began to take shape above their heads, and it released around a dozen pillars of white light, all of which instantly formed a straight line to strike the giant gate. A burst of loud rumbling rang out as countless white runes were repelled by the gate, which remained completely still and displayed no sign of opening. Everyone was quite stunned to see this, but as opposed to being alarmed, a faint smile appeared on the brocade-robed man's face. I didn't think that just this gate would be so difficult to open. It looks like I'll have to display some of my true power. As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal while chanting something before pointing a finger up toward the light formation in the air. The light formation immediately turned a silver color, and thousands of small silver swords surfaced within it amid flashes of spiritual light. Go! The brocade-robed man commanded as he swept a sleeve toward the massive gate. All of the small silver swords surged out of the light formation in a ferocious torrent, then combined as one mid-flight to form a giant silver sword that was over 10,000 feet in length before slashing toward the gate with devastating force. A sharp ringing sound erupted as a silver line appeared on the surface of the gate. The entire sky tremored violently, and the golden and silver runes on the gate's surface flashed as a gap slowly opened up where the silver line was. The gap wasn't very wide, but it was enough to grant everyone access. The brocade-robed man was ecstatic to see this, and he released a burst of light to sweep up all of his subordinates before flying into the gate in a flash as a streak of silver light. At the same time, Fairy Hua Shi and Patriarch Wu Go also sprang into action, flying toward the gap on the giant gate as a unified streak of azure light. However, the streak of azure light was repelled by a burst of invisible force when it was still over 1,000 feet away from the gate. Immediately thereafter, the gash that had been sliced onto the surface of the gate instantly vanished amid a flash of golden and silver light. Meanwhile, the repelled streak of light faded to reveal Fairy Hua Shi and Patriarch Wu Go again. Fairy Hua Shi had a surprised look on her face, while Patriarch Wu Go's expression was as wooden as ever. I had thought that we'd be able to save some energy and get into the gate on the back of Sect Master Feng's efforts, but it looks like I was too optimistic. Go ahead and open this gate for us, my Dao companion, Fairy Hua Shi said with a faint smile. Patriarch Wu Go nodded in response before a burst of black light suddenly erupted all over his body, and he slowly thrust a palm toward the giant gate. His ordinary-looking palm instantly swelled to around the size of a pavilion, then struck the giant gate with vicious force. A dull thump rang out, and scintillating light radiated from the gate as a hole with a diameter of around 10 feet appeared on its surface. Fairy Hua Shi was ecstatic to see this, and she immediately flew into the hole along with Patriarch Wu Go, following which the giant gate instantly regenerated itself again. Looks like only one group will be able to enter at a time. We'll be going on ahead, fellow Taoists, one of the thin elderly men cackled. Immortal Heavenly Lord, all three of them appeared in front of the giant gate in a flash, then each thrust a palm toward it at the same time. 3 bursts of tremendous power surged forth, and a burst of loud rumbling rang out as the gate was slowly pushed open, thereby granting the trio entry. Brother, would you like to go ahead? Xiaoming suddenly asked. Thank you for your kind offer, fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Blood Soul, let's go in as well, Han Li said. Yes, Senior, the Blood Soul replied as she lowered her head slightly. Thus, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of golden light, which swept up the Blood Soul before he took a step forward. A faint burst of spatial fluctuations erupted, and both of them vanished in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations emerged near the giant gate as well, and Han Li and the Blood Soul reappeared. Han Li continued to stride casually toward the gate, and the Blood Soul naturally followed along closely behind him. All of a sudden, a layer of silver flames instantly enshrouded Han Li's entire body, and he crashed directly into the giant gate in a flash. A burst of barely audible sizzling rang out, and a human-shaped hole was melted into the gate, while Han Li had passed through it as if it didn't even exist. The Blood Soul was already aware that Han Li's powers had reached an incredible level, but she still faltered slightly upon seeing the gate being opened so easily. However, she quickly returned to her senses and rushed through the gate as well, following which the human-shaped hole slowly faded. Almost at the exact same moment, the 5 Shuehe clones also made their move. Moments later, Xiaoming's trio were the only ones left on the edge of the basin. Let's go in as well, Brother Xiao, Mistress Wanhua urged. Don't be too eager, fellow Taoist Wanhua. Do you really think that's all the people here? Someone else has arrived as well, but is simply unwilling to come out and meet us. Xiaoming chuckled as he cast a meaningful gaze toward a certain direction. What? There's someone else hiding here? Mistress Wanhua and Taoist Qing Ping immediately turned toward the same direction upon hearing this. It doesn't matter. Let them do as they please as long as they don't interfere with what we're doing. Besides, I'm not the only one who noticed. Everyone else pretended to be oblivious, so why should we do anything? Let's go. Xiaoming withdrew his gaze before sweeping a sleeve through the air to release a ball of silver light, which transformed into a giant halo with a diameter of over 100 feet, then crashed into the giant gate with ferocious might. Around 15 minutes, spatial fluctuations erupted in the direction that Xiaoming had cast his gaze toward earlier, and a crimson humanoid figure emerged. The figure had a set of blurry facial features, and he cast a cold gaze toward the giant gate, seemingly contemplating something. Right at this moment, several more streaks of light appeared in the distance. The crimson figure immediately turned toward those oncoming streaks of light, and a hint of bloodlust appeared in his eyes as he twisted around and sped toward them as a streak of crimson light. A few moments later, a string of anguished howls rang out in that direction, and all of the streaks of light vanished as a bloody odor wafted through the air. So this is a seal created by Taoist Tianding himself. As expected, it looks quite formidable. A hint of admiration appeared in Han Li's eyes as he appraised the light barrier up ahead, which was formed by countless 5-colored spirit runes. The seal was several hundred kilometers in length and blocked up the entire entrance. Thus, as soon as everyone entered the murky gray space beyond the giant gate, they immediately split up, choosing sections of the seal that were extremely far away from one another to target. As a result, Han Li and the Blood Soul were the only 2 people in this area. Apparently, this seal was created by Taoist Tianding only a year prior to his ascension, so it's virtually the most powerful seal-type restriction in our spirit realm. Even if a grand ascension stage being were to try and break through it by force, they'd have to expend several centuries to slowly refine the seal with their nascent soul flame. Otherwise, access beyond the seal would be impossible. However, the palace only appears for about a month before it vanishes again, and the keys of the palace have only appeared in recent years. Prior to the emergence of those keys, even if one were to force their way in through this giant gate, they wouldn't be able to go beyond this seal and secure any treasures. After that, people began to create replica keys, and only then did the number of people able to venture into the palace increase slightly, the Blood Soul explained. Is this seal really that powerful? I'm very intrigued now, Hanli said as a hint of interest was sparked in his eyes. The Blood Soul smiled upon hearing this, and she was just about to reply when a burst of energy fluctuations suddenly surged through this entire space from a certain direction. Immediately thereafter, the entire seal tremored slightly, and all of the spirit runes within it began to flash erratically. However, the disturbance quickly subsided mere moments later, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Someone's already broken the seal this quickly? They must have used a true key. There's no way a replica would be able to break the seal so quickly, the Blood Soul said. In that case, there's no time to waste with experimentation. What's the shortcut you were referring to earlier? It's about time you revealed it, is it Nor? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. Please summon the Heaven Void Cauldron, Senior Han, the Blood Soul requested. Sure, Han Li replied without any hesitation, then flipped a hand over to produce the Heaven Void Cauldron, which was enshrouded within a ball of azure light. The Blood Soul glanced at the cauldron before suddenly opening her mouth to release another ball of azure light, which also contained a small azure cauldron. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, while the Blood Soul explained, this is known as the Emperor Void Cauldron, and it's also a replica key. On top of that, it's the most successfully created replica and possesses 70% of the efficacy of a true key. Chapter 2355. Entrance, the Emperor Void Cauldron? Could it be that this cauldron will be able to break through the seal with ease? Han Li asked. Of course not. The shortcut that I mentioned still requires the Heaven Void Cauldron to be the main treasure to break the seal, while I can only use the Emperor Void Cauldron to unleash a secret technique to assist you. During the refinement of this treasure, my true body mixed a drop of her blood essence into this cauldron, so it has some abilities beyond those of a normal replica key, the Blood Soul replied. You seem quite confident that this will work, so let's give it a try. If this doesn't work out, then I'll use my magic power to try and break the seal by force, Han Li decided. The Blood Soul naturally had no objections and immediately nodded in agreement. Thus, Han Li immediately tossed his cauldron up into the air, then swept a sleeve toward it to release a pillar of azure light, which vanished into the cauldron in a flash. In the next instant, the Heaven Void Cauldron swelled to over 100 feet tall, and projections of the creatures etched on its surface began to emerge before revolving around the cauldron. The Blood Soul also immediately sprang into action upon seeing this. She raised her cauldron upward before opening her mouth to expel several balls of blood essence toward it. The balls of blood essence exploded into clouds of blood mist, which instantly surrounded the small cauldron as if it had a mind of its own. The Blood Soul then began to chant an incantation, and she rushed into the blood mist as a blurry crimson shadow. The Emperor Void Cauldron immediately began to revolve on the spot, absorbing the surrounding blood mist before countless crimson runes were released out of its opening, forming the face of a beautiful woman. Its appearance was completely identical to that of the Blood Soul, but it was completely expressionless and enshrouded under a layer of faint crimson light. Senior Han, I only have power for a single strike, so make sure to wait for the right opportunity before you move, the face said, then opened its mouth to release a flurry of translucent crimson threads. All of a sudden, the woman's face let loose a shrill cry, and all of the crimson threads exploded in a flash, following which the dense blood mist converged to form a series of crimson runes that embedded themselves onto the surface of the five-colored light barrier. Han Li's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he immediately flew over to the barrier before thrusting a palm against it. A loud clang akin to a giant gong being struck rang out, and radiant azure light erupted from the surface of the giant cauldron. The projections of the creatures around the cauldron also swelled in size before flying toward the five-colored light barrier. As soon as the projections came into contact with the light barrier, they were able to directly enter the barrier through the crimson runes. In the next instant, the surface of the Heaven Void Cauldron began to flash erratically, and the five-colored light barrier within a radius of several kilometers began to emit a loud buzzing sound. At the same time, wisps of white chi surged out of the crimson runes, then instantly dispersed in all directions as bursts of energy fluctuations. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and it seemed that their strategy was working. However, right at this moment, a muffled groan suddenly rang out, and the crimson light over the woman's face faded as it threw up a mouthful of black blood. At the same time, the entire face began to warp and blur. "You're suffering from backlash. Leave the rest to me," Han Li said as his brows furrowed slightly, following which he swept a sleeve behind him to release a burst of azure light, which vanished into the woman's face in a flash. The face immediately shattered, then returned to the Emperor Void Cauldron as countless crimson runes. Crimson light flashed within the cauldron, and a projection flew out of the cauldron before transforming into the Blood Soul again. At this moment, her face was very pale, and she was appraising Han Li with a complex look in her eyes. In contrast, Han Li paid no heed to what was going on behind him as he made a hand seal, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. The projection opened its 6 eyes in unison, then reached out to place all 6 of its palms onto the giant cauldron. A burst of loud rumbling rang out as scintillating azure light began to radiate from the cauldron's surface, making it appear as if an incandescent azure sun had appeared. The crimson runes on the surface of the 5-colored light barrier also began to glow brightly, as if to resonate with the cauldron, and more white chi began to emerge. Finally, a dull thump rang out as the entire seal was shattered, and a black passageway was revealed. "Let's go," Han Li instructed with an elated expression as he withdrew his Provenance True Devil projection, then pointed a finger toward the Heaven Void Cauldron. 2 bursts of azure light immediately erupted from the surface of the cauldron, sweeping up both Han Li and the Blood Soul before it sped into the passageway was a ball of azure light. Almost at the exact same moment that the cauldron flew into the passageway, the entire seal began to rapidly regenerate amid a flurry of 5-colored runes. As soon as the cauldron emerged from the black passageway, the surrounding area immediately brightened, and a lush lawn that was bathed in warm sunlight appeared up ahead. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and the azure light around him immediately converged to revert back into the Heaven Void Cauldron, which he caught in his grasp. At this moment, the Blood Spirit also appeared behind him before inspecting her surroundings with an ecstatic expression. This was a space that was virtually no different from the outside world, complete with undulating mountain peaks and lush forests, and there was no end to this landscape in sight in any direction. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately released his enormous spiritual sense, upon which an enlightened look quickly appeared on his face. "So this is only an illusion." What an advanced illusion. It's quite rare to see an illusion that was almost able to fool even me," Han Li praised before sweeping a finger through the air, releasing a streak of azure sword chi that instantly extended to several thousand feet in length before slashing down from above. The space several kilometers up ahead immediately began to warp and blur, following which the entire illusion fell away to reveal a cluster of giant palaces. There were giant pillars of light situated between the palaces, and each pillar of light was supporting a light barrier that enshrouded the buildings nearby, dividing the clusters of palaces into over 100 areas. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he was able to quickly make sense of the scene before him. It turned out that each area had a main palace that was accompanied by around a dozen other buildings of different sizes, but as Han Li attempted to inspect his buildings using his spiritual sense, it was instantly repelled. It seemed that some type of spiritual sense restriction had been set up on these buildings. However, as he swept his spiritual sense over these areas, he discovered that the closer a palace cluster was to the center, the thicker the pillar of light supporting the light barrier above the cluster would be, and the more difficult spiritual sense detection became. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the largest of the light barriers at the very center of the palace clusters, and he discovered that he could only sense the rough outlines of the buildings inside. Furthermore, this was only possible as his spiritual sense was far more powerful than other cultivators of the same caliber. If a normal Grand Ascension stage beings were in his place, their spiritual sense most likely wouldn't even be able to pierce through some of the light barriers here. "It seems that the most important treasures are all in those areas," Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner as he withdrew his spiritual sense. The Blood Soul's face was still rather pale, and a hint of concern appeared on her face as she swept her spiritual sense toward the palace clusters. "Indeed, but it looks like the further in we go, the more dangerous it'll be. We've already come all the way here, so we can't go back empty-handed." The treasures in the outer areas have most likely already been taken, and most treasures won't be of any interest to me anyway, so I'll have to make my way toward the center. By the way, have you managed to sense the presence of your true body yet? Han Li asked. I've tried to locate her, but there are too many restrictions in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, so I won't be able to sense her unless I'm very close, the Blood Soul replied with a wry smile. I see. That makes things a little troublesome. You'll most likely have to search through every cluster of buildings here to be able to find where she's trapped, but the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is only open for a month. Even I can't guarantee that I would be able to explore all of the restrictions here, Han Li said as his brows furrowed slightly. My true body was quite powerful and possessed a few formidable treasures, so even against a Grand Ascension stage being, she would have a good chance of getting away. If she were trapped somewhere, then it would most likely be in the inner areas. However, just in case we miss her, I'll start searching from the outskirts. You can take a drop of blood essence of mine that's had a secret technique applied to it. If my true body is trapped nearby, the blood essence will alert you. That way you'll be able to search for treasures and my true body simultaneously, the Blood Soul suggested. That's a good idea, and it would be viable if we were the only ones in here, but what if the other Grand Ascension stage beings in here decide to target you? Han Li asked. The Blood Soul's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she then replied, Rest assured, Senior Han, with the body integration stage puppet you gave me, I should be able to hold my own against a Grand Ascension stage being. Those two body integration stage puppets would be somewhat effective against normal Grand Ascension stage beings, but all of the Grand Ascension stage beings who have entered this place are most likely quite formidable. As a safety precaution, you can take Jin Tong with you, Han Li decided after a brief moment of contemplation. Chapter 2356, Ghostly Face, Giant Flower, Puppet. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of golden light, which transformed into the featureless miniature figure that was the gold-devouring beetles. Jin Tong, follow fellow Taoist Blood Soul for now, and make sure to protect her, Han Li instructed. The miniature figure offered no response to this, but it immediately teleported over to the Blood Soul, hovering in a stationary manner above her head. The Blood Soul had witnessed Jin Tong in action on the way here. A grateful look immediately appeared on her face. Thank you, Senior Han. With Senior Jin protecting me, my safety in this Heavenly Cauldron Palace will be ensured. She then summoned a pristine white vial before offering it to Han Li with both hands. This was a vial that contained a drop of the aforementioned blood essence. There are other people who have arrived here even earlier than we have, so we should split up and begin our search right away, Han Li said. The Blood Soul gave an affirmative response, and thus, each of them flew toward a different cluster of buildings with Jin Tong following along closely behind the Blood Soul. In order to venture deeper into the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, Han Li had to eradicate the restrictions of other areas that stood in his way. Thus, as soon as he appeared before a white light barrier, he immediately made a grabbing motion to summon an azure longsword, which he slashed viciously toward the light barrier. The white light barrier immediately shattered as if it were a piece of chinaware, following which the surrounding area blurred, and Han Li suddenly found himself on a path in a lush forest. The trees around him were around 70 to 80 feet tall, and at first glance, they seemed to be no different from normal trees, but upon closer inspection, Han Li discovered that there was a series of twisted faces with their eyes tightly shut etched onto the surfaces of these trees. There were faces of all types of descriptions, but all of them wore blissful expressions as if they were experiencing pleasant slumbers. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and right at this moment, an intoxicating floral scent suddenly wafted toward him from the other end of the path. With his enormous spiritual sense, the aroma resulted in nothing more than slight mental discomfort following inhalation. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he knew that he was situated in some type of profound restriction. He immediately began to advance along the path, but after taking no more than 20 steps, the faces on all of the trees on either side of him suddenly opened their eyes in unison. Inky black threads of light then shot forth from those eyes, every single one of which was extremely sharp and giving off peculiar energy fluctuations. In response to this, Han Li simply conjured up a gray light barrier that shielded him from all sides. The oncoming light threads struck the light barrier like a torrential storm, only to instantly vanish into the light barrier without a trace. All the while, Han Li was still continuing onward in an unhurried manner without pause. His actions seemed to have provoked the faces on the trees. One of them let loose a shrill cry, upon which all of the faces adopted furious expressions. They opened their mouths to release extremely pungent bursts of green flames, transforming the path into a sea of fire. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he continued onward without pause, while the green flames were also absorbed by the gray light barrier. Furthermore, countless gray translucent threads were erupting out of the gray light barrier, and every single thread struck one of the faces on the trees with unerring accuracy. The faces would then let loose anguished cries before vanishing from the trees. In the instant that all of the faces on a tree disappeared, the tree itself would wither away and become completely devoid of vitality. After walking for over 1,000 feet, Han Li finally made his way out of the forest, where he discovered a colorful flower garden. A series of round flower pots were sitting on a lush lawn, and inside the pots were planted floral trees, each of which was around 10 feet tall, but there was only a single huge flower growing on each tree. These flowers all differed in color and shape, but they were currently all at full bloom. This was where the intoxicating floral scent was coming from. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the giant flowers, upon which his expression changed slightly, but he continued onward. Right as he was walking past a certain flower pot, the giant flowers nearby suddenly transformed into menacing ghostly heads before cackling as they pounced directly toward Han Li. Humph, how insolent! Han Li harumphed coldly as he rubbed his hands together before raising them on either side of himself. Two thick bolts of golden lightning immediately sprang forth, transforming into lightning arms several thousand feet in length before pouncing toward the entire flower garden. The ghostly heads nearby were instantly reduced to nothingness upon coming into contact with the lightning arms, while the giant flowers that were further away also transformed into ghostly heads before fleeing in all directions right before the golden lighting reached them. Thus, the scenic and tranquil flower garden suddenly became a devilish realm that was filled with swirling devilish chi. However, these devilish beings naturally weren't going to actually be able to escape from Han Li's divine devil bane lightning. The two lightning arms immediately exploded at Han Li's behest, sending countless arcs of lightning erupting in all directions to form two golden nets that enshrouded the entire flower garden beneath them. All of the ghostly heads were eradicated by the lightning nest with no exceptions, and even the devilish chi in the air was rapidly fading in the face of the golden lightning. At this point, Han Li had already casually emerged from the flower garden and arrived at a small reddish-black lake. There seems to be no end to these things and they refuse to give up. Brother Xiao, if you can't think of a way to deal with them, then I'm going to capture all of them. Mistress Wanhua said with an enraged expression. Currently, she was situated in a desert-like environment with Daoist Qingping and Xiaoming. One large earthy yellow puppet after another was constantly erupting out of the sand around them, wielding different types of weapons as they unleashed fierce attacks toward the trio without any regard for their own safety. Even though these attacks posed no threat to the three Grand Ascension stage beings, and the puppets could be easily destroyed, it seemed there was an infinite supply of these puppets that would never be exhausted. After entering this area, the three of them had already destroyed more than 100,000 of these puppets, but their numbers hadn't been reduced in the slightest. In order to conserve magic power, the three of them weren't even attacking anymore, and were simply passively defending themselves with protective treasures. Calm down, fellow Daoist Wanhua. I'm close to tracking down the core of this formation. Even if you capture all of these puppets, more will appear to take their place. Besides, these aren't actual puppets. They're sand dolls created by the power of this formation. As soon as we leave this place, these puppets will immediately crumble away, so there's no point in capturing them, Xiaoming replied as he searched for something while holding a shimmering white jade formation plate. Mistress Wanhua was ecstatic to hear that the formation core was close to being tracked down, and she chuckled, I'm just worried that the centrum of the restrictions in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace would fall into someone else's hands if we get delayed here for too long. Rest assured, with fellow Daoist Qingping's guidance, we're already taking the shortest route to the centrum of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. All we have to do is pass through 3 palace clusters to reach there, so there's no way anyone else will get there before us, Xiaoming replied in a confident manner. I certainly hope so, but I think it would be best not to grow complacent. After all, that human from the Tianyuan continent possesses unfathomable powers. Perhaps he has some special method to break through the restrictions here. If we can reach the centrum earlier, then we should do so at all costs, Mistress Wanhua insisted. Fellow Daoist Wanhua is right. Brother Xiao, I also think it would be best to reach the center of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace as soon as possible, even if doing so would result in some expenditure of power, Daoist Qingping agreed. Xiaoming's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he nodded in response in the end. Alright, in that case I'll use some brute force methods to find the location of the formation core. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and the projection of a nine-eyed blood toad instantly appeared behind him amid a flash of crimson light. At the same time, his body swelled drastically to over 100 feet in size, and his aura also became significantly more formidable. Go! Xiao Ming let loose a low cry as he flipped a hand over to produce a formation plate, then opened his mouth to release several balls of energy into the treasure. The formation plate immediately began to release countless white runes amid a loud buzzing sound, and the runes formed a small light formation, which released a thick pillar of light that struck a certain point in space in a flash. That section of space immediately began to tremor and warp, but it then quickly returned to normal. That's not it. I'll try the next place, Xiao Ming said as he pointed a finger toward the light formation. The light formation immediately swiveled around to target another direction at his behest. Another thick pillar of white light was then released in that direction, and on this occasion, the space there tremored violently before a giant silver rune that was around the size of a house emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. We're in luck, Xiao Ming said with a smile, then injected his magic power into the giant toad projection behind himself. The projection slowly opened its 9 golden eyes, directing its gaze toward the massive silver rune. A resounding boom rang out as a thin shimmering golden thread erupted out of each eye, piercing through the silver rune in a flash before slicing it into pieces. Chapter 2357, Shuang Shi and Patriarch Chapter Qi lay. Once the silver rune completely disintegrated into specks of spiritual light, the surrounding scenery and puppets also disappeared. The space up ahead twisted and blurred, and a cluster of buildings appeared up ahead. The restriction's been broken. Well done, Brother Xiao. Mistress Wanhua was ecstatic to see this. The restriction here is quite profound, so it might really be the case that no one has visited this place before. If it isn't for the fact that we're short on time, I would definitely search through this area, Xiao Ming sighed. It's alright, Brother Xiao, even if there are treasures in these outer palace clusters, they won't be of much use to us. Once we get to the center and take control over the palace's centrum, all of the treasures will be ours, Daoist Qingping said with a smile. I understand, but it still leaves a bad taste in my mouth to be unable to secure treasures that are right there for the taking, Xiao Ming sighed. Thus, the three of them flew along a small path beside the cluster of buildings toward another light barrier. In another restriction on the outskirts of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, the brocade-robed man was appraising a giant two-headed ape before him with a cold expression. All of the disciples from his sect had already formed a profound formation to trap the giant ape, and the formation's power had been raised to its maximal extent as it compressed further and further while sending bursts of enormous invisible force surging toward the ape in a frenzy. A string of cracks and pops would occasionally ring out, and finally, the giant ape was completely immobilized by the formation. Only then did the brocade-robed man sweep a sleeve through the air, releasing a streak of silver light that revolved around the massive ape before slicing it in half down the middle. Immediately thereafter, the murky gray space instantly crumbled away. Within a certain swamp-like area, there was a giant centipede with blue lightning flashing all over its body, a massive scorpion that was enshrouded within black qi, and a huge python with an extremely flat head. The three beasts were currently wreaking havoc within a sea of beasts, and a thin and hideous elderly man sat atop each of their heads. The sea of beasts was comprised of creatures of all types of different descriptions, and all of them possessed powers equivalent to those of low-grade and mid-grade cultivators. They were attacking the three giant creatures at the center with all their might, but the three elderly men merely sat in a still manner atop the creatures' heads, paying no heed to what was happening around them. Outside the five-colored restriction, 5 identical young men were seated in mid-air in a completely expressionless manner, seemingly waiting for something. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a giant black hole appeared out of thin air. A ball of crimson light shot forth out of the black hole, then transformed into a crimson humanoid figure with green light shimmering in his eyes and an indescribably baleful aura emanating from his body. The 5 young men immediately rose to their feet, then each summoned 12 white bone flying swords with green flames burning over their surfaces. The crimson figure seemed to be quite surprised by the sight of the 5 young men. You're the 5 Shuehe clones. Are you planning to target me? We came here in quite a hurry, so we don't have a key to break this seal. As such, we'll have to take yours. Regardless of who you are, hand over the key and we'll let you go, one of the young men said in an expressionless manner. Haha, how audacious of you. I just so happen to require some blood essence to nurture this body of mine. How about I take yours? The crimson figure chortled as he transformed into 5 streaks of crimson light that surged directly toward the 5 Shuehi clones. Your blood shadow arts are indeed quite formidable, but there's a way to counter it. One of the young men chuckled as white light suddenly erupted from his body before surging toward the oncoming streak of crimson light. Meanwhile, the other 4 young men abruptly vanished on the spot in unison. In the next instant, a string of rumbling booms rang out, and a fierce battle commenced. There were already close to 1,000 high-grade cultivators gathered outside the giant gate, most of whom were at the body integration stage or spatial tempering stage. There was a group of over 30 of them bombarding the gate with a series of ferocious attacks. But the gate refused to budge, and only the golden and silver runes on its surface were flashing slightly. Everyone else was looking on from nearby, displaying no intention to assist or disrupt them. Useless idiots. You think you have what it takes to enter the Heavenly Cauldron Palace? Piss off. Right at this moment, a thunderous boom suddenly rang out up above, causing everyone's ears to ring incessantly, and some of the weaker cultivators present plummeted straight out of the sky. A ball of crimson lightning that was around an acre in size then tore its way out of thin air before crashing down upon the giant gate. Countless bolts of thick crimson lightning began to surge all over the gate, sending scorching heat waves spreading in all directions. The dozens of cultivators situated nearby immediately shot back in retreat as their expressions changed drastically. Several of them acted too late, and they were swept up by the heat waves amid agonized howls, but their cries of pain quickly drew to an abrupt halt, seemingly indicating that they had already perished. The giant gate was forced open slightly by the attack, and the bolts of crimson lightning immediately converged to form a ball again, then instantly entered through the gap that had opened up. The massive gate then slowly swung shut again amid a rumbling boom. That was Patriarch Chile. That had to have been him. Someone exclaimed. In contrast with the previous opening of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, where most of the entrants were body integration stage beings, there were clearly far more Grand Ascension stage beings who had arrived on this occasion. It seemed that the keys of the palace had finally attracted all of these formidable beings. 3 days later, Hanli was situated in a long corridor in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace with 2 puppets, 1 golden and 1 silver, standing in his way. The puppets were around 70 to 80 feet tall, and they were each holding 2 giant hammers of different colors, but their bodies were riddled with wounds, indicating that they had already endured battles in the past. Han Li only took an indifferent glance at the 2 puppets before directing his attention toward the red wooden door behind them, and he immediately began to make his way toward that door. In the instant that Han Li began to approach them, the 2 puppets raised their hammers before sending them crashing viciously down toward him. Countless azure threads erupted out of Han Li's body amid a flash of azure light, and the 2 puppets were instantly reduced to countless scraps along with the hammers they were wielding. Han Li strode calmly past the remains of the puppets before sweeping a sleeve toward the red door, releasing a burst of invisible force that pushed the door open. A large hall was revealed beyond the door, and within the hall were rows of rectangular stone platforms that were laden with all types of treasures. Some of these treasures were glowing brightly, while others were very dim, and there were over 1,000 of them in total. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he strode into the hall. Meanwhile, Mistress Wan Hua and Daoist Qingping were hovering in midair with dark expressions above a boundless sea. Not far in front of the 2 of them was Xiao Ming, who was seated with his legs crossed and his eyes tightly shut. He was holding a formation plate in one hand, while the fingers on his other hand were trembling incessantly, seemingly calculating something. Who would have thought that just this second area would have such a formidable illusion? We've already been trapped here for over 2 days, right? Mistress Wan Hua asked. Indeed, I also didn't think that this area would have such a powerful illusionary restriction that even Brother Xiao can't eradicate in a short time. Having said that, this is only to be expected. This is only the second area to us, but due to the route we chose, we're already quite deep in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Once we break through this area, we shouldn't be too far away from the center, Daoist Qingping replied with slightly furrowed brows. I certainly hope that that's the case, Mistress Wan Hua sighed. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming continued to sit still on the spot, as if he were completely oblivious to what was happening around him. 7 days later, the Blood Soul emerged from a hall in a certain area of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, and judging from her brooding expression, it seemed that she hadn't reaped any rewards. Right at this moment, a ball of crimson lightning suddenly shot forth toward her before transforming into a tall crimson-robed elderly man with golden lightning patterns on his face. The Blood Soul was quite alarmed to see this, and she immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing two balls of azure light that transformed into a pair of armored puppets. One puppet was wearing azure armor while wielding a huge bow that was as tall as a grown man, while the other was clad in black armor, wielding a long blue spear. The elderly man was rather surprised to see these puppets before a cold look appeared on his face. Oh, body integration stage puppets? How rare. Who are you and who did you accompany into this palace? The blood soul immediately identified the elderly man as a grand ascension stage, and her heart sank upon making this discovery. I am Blood Soul, and I accompanied a certain Senior Han into this palace. May I ask your name, Senior? I've never heard of a grand ascension stage with the Han surname. Is this a fellow Taoist who only made his breakthrough recently? That doesn't matter anyway, hand over your key and everything you obtained in there. Don't try to fool me either, I'll know if you're telling the truth once I use a soul search technique on you, the elderly man said in a menacing manner. The blood soul was naturally very alarmed to hear this, but she forced a smile onto her own face as she replied, I didn't manage to find anything in there, and the key is being carried by Senior Han. Isn't it unbecoming of someone of your status to be threatening a junior like me? If you're not going to hand it over, then I'll have to take it by force, the elderly man said as a cold smile appeared on his face. Chapter 2358, Bloodlight Snake. The elderly man stepped forward and covered a distance of several hundred feet in a flash, instantly arriving before the blood soul. The blood soul hurriedly shot back in retreat, while the azure-armored puppet pulled back the string of its bow before releasing countless streaks of golden light. Meanwhile, the black-armored puppet thrust its spear through the air, and a giant blue flower with a diameter of around 10 feet was manifested at the tip of the spear before descending toward the elderly man. As the flower descended from above, it released a glacial aura, threatening to freeze the space around the elderly man. At the same time, the streaks of golden light were converging from all directions. The two puppets were displaying seamless teamwork. The elderly man harumphed coldly as a layer of crimson lightning flashed all over his body, tearing the surrounding glacial chi apart and repelling all of the oncoming streaks of golden light with ease. He then made a grabbing motion toward the blue flower, and it immediately vanished amid a dull thump, revealing the tip of the blue spear, which the elderly man caught with his bare hand with ease. The spear-wielding puppet tried to wrench its spear out of the man's grasp, but the weapon refused to budge as if it had taken root on the man's hand. Meanwhile, a hint of light flashed through the bow-wielding puppet's eyes, and it began to emit an astonishing aura as it released a long streak of golden light from its bow, which hurtled directly toward the elderly man. The elderly man chuckled coldly as he opened his mouth to release a ball of crimson lightning, which instantly swelled to the size of a water tank. The two immediately exploded on contact, and the crimson lighting completely inundated the streak of golden light before surging toward the bow-wielding puppet with unerring accuracy, instantly reducing it to ashes. At the same time, the spear-wielding puppet was also destroyed by a giant crimson hand that had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man appeared right in front of the blood soul before reaching a hand out toward her. Hand over your key and treasure and I'll grant you a quick and painless death. Otherwise, hee. A sinister look appeared on his face as he spoke. You were able to enter this place, so you clearly have a key of your own. Why are you so intent on taking mine? The blood soul asked as she retreated with a fearful expression. Humph, do you think I don't know that there are some special places in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace that can only be accessed using the corresponding keys? I only have a replica key, so I naturally have to collect other keys as backups. If you're not willing to hand over your key, then I'll have to take it by force. The elderly man harumphed coldly as he made a grabbing motion toward the blood soul. The gesture seemed to be very ordinary, but the blood soul was struck by the feeling that the entire world around her was locked within the man's grasp, affording her no avenue for evasion. Right as the elderly man was about to grab onto her shoulder, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted above her, and a streak of translucent light shot forth toward the elderly man like lightning. This attack had come without any warning or premonition, and even though the elderly man was a seasoned Grand Ascension stage being, he was still caught off guard, and it was too late for him to evade. A dull thump rang out as the streak of light revolved around his outstretched arm was, instantly slicing it into 7 or 8 sections. However, the elderly man's body blurred, and he instantly appeared several hundred feet away as he appraised the blood soul with a furious expression. Who's there? A burst of blood mist sprang erupted out of his wound as he spoke. Countless crimson threads writhed and intertwined as a brand new arm quickly took shape. For a cultivator primarily using a blood Dao cultivation art, regeneration of dismembered limbs was a simple task. No one emerged in the wake of the elderly man's enraged cry, but the blood soul's expression had become a lot calmer, and she was continuing to slowly retreat. The elderly man's expression darkened even further upon seeing this, and he aimed a vicious glare at the blood soul before quickly pointing a finger on his remaining arm toward her. In the next instant, a rumbling boom rang out around 10 feet in front of the blood soul, and the streak of crimson light reappeared before transforming into a short crimson spear that plunged directly toward her chest. This sequence of events had taken place in nothing more than the blink of an eye, and it was too late for the blood soul to evade or adopt defensive measures. Despite her steadfast nature, a hint of panic had crept into her eyes. Right at this moment, golden light flashed in front of her, and the purplish-golden Jin Tong appeared before waving a hand through the air to swat the crimson spear away. The elderly man's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of Jin Tong, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. "Who are you and how are you related to her?" he asked. Jin Tong merely appraised the elderly man with a wooden expression, displaying no intention to provide an answer. It quickly made a grabbing motion with one hand, conjuring up a series of translucent golden threads that formed a giant net, which enshrouded the entire surrounding space. The elderly man was furious to see this. "Seeing as you're intent on battling me, then allow me to examine your abilities." As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal and countless bolts of crimson lightning erupted out of his body. He then opened his mouth to release an antiquated mirror that was enshrouded within a ball of silver light. As soon as the mirror appeared, countless silver runes surged out of its surface in a frenzy before transforming into balls of silver lightning. "Go!" the elderly man yelled before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and the crimson and silver lighting intertwined to form a massive lightning cloud with a diameter of around half a kilometer before surging toward Jin Tong. Jin Tong remained completely expressionless upon seeing this, and it extended a finger forward, upon which the translucent golden threads instantly shot forth toward the lightning cloud in a torrential barrage. Bursts of loud crackling rang out within the lightning cloud, and translucent threads instantly punched countless holes into the cloud, causing it to shrink rapidly in size. The elderly man was completely astonished by what he was seeing. This attack wasn't his ultimate trump card, but it was definitely an ability that he relied heavily upon. That silver mirror was an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, and in conjunction with his crimson lightning, it had felled countless powerful opponents, yet the attack had been dispelled by his opponent with ease. What exactly were those translucent threads, and how were they completely unaffected by his lightning? Right as the elderly man was looking on in a stunned manner, Jin Tong flicked his fingers through the air, and a chill ran down the elderly man's spine as countless streaks of invisible sword chi appeared out of thin air before surging toward him. His expression changed drastically as he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing an azure wooden bowl that appeared above him in a flash, then transformed into an azure light barrier that shielded him from all sides. At the same time he made a hand seal with his other hand, and a giant crimson WRM projection emerged behind him. As soon as the WRM appeared, it opened its mouth to release a vast expanse of crimson lighting, which swept forth in all directions as a barrier of lightning. A string of dull thumps rang out as the lightning came into contact with the invisible sword chi, only to be torn apart like rotten wood. However, the azure light barrier seemed to possess some type of profound power that allowed it to keep the oncoming sword chi at bay. Even so, the elderly man was very alarmed to see this, and his face paled slightly as he hurriedly summoned a strange curved crimson sword out of his storage bracelet. He immediately grabbed onto the sword before opening his mouth to release several balls of blood essence onto it. The blood essence was instantly absorbed upon contact, following which the sword suddenly sprang to life, transforming into a crimson snake. A sinister smile appeared on the elderly man as he hurled the snake forward, and it tumbled through the air before abruptly disappearing on the spot. In the next instant, a burst of crimson mist suddenly emerged near Jin Tong. A pair of translucent threads immediately shot out of Jin Tong's eyes to pierce the crimson mist, but it seemed that there was nothing inside it. Just as Jin Tong was wondering what was happening, the crimson mist suddenly transformed into that snake again before it instantly bit viciously into Jin Tong's shoulder. The elderly man immediately began to chortle with glee upon seeing this. "Haha, your fate is sealed now. That snake is the Bloodlight Snake, one of the 10 most poisonous snakes on the Blood Sky continent. Even if you possess an immortal body, you'll be reduced to a puddle of blood within mere moments." "Bloodlight Snake? Does it taste good?" Jean Tong finally spoke for the first time as it appraised the snake on its shoulder with a curious expression. Its voice was very high-pitched and it struck the listener with a chilling sensation. The elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he was then greeted by an astonishing sight. Jean Tong suddenly grabbed onto the bloodlight snake's throat, forcibly tearing the snake off its shoulder, then opened its mouth to bite off the snake's head. Chapter 2359. Might of the Spirit engulfing heavenly flames. This so-called mouth was a thin rift that was lined with sharp fangs, which had opened up below Jean Tong's face. The bloodlight snake's headless body was writhing violently in Jean Tong's mouth, sending a geyser of black poisonous blood spraying up several feet into the air. A layer of translucent light surged over Jean Tong's body, and all of the poisonous blood was kept at bay. The elderly man was truly astonished to see this. Before he had a chance to do anything, Jean Tong suddenly cast a cold gaze toward him. A chill immediately ran down the elderly man's spine, following which two streaks of translucent sword chi abruptly appeared out of thin air right in front of him. The two streaks of sword chi didn't appear to be remarkable in any way, but they struck the light barrier before him at an incredible speed. A crisp crack rang out, and the azure light barrier shuddered before shattering on contact. The chilling sensation that the elderly man was experiencing became even more pronounced as the streaks of sword chi continued on toward him, and he knew that he could no longer hold back. Five-colored light flashed from his glabella, and a five-colored shield instantly appeared before swelling to several tens of feet in size, shielding his entire body behind it. The shield's surface was riddled with layers of intricate spirit patterns, as well as countless dazzling runes. The two streaks of sword chi struck the giant shield one after another amid a pair of dull thumps. As the shield clashed with the first streak of sword chi, a burst of piercing light and violent energy fluctuations erupted forth. The sword chi was eradicated, but a huge crack had also appeared on the shield. The second streak of sword chi then instantly struck the same part of the shield, and it was immediately sliced in half, no longer able to offer any further resistance. All of this had happened in the blink of an eye, and from the elderly man's perspective, he had only just summoned the five-colored shield before it was sliced in half. A flash of light then appeared before his eyes, following which his vision turned completely dark. From a third-person perspective, the second streak of sword chi had revolved around his neck, instantly decapitating him. Almost at the exact same moment, the giant crimson WRM projection behind him suddenly exploded, sending arcs of crimson lightning surging violently in all directions. A ball of crimson light flew out of the elderly man's headless body, then sped toward a certain direction with a miniature crimson figure within it. All of a sudden, Jean Tong vanished on the spot amid a flash of golden light, then abruptly appeared right in front of the ball of crimson light amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. It then raised an arm and slammed the ball of light viciously onto the ground down below. The crimson light faded within the crater on the ground, and the nascent soul was revealed with its expression twisted with fury and horror. The nascent soul suddenly gritted its teeth before making a hand seal, and a crimson mist began to pour out of its body, indicating that it was about to unleash some type of secret technique, but right at this moment, a streak of translucent sword chi appeared behind it without any warning before slashing toward it in a flash. The crimson mist was parted, and the nascent soul was sliced in half with an incredulous look still etched on its face, and it disintegrated into specks of spiritual light amid an anguished howl. Thus, the vastly renowned Patriarch Chile was slain by the gold-devouring beetle monarch with ease. At this point, the blood soul had already retreated far away, and an ecstatic look appeared on her face as she approached Jean Tong before extending a curtsy toward it. "Thank you for saving me, Senior Jean. Otherwise I would have most likely perished here. I was only following my master's orders." "You can continue with what you're doing. I'll be watching from the shadows," Jean Tong replied before waving a hand toward the elderly man's body to recover his storage bracelet, then abruptly vanished on the spot. It was clear that Jean Tong possessed far more intelligence than it did when it had first evolved into a gold-devouring beetle monarch. The blood soul extended another bow toward the spot where Jean Tong had just disappeared, then cast a forlorn glance at the two body integration stage puppets before departing from this place. Even though she hadn't encountered any powerful restrictions, nor sensed the presence of her true body, she was convinced that her true body was trapped in this area, so she had to hurry to the next area. Having witnessed Jean Tong's incredible powers, she was instilled with more courage to venture deeper into the palace. 10 days later, the thousands of high-grade cultivators gathered near the giant gate in the myriad Moon Mountain range had all retreated to close to 10 kilometers away, appraising the gate from afar while occasionally discussing and commenting on something. Only 500 to 600 people remained on the edge of the basin. They clearly belonged to the same power, and they were currently setting up a massive super formation to encompass the entire basin. These people all wore the same attire, and the mark symbols on their sleeves indicated that they were all high-grade disciples of the Blood-Bone sect. There were two people standing side by side in front of these disciples, one of whom was a white-robed elderly man with deep-set eyes and a hooked nose, while the other was a short and stubby woman with a hideous appearance and black spirit patterns etched on her face. Judging from the auras they were giving off, this was a pair of Grand Ascension stage beings. At this moment, they were overseeing the construction of the giant formation while conversing with one another. Humph, I knew there was something fishy about fellow Taoist Xiao staying in Blood Crane City for all these years. As expected, he obtained a true key of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace but didn't tell us anything. If it hadn't been for one of Mistress Wanhua's disciples spilling this information, we'd most likely still be completely oblivious, the elderly man harumphed coldly. Hee, you can't blame fellow Taoist Xiao for this. We may be from the same sect but we don't share any close ties with him. If you and I had obtained the key to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, we would have also most likely done the same thing. After all, no matter how many treasures there are in the palace, the difference between taking all of the treasures for oneself and having to split them 3 ways is night and day, the woman replied, and despite her hideous appearance, her voice was very sweet and pleasing to the ears, as if it belonged to a young maiden. These two were both also Grand Ascension Stage Grand Elders of the Blood-Bone sect. That's true. I heard that this Heavenly Cauldron Palace contains the true inheritance of Taoist Tianding, so there's no way we would have been willing to let anyone else in. Having said that, there's more than just one true key to the palace. Even if we don't intervene, other Grand Ascension Stage beings will definitely step in anyway, so it's not necessarily a wise decision for fellow Taoist Xiao to have kept this a secret, the elderly man replied with a cold smile. What's the point in discussing something like this? The fact of the matter is that we've arrived too late, and those who possess keys have already been in the palace for many days. As such, we have no choice but to set up this formation here and force the people inside the palace to share the treasures they obtained once they emerge, the woman said. Judging from my similar past experiences, these people will most likely be teleported out of the palace to random locations, so only around 20% to 30% will return to this place, while everyone else will most likely end up elsewhere, the elderly man mused. That's a good thing. If everyone in the palace were to return to this place, we wouldn't be able to handle so many people even with this formation to assist us. After all, most of the people who entered the palace are no less powerful than you and me. Only when dealing with a small proportion of them will we have a good chance of securing some treasures. Perhaps we won't even have to use this formation, but it'll certainly be a very effective intimidatory device, the woman replied in a confident manner. So that was your plan all along. I was wondering why you brought so many disciples to this place. This is a brilliant strategy. The elderly man chuckled as he rubbed his hands together with glee. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a translucent wall was shattered by a single attack from Han Li in his giant mountain ape form. He then strode into the teleportation formation that was situated behind the translucent wall before vanishing on the spot in a flash. In the next instant, Han Li found himself standing in the air above a small mountain that was over 10,000 feet tall, and the temporary light formation beneath his feet abruptly disappeared. He quickly swept his gaze through the surrounding area to find that this mountain wasn't very tall, but it took up quite a large area, and the edges of the mountain directly neighbored 7 or 8 areas that were enshrouded under independent light barriers, one of which was the area he had just emerged from. A contemplative look appeared on his face as he inspected the areas one after another. He then seemed to have made up his mind and was just about to fly toward one of the areas when a burst of spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted nearby. Immediately thereafter, another light formation emerged, and 3 people appeared atop the formation amid a flash of light. Han Li cast his gaze toward the 3 people, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. The 3 people had naturally also caught sight of Han Li, and they exchanged a bewildered glance with one another before flying directly toward Han Li following a brief voice transmission conversation. The 3 released their powerful auras mid-flight, displaying no intention to hide their animosity. All of a sudden, Han Li raised a giant furry palm before thrusting it toward the oncoming trio, sending a burst of enormous invisible power surging toward them as a gust of fierce wind. The 3 elderly men dispersed to evade the gust of wind, and one of them yelled, "What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to take on all 3 of us on your own?" Chapter 2360, Coincidental encounter. I'm up against 3 of you, so I naturally have to seize the initiative. Han Li made a grabbing motion with both hands as he spoke, and a ball of light immediately appeared in each hand before transforming into a pair of miniature mountains, one of which was azure while the other was black. Han Li then hurled the mountains viciously through the air, and they transformed into a pair of massive balls of light mid-flight as they hurtled directly toward 2 of the elderly men. At the same time, a third miniature mountain appeared above them amid a flash of spiritual light, releasing countless streaks of invisible sword chi that surged toward the final elderly man. The 3 men's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and the projection of a centipede and a giant scorpion appeared behind 2 of the elderly men as they thrust their palms viciously toward the oncoming mountains. Their hands seemed to be very ordinary, but in the instant that they were thrust forward, countless blue scales and arcs of flashing lightning immediately appeared over 2 of them. As for the other 2 palms, they suddenly took on a glossy black hue while swelling drastically in size, and sharp green claws that were releasing bursts of foul black chi sprouted out of their fingertips. Meanwhile, the third elderly man flipped a hand over to summon a fox-human hybrid statue that was around half a foot tall before tossing it upward. A clear cry rang out from the statue, and it transformed into a 5-tailed red fox puppet amid a flash of light. The red fox swept its tails through the air to conjure up a crimson light barrier that encompassed the entire space down below. In the next instant, the 4 palms struck the 2 balls of light formed by the pair of extreme mountains, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as violent shockwaves surged throughout the nearby space. The 2 balls of light shuddered as they were forced to an abrupt halt before reverting back to their extreme mountain forms. However, the 2 elderly men's expressions changed drastically as they were sent flying like a pair of cannonballs. By the time they managed to steady themselves several hundred feet away, their arms were completely blood-stained, and every single inch of skin on those arms had been torn open, while their fingers had all been snapped. At the same time, the countless streaks of invisible sword chi had already rained down upon the crimson light barrier, and within mere moments, a series of thin cracks were beginning to appear on the barrier's surface. The third elderly man was quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately injected a burst of energy into the statue that he was holding before hurriedly making a hand seal. A layer of golden light flashed above the red fox puppet, and the light barrier it had conjured up also took on a golden hue, while the cracks on its surface quickly began to mend. As such, it was able to withstand this torrential downpour of sword chi. However, even though Han Li was facing 3 opponents on his own, it was clear that he had gained the upper hand, and this made the 3 elderly men rather hesitant about how to proceed. The 3 of them conversed briefly through voice transmission, then slowly began to approach Han Li again, seemingly determined to target him. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal to summon his Provenance True Devil projection amid a flash of golden light. The projection then immediately fused as one with his giant ape body, following which 2 extra arms sprouted out of his ribs, and a pair of additional heads emerged on his shoulders. Han Li had unleashed both his 12 awakening transformations and Provenance True Devil arts at once, and the power of this form was second only to his holy nirvana physique. In the face of 3 Grand Ascension Stage opponents, Han Li didn't dare to be too complacent. However, right as the battle was about to resume, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted over 100 feet away, and 3 humanoid figures appeared in a flash. The 3 elderly men immediately drew to a halt as they cast their eyes toward the 3 new arrivals, as did Han Li. The 3 figures were comprised of an elderly woman, a Taoist priest, and a masked man. As soon as the 3 of them caught sight of Han Li, they were also quite surprised and immediately exchanged a few bewildered glances. "What a coincidence that we've arrived in the same area, Brother Xiao," Han Li chuckled as the golden light around him faded, and he quickly reverted back to his human form. "What a coincidence, indeed. I also didn't think that I would encounter you here, Brother Han," Xiaoming replied with a slightly forced smile, while Mistress Wanhua and Taoist Qingping's hearts both sank slightly. As for the 3 elderly men, they didn't dare to do anything rash in this current situation, and were only appraising the 3 new arrivals with cold expressions. Only then did Xiaoming turn toward the trio before asking, "I don't think we've ever met before, fellow Taoists. Could it be that you're secluded cultivators of the Black Yen Forest in the northwest?" "You have quite a keen eye, fellow Taoist." "That's right, we're the 3 witch spirit saints of the Black Yen Forest." The elderly man who was controlling the red fox puppet harumphed coldly in response with undisguised animosity in his voice. "The 3 witch spirit saints? That means you must be witchcraft cultivators. May I ask why you've decided to target Brother Han here?" Xiaoming asked. He hadn't witnessed the earlier clash between Han Li and the trio, but the residual spiritual chi fluctuations in the air and the confrontational stances they had adopted were clear indications of what had just happened. There are only a limited number of treasures in this heavenly cauldron palace, so everyone in here is our enemy. Why do we need a reason to target anyone? The elderly man replied. A cold look appeared on Xiaoming's face upon hearing this. In that case you must also view the three of us as enemies. What do you think, Brother Han? I don't mind either way. If it's a battle they want, then I'd be glad to entertain them, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Xiaoming's wariness toward Han Li only grew more pronounced upon seeing this. He then turned toward the three witch spirit saints with slightly furrowed brows. According to his original plan, he should have already reached the center of the heavenly cauldron palace or found the centrum of the restrictions here. However, the restriction in the second area they had entered was far more profound than they had expected, and they had only just managed to break out of it. As soon as they had emerged, they were met by Han Li and the three witch spirit saints, both of which were formidable foes, thereby further compounding their woes. If it were possible, he would naturally be happy to see Han Li and the three witch spirit saints engage in a fight to the death while he and his companions continued on toward the final area. However, in this current situation, there was no way that Han Li and the three witch spirit saints would be foolish enough to do something like that. Having said that, being delayed in an impasse here wouldn't benefit any of them. They weren't the only Grand Ascension stage beings to have entered the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. What if more people were to find this place during this delay? With that in mind, Xiaoming said, "Fellow Taoists, I'm sure all of us ventured into this palace in search for treasures, so engaging in conflict prior to finding any valuable treasures would be completely senseless. The most precious treasures are clearly in the areas beyond here, so why don't we all save our energy to search through those areas? The restrictions leading up to this point have already been very difficult to break through. Even if we use up all of our remaining time, we still may not be able to obtain the treasures we want, so we can't afford to be wasting time here. I don't care either way. As long as no one gets in my way, I have no intention of engaging in any conflict," Han Li replied with a hint of a smile. The elderly man wielding the red fox puppet contemplated the situation momentarily before also nodding in response. "All right, in that case let's end things here." Immediately thereafter, the three elderly men exchanged some words through voice transmission before flying toward a certain area. Xiaoming faltered slightly upon seeing the area they had chosen, but his expression then quickly returned to normal as he turned to Han Li with a smile. "Have you also already decided on a target, Brother Han? If not, then we'll be going on ahead." "I think I'll go to that area." Han Li shook his head in a nonchalant manner before beginning to point a finger toward a certain direction, but he suddenly seemed to change his mind, and redirected his finger toward the area neighboring the one he was originally pointing toward. Mistress Wan Hua and Taoist Qing Ping's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. However, before they had a chance to say anything, Han Li had already plunged into the blue light barrier encompassing that area as a streak of azure light. "What do we do? He just chose the area that we were going to choose. Could it be that he also knows where the centrum of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is?" Mistress Wan Hua exclaimed in an urgent manner. "I don't think so. I was the only one to have received this inheritance, so there's no way anyone else aside from me will know the exact location and method to control the palace's centrum," Taoist Qing Ping said with tightly furrowed brows. "Does that mean it was a coincidence that he chose that area? That doesn't seem to be the case either." Xiaoming's expression darkened significantly as he recalled back to how Han Li had changed his mind at the last moment. "What do we do then? Choose another area?" Mistress Wan Hua asked in a frustrated manner. Chapter 2361, Blood Prison. "We can't do that. There's no way to reach the centrum through the other areas. We have no choice but to follow him. Take care not to be discovered. We should still be able to enter the centrum area first while he's scouring that area for treasures," Xiaoming decided. "Looks like that's our only option." Come to think of it, the three witch spirit saints also went to quite an interesting area, that seems to the blood prison where Taoist Tianding sealed away several powerful enemies of his, Taoist Qing Ping said in a concerned manner. "I'm aware of that, but it's not like we can do anything to prevent them from going there. There could be powerful treasures left behind by those enemies of Taoist Tiandings in that blood prison, but they're still not as important as seizing control of the centrum," Xiaoming said with furrowed brows. "That's a real pity. According to the tomes I inherited, the enemies trapped in the blood prison possessed powers comparable to those of Taoist Tianding. They would have definitely already perished after all these years, but their inheritances would undoubtedly be extremely valuable as well," Taoist Qing Ping sighed in a forlorn manner. We had originally to set the blood prison as our second target. Could it be that 3 witch spirit saints are also aware of its existence? Mistress Wanhua speculated with a dark expression. That's hard to say. I was the only one who received Taoist Tianding's inheritance, but I can't guarantee that other powerful beings of the same generation as Taoist Tianding didn't leave behind any leads. After all, the blood prison was something that had once been renowned throughout the entire Blood Sky continent, Taoist Qingping said. Alright, we can't do anything about that anyway, so there's no need to speculate any further on the subject. It's about time that we continued onward, Xiaoming said as he cast his gaze toward the area that Han Li had just entered. Mistress Wanhua and Taoist Qingping naturally didn't raise any objections. Thus, the 3 of them also flew into the area enshrouded under the blue light barrier, except they chose an entry point that was quite far away from Han Li's. What a cold place. Han Li was hovering in the air above a glacial world that was covered by a layer of blue snow with a peculiar expression. There was a glacial aura all throughout the surrounding area, and there were even certain parts of his body where layers of blue frost had accumulated as the glacial chi had pierced through the protective spiritual light there. Ever since he had attained complete mastery over his Provenance True Devil arts, it was extremely rare for him to feel this cold. Judging from the glacial aura manifested by the illusion in this area, it was clear that the restriction here was far more formidable than those in the areas he had previously passed through. After hovering in the air for a long while, a layer of silver flames suddenly appeared over his body, and the bone-chilling sensation immediately faded. Han Li then slowly flew straight ahead, but after traveling for only several kilometers, fierce winds suddenly erupted in all directions, and the countless snowflakes in the air abruptly transformed into thousands of blue ice peacocks. The peacocks spread their wings, releasing countless balls of blue light in a frenzy. Han Li briefly inspected these balls of light with his spiritual sense, and his expression changed slightly as he quickly made a hand seal, upon which the layer of silver flames around him thickened by several fold. In the next instant, the balls of light struck the silver flames in rapid succession before exploding one after another, creating a massive tornado as silver flames and blue light intertwined. Elsewhere in the same glacial area, Xiaoming's trio had released around a dozen treasures and were locked in a fierce battle against a group of close to 20 mountainous blue giants. These giants were all able to manipulate ice and snow to conjure up armor and all types of weapons, and no matter how much damage they sustained, they were able to instantly regenerate using the ice and snow in the area, making them even more troublesome to deal with than beings with immortal bodies. Thus, even though Xiaoming's trio was far more powerful than these giants, they were temporarily stalled. Within a massive hall that was filled with countless giant crimson pillars, the 3 witch spirit saints were carefully advancing while giving all of the pillars a wide berth. These pillars seemed to be quite ordinary from a distance, but at close quarters, one would discover that there were countless crimson skulls embedded onto their surfaces, and there was blood occasionally flowing down from the top of the pillars. Is this really the entrance to the blood prison, fellow Taoist you? The elderly man seated atop the giant centipede asked with a hint of unease in his voice. Rest assured, Brother Wu, you saw how easy it was to break through the restrictions outside this place. This indicates that the records in that ancient plaque are accurate, and that this is indeed the place where Taoist Tianding had imprisoned his powerful enemies. He, the most powerful being of our witch Dao, Master Tian Wu, once battled Taoist Tianding for 7 days and 7 nights before being defeated and imprisoned here. Otherwise, with Master Tian Wu's aptitude and powers, he would have definitely been able to ascend to the true immortal realm as well. The elderly man seated atop the black scorpion replied in a confident manner. This place really is quite unsettling, so I can see why Brother Wu is concerned. However, due to the fact that we're using witch Dao cultivation arts that are far different from normal cultivation arts, Taoist Tianding's inheritance may not be very useful for us. In contrast, we'll be sure to benefit immensely if we can obtain Master Tian Wu's cultivation arts and treasures from the blood prison. Perhaps we'll even have a chance of ascending to the true immortal realm in the future. As such, we have to venture into this blood prison even if there's some risk involved, the final elderly man said. Indeed. It's a pity that the stone plaque was damaged, and only the part that detailed the methods to counter the restrictions outside remained. If we knew how to counter the restrictions in here as well, then we'd have nothing to worry about, the elderly man with the U surname sighed. It's already a massive opportunity for us to find the exact location of the blood prison. There may be some powerful restrictions in here, but the 3 of us will definitely be able to break through them, the man with the Wu surname chuckled. In any case, it's too late for us to turn back now. Speaking of which, that brat with the giant ape form that we encountered outside was truly formidable. If fellow Taoist Xiao and the others hadn't appeared, I really wanted to refine that brat into a blood puppet, the man with the U surname said. That man's giant ape form is indeed extremely powerful, but his second transformation seemed to have stemmed from some type of devilish ability. With his powers, even the three of us most likely wouldn't have been able to take him down in a short time. We intentionally put on an inhospitable display so that no one would follow us into this blood prison, and I'm sure our plan worked, the elderly man with the Wu surname chuckled coldly. That's a strategy that we devised in advance, and I'm sure it would have at least been somewhat effective. Out of all of the people currently in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, only Xiao Ming's trio can pose a substantial threat to us. Xiao Mo is renowned as the deranged devil of the Bloodbone sect, and he's no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being. On top of that, he has Mistress Wan Hua and Taoist Qing Ping to assist him, so our chances of victory against them would be quite slim, the final elderly man said. No information has been transmitted to us by the spies we left behind, so it looks like Xiao Ming and the others didn't follow us. They must have some other target in mind. This is great news for us. We can focus all of our attention on this blood prison now, the man with the Wu surname chuckled coldly. Just as his companions were about to respond, their three giant steeds suddenly drew to an abrupt halt as they let loose a string of sharp cries while adopting wary stances. The three elderly men's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and they immediately released a series of treasures to defend themselves. The trio then cast their eyes up ahead with cautious expressions. What they failed to notice was that the blood pouring down the crimson pillars in the hall was gradually becoming more and more viscous while also taking on a reddish-black color. A burst of rustling suddenly rang out up ahead, and moments later, specks of green flames appeared in the dark space up ahead, following which a series of thumb-sized skeletal butterflies emerged. These butterflies had flames burning all over their skeletal bodies, creating a very unsettling sight to behold, and there were over 10,000 of them in total. Those are bone-engulfing butterflies. Get back! The man with the Wu surname immediately exclaimed upon catching a clear glimpse of these butterflies, and his companions' faces also paled significantly upon seeing this. The three of them immediately shot back in retreat atop their respective steeds, while the swarm of butterflies followed along silently behind them. They were fleeing at over 100 times the speed that they had come, and they instantly covered a distance of several thousand feet. All of a sudden, a burst of sinister cackling rang out, and the reddish-black blood pouring down the crimson pillars converged to form a series of crimson skulls. As soon as these skulls appeared, they instantly swelled to the size of wagon wheels before pouncing toward the three elderly men to block their path of retreat. The expressions of the man with the Wu surname darkened slightly upon seeing this, but he remained calm as he said, "Those are blood spirits formed by the blood of the powerful beings who perished in the blood prison. Brother Yu, unleash the spirit warding technique right away. The two of us will keep these bone-engulfing butterflies and blood spirits at bay for you." "Alright, I'll be counting on you then, fellow Taoists," the man with the Yu surname replied as the centipede beneath him drew to a halt, and he immediately sat down onto his steed with his legs crossed. A series of dark green jade badges then flew out of his body before forming a strange formation that carried him upward. Chapter 2362. With Chapter Tao abilities at the same time, he began to chant an incantation, and a series of dark green spirit patterns appeared over his body before spreading at an incredible speed, covering almost every single inch of his skin before beginning to writhe and squirm as if they had sprung to life. From a distance, it looked as if countless thin green insects had appeared over the elderly man's body, presenting a very unsettling sight to behold. Right at this moment, one of the two other men released a crimson copper gong, and upon striking the gong, his head of white hair immediately stood up on end before detaching from his scalp, then transformed into countless winged white-scaled flying snakes that pounced directly toward the oncoming bone-engulfing butterflies. Meanwhile, the other elderly man raised a hand to release a pristine white gourd, which tipped itself over to pour out clouds of black chi that transformed into black hands with mouths at the palms. The black hands let loose a string of sharp cries before rushing toward the skulls on the other side. Thus, four groups of extremely strange-looking creatures began to engage in fierce battles, and dull thumps indicating bodies plummeting onto the ground were ringing out incessantly. The black palms and white flying snakes seemed to be quite ferocious, but they were clearly no match for the crimson skulls and white-boned butterflies, which were releasing crimson arrows and scorching green flames, respectively. It didn't take long before most of the black hands and white snakes to be eradicated, whereas only several tens of blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies had been destroyed. The two elderly men were looking on with pained expressions as one black hand and white snake was destroyed after another, as if they were losing something very precious to them. Soon, all of the hands and snakes were destroyed, and grim looks appeared on the faces of the two elderly men as the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies began to converge toward them again. The two of them exchanged a glance, and one of them let loose a loud roar, upon which a massive octopus-like insect projection appeared behind him before instantly brandishing its dozen or so tentacles. Each tentacle was over 100 feet in length and was riddled with dark green runes, and as the tentacles swiped through the air, they were able to send all of the blood spirits that they came into contact with flying back through the air. Meanwhile, a fingernail on one of the other elderly man's hands elongated to several inches in length and became as sharp as a knife. He then swept the fingernail toward his other shoulder, instantly dismembering his own arm, which exploded into a pile of flesh that hovered before him. Immediately thereafter, he tore off his own robes to reveal 7 or 8 fierce-looking insect tattoos on his chest. The elderly man then unleashed some type of secret technique, and the tattoos sprang out of his body before transforming into giant insects that were each around 100 feet in size that devoured the pile of blood and flesh before them. A cold look flashed through his eyes, and the bodies of the giant insects twisted and warped as they began to sprout a series of silver spikes. At the same time, they began to shimmer with golden light as if they had attained Vajra bodies, and they pounced toward the bone-engulfing butterflies amid a burst of loud hissing. Every time the tentacles lashed out, the runes on their surfaces would flash incessantly, and loud thunderclaps that threatened to shatter even the space around them would ring out one after another. It was clear that these two abilities were the two elderly men's trump cards, and they were able to keep the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies at bay. Meanwhile, the dark green patterns on the body of the man with the U surname converged to form an image of an 8-armed devilish creature. The image encompassed every single inch of his body, presenting a very unsettling sight to behold, as if he were wearing the skin of an azure devil. All of a sudden, he let loose a loud roar and countless green threads erupted out of his body to form a giant cocoon all around him. The cocoon then began to revolve at a rapid speed, and a string of ghostly howls rang out from within it. Immediately thereafter, the formation below the cocoon also began to emit a loud buzzing sound while releasing clouds of dark green devilish chi. A dull thump rang out as the giant cocoon exploded, and a menacing 8-armed devil emerged. The devilish creature was extremely burly and imposing with azure skin, and it slowly opened its gleaming green eyes. At this point, the other two elderly were beginning to struggle in the face of the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies. Close to half of the octopus-like insect projections feelers had been reduced to blood by the blood spirits, while most of the giant golden insects had already been devoured by the bone-engulfing butterflies. However, both of the elderly men were ecstatic to see the emergence of the 8-armed azure devil, and they immediately withdrew their secret techniques before flying toward the devilish creature. Thus, the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies were able to converge toward the trio from both sides before completely surrounding them. In this dire situation, the azure devil finally sprang into action. It lashed out with its 8 arms in unison, thrusting 4 palms toward each side. Bright golden light radiated from its 8 palms, and a golden seal text rune surfaced in each hand before instantly swelling to around 10 feet in size. The golden runes then each released a vast expanse of rainbow light, which immediately immobilized all of the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies upon contact. Moments later, the rainbow light flashed, and the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies were all reduced to dust as if they had encountered the bane of their existence. Within the span of just a few breaths, all of the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies were completely wiped out. Immediately thereafter, the 8-armored azure devil's aura subsided along with the rainbow light it had released, and it slowly withdrew its 8 arms. A dull thump suddenly rang out as the azure devil's skin fell away from head to toe, revealing the elderly man with the U surname again. However, his face was very pale, and his aura had abated significantly, indicating that he had expended a lot of energy. It's a good thing that the 3 of us came together. Otherwise, we would have been in huge trouble, the man with the U surname said with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Indeed. We already knew that the restrictions leading up to the blood prison would be extremely difficult to deal with, but I didn't think that we'd encounter creatures as fearsome as blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies. If any one of us had come here alone, then we'd be in grave peril, the elderly man with the Wu surname agreed. Seeing as 2 types of creatures have already appeared, we should be quite close to the true entrance of the blood prison, so this is good news, the final elderly man said with a smile. I certainly hope so. Let's continue, the man with Wu surname replied with a nod. Thus, the three of them began to advance onward again. Several days later, a giant golden ape with 3 heads and 6 arms was wielding a massive golden blade in each hand while engaged in a fierce battle against 2 blue ice WRMS. The giant ape was over 1,000 feet tall, while the ice WRMS were around 5,000 to 6,000 feet in length. Their bodies were covered by translucent blue scales, and they were conjuring up violent snowstorms while releasing bursts of glacial chi that was threatening to freeze this entire space solid. The massive ape was completely unfazed by the glacial conditions, but it was clearly rather wary of the 2 ice WRMS huge claws. After a few more exchanges, the giant ape suddenly let loose a thunderous roar before combining its 6 massive golden blades into one enormous blade that was over 10,000 feet in length, then sliced the 2 ice WRMS in half cleanly down the middle. However, the 4 remains of the 2 ice WRMS then transformed into 4 shorter ice WRMS before pouncing toward Han Li again. Right at this moment, the gigantic golden blade transformed into a sea of golden light at the giant ape's behest, then swept toward the 4 ice WRMS before slicing them into several tens of pieces. Blue light flashed from the remains of the ice WRMS, and they were about to transform into dozens of even shorter ice WRMS. However, before they could complete their transformation, one wave of golden light surged toward them after another, slicing them into thousands of pieces, and they finally completely disintegrated into specks of blue light. Only then did the massive ape withdraw the golden light, then quickly reverted back into its human form. The restriction here is truly quite troublesome. It's able to manifest close ice attribute creatures with powers infinitely approaching those of Grand Ascension stage beings. However, my calculations tell me that the exit should be just up ahead, Han Li murmured to himself as he flew onward through the snowstorm as a streak of golden light. All of this was only possible as he was a master of formations and possessed incredibly powerful spiritual sense. Otherwise, a normal cultivator would have already gotten completely lost in here. Around an hour later, the streak of golden light appeared in front of a stone platform enshrouded under a golden light barrier after slaying a few more powerful ice beasts. There was a small teleportation formation on the platform, and a smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. However, his smile faded slightly as he swept his spiritual sense toward the golden light barrier. This is a 5-elemental astral light barrier. I won't be able to break through it in a short time through conventional means. So be it, looks like I'll have to expend some more energy than anticipated. Han Li quickly made up his mind before making a grabbing motion, and a dark green longsword appeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light. As soon the sword appeared, the world's origin chi in the nearby area immediately began to tremor slightly. Han Li gripped onto the sword and took a deep breath as bright purplish golden light erupted from his body, while the Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him. He then gently slashed the long sword toward the golden light barrier down below. Chapter 2363, Huge plaque. The entire space seemed to dim slightly, and countless snowflakes were abruptly drawn toward the profound heavenly spirit/sword as if through a giant funnel, then vanished into the sword as the world's origin chi. A row of silver runes immediately appeared on the surface of the sword, and a streak of dark green sword chi swept forth before striking the golden light barrier. The sword chi began to glow with scintillating light, almost as if a green sun had appeared to inundate the entire light barrier. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the light barrier's surface, and countless 5-colored runes appeared, only to be melted away within the green sun. Finally, a dull thump rang out, and the entire light barrier was completely eradicated. Han Li's face was slightly pale as he withdrew the green longsword, then flew into the teleportation formation on the stone platform. He then pointed a finger at the edge of the formation, casting a white incantation seal, which vanished into thin air in a flash. A dull burst of dull rumbling rang out from the entire formation, and Han Li disappeared amid a flash of white light. In the next instant, Han Li re-emerged within a murky gray space, and there was a mountainous stone plaque that extended into the heavens situated up ahead. The stone plaque was so massive that there was no end to it in sight from the bottom, and it was entirely of a translucent crimson color with countless thick silver runes etched on its surface, presenting a very mysterious sight to behold. Han Li looked at the stone plaque, then inspected the murky gray space around him, and a hint of befuddlement appeared in his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, this place had nothing to do with the palace cluster he had seen from outside the light barrier. It seemed that he had been teleported into an unfamiliar place from the restriction in the last area. At the same time, Xiaoming's trio also finally emerged from the glacial restriction, and they were greeted by the sight of a golden palace and rows of silver pavilions that resembled an immortal paradise, but all of them wore dark expressions. This isn't where the centrum of the heavenly cauldron palace is situated. According to the records on the tome I inherited, the teleportation formation that we found earlier should have taken us directly to the centrum area. Why were we teleported here instead? Taoist Qing Ping murmured to himself in a puzzled manner. The records on the tome were definitely accurate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to make it all the way here. Some type of unforeseen change must have taken place in the restriction in the last area to result in this, Xiaoming analyzed. What kind of unforeseen change could there have been? Are you saying the restriction can mutate on its own? Mistress Wanhua was approaching her wit's end. That's hard to say. Taoist Tianding's formation mastery is far beyond what we can comprehend, and the Heavenly Cauldron Palace has existed for so many years, so it wouldn't be too surprising if the restrictions within the palace had undergone some type of change. Having said that, the restrictions in all the other areas had remained unchanged, yet this one has been altered. That's too suspicious to be a coincidence. I think this is a result of someone tampering with the restriction in that area, Xiaomin speculated. How is that possible? Aside from that human, no one would have been able to enter that area earlier than us. Even if someone had entered that area before all of us, there's no way they could have been able to alter such a complex giant restriction in such a short time, Mistress Wanhua countered. You seem to have forgotten about the people who entered the Heavenly Cauldron Palace during its last opening. Those people weren't powerful, but there were quite a few of them who possessed true keys. Back when the Heavenly Cauldron Palace was closed, I don't recall many of them returning alive, Xiaoming said. Taoist Qing Ping's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. So you're saying there are still survivors from the last group of people to have entered the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, and that someone among them altered this restriction? That should be the case. Otherwise, there's no way to explain all of this, Xiaoming replied. Generally speaking, this wouldn't be possible. Upon closure of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, everyone would be automatically evicted, and those who forcibly stayed behind using secret techniques would be killed by the restrictions in the palace. Having said that, if there were someone even more powerful than Taoist Tianding had been, they would have been able to resist the restrictions in the palace. Perhaps they've already entered the centrum area and obtained the Taoist Tianding's full inheritance. In that case, they'd be able to stay in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, and it would be a simple matter for them to change the exit of a certain area. If that's what we're dealing with here, then that would be very bad news, Taoist Qing Ping said with a concerned expression. The Heavenly Cauldron Palace was constructed directly prior to Taoist Tianding's ascension, so it's next to impossible that an entrant to the palace would be even more powerful than Taoist Tianding himself, and it's also very unlikely that someone has already seized control of the centrum or taken Taoist Tianding's full inheritance. Otherwise, the entire palace would have already been taken rather than appearing here on schedule as it did, Xiaoming analyzed. Mistress Wanhua's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. In that case, the person who remained in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace should only be able to control part of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace's restrictions, and they haven't gained complete control over the centrum, nor Taoist Tianding's full inheritance. That's most likely the case, Xiaoming replied in a confident manner. In that case, we still have great chances. However, seeing as the route detailed in the tome is no longer reliable, we'll have to use the brute force method to access the centrum by forcing our way through another light barrier in this area. According to the records, the centrum should be situated in a tall pagoda that resembles a giant stone plaque, Taoist Qing Ping revealed as a hint of elation appeared on his face. The restriction in the last area already took us so long to break through. Will we have enough time to go through it again? Won't the delay be too significant? Mistress Wanhua asked in a hesitant manner. We're already familiar with the restriction, so it should take us far less time to traverse through it the second time around. If worst comes to worst, we'll just have to employ some special methods to conserve as much time as possible, Xiaoming said. Mistress Wanhua and Taoist Qing Ping both nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them set off toward the light barrier that was barely visible in the distance, paying no heed to the golden palace and silver pavilions right before their eyes. Han Li flew a lap around the giant stone plaque, but was unable to find any entrance, and he returned to his starting point with his brows slightly furrowed. All of a sudden, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a small white vial within a ball of white light. The surface of the vial was extremely smooth, and it was close to completely transparent with a ball of crimson light flashing incessantly within it. Who would have thought that fellow Taoist Ice Soul's true body would actually be trapped here? If it weren't for the slight reaction displayed by this vial in the last area, I would have missed her, Hanli murmured to himself, then began to fly up along the side of the stone plaque while continuing to make laps around it. After flying for close to 20 laps, the ball of crimson light within the small vial suddenly brightened ever so slightly. This change was almost undetectable to the naked eye, but Hanli was able to notice it right away. Thus, he immediately drew to a halt before flying directly toward the stone plaque before stopping again in front of several lines of huge silver runes. Beveled silver text. This might stump someone else, but to me, hee. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he carefully inspected the lines of runes, then pointed a finger toward them a few times. The silver runes flashed slightly before converging and fusing as one to form an even larger silver rune, which began to revolve on the spot on its own. A black passageway was then suddenly opened up on the seemingly solid surface of the plaque. Han Li immediately flew into the passageway, upon which it quickly closed again. After landing on a patch of smooth ground, Han Li made a grabbing motion before hurling a white ball of light through the air, instantly illuminating the dark passageway so that it was as bright as day. He quickly inspected his surroundings to discover that this was a semicircular passageway, and the floor and walls were all lined with ordinary slabs of bluestone. However, there were some unidentifiable bright red spirit patterns etched onto the surface of this material, and those patterns were giving off a faint bloody odor. Han Li withdrew his gaze before releasing his enormous spiritual sense, and after just a brief moment, he heaved a slightly resigned sigh. As expected, spiritual sense was significantly more restricted in here than outside, and the flight restriction in this passageway was so powerful that even he could only hover a small distance above the ground. On top of that, the amount of magic power expenditure required to maintain flight also far exceeded that of normal flight restrictions. As expected of someone who had successfully ascended, the restrictions left behind by Taoist Tianding were truly remarkable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li strode forward and began to run at full speed. With his incredibly powerful physical body, his running speed was no slower than the flight speed of average Grand Ascension cultivators. There were no immediate dangers here, so there was naturally no need for him to maintain flight. However, after only advancing for a short distance, the passageway began to gradually slope upward. A short while later, Han Li was already situated over 1,000 feet higher than his starting point. All of a sudden, a bright light appeared up ahead, indicating the presence of an exit. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't pause even for a moment as he continued onward. However, as soon as he emerged into the giant hall beyond the passageway, he was rooted to the spot by what he saw. Chapter 2364. Metal Cage. The hall was around 300 to 400 feet tall, and its area exceeded 1,000 acres. However, what should have been a flat and smooth bluestone floor was riddled with pits and craters, as well as the remains of countless treasures. There were also sections of the ground that were charred black, and at the center of the hall was a massive beastly skeleton. The skeleton was as translucent as jade, and it resembled the skeleton of both a crocodile and a W-arm. It seemed that someone had engaged in a fierce battle with the massive beast here, but judging from these residual traces, the battle had taken place a very long time ago. Han Li appraised the beastly skeleton briefly with an intrigued expression, and judging from its residual aura, he was able to immediately identify the skeleton to have belonged to a beast at the pinnacle of the body integration stage. The fact that such a fierce battle had been waged against a mere body integration stage beast indicated that its opponents were definitely below the Grand Ascension stage, but they wouldn't have been too weak either. Looking at the remains of the treasures on the ground, Han Li could tell that the giant beast had most likely had around 4 to 5 opponents. After inspecting the area for a while longer, Han Li suddenly cast his gaze toward a wooden shelf in the corner of the hall. This was a black shelf that was around 20 to 30 feet long, with around a dozen silver platters of different sizes positioned on it in 2 rows. However, the platters were all empty, and their contents had clearly already been taken by someone. Thus, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer as he made his way directly toward the exit on the other side of the hall. The same azure passageway resumed, and on this occasion, it took Han Li quite a while to finally emerge on the other side. In doing so, he arrived in a space that was several times bigger than even the hall from before. There were a few white clouds drifting in the air up above, and the ground was comprised of fine white sand. At the center of this space stood a triangular monastery-like building. Han Li took a glance at the building before flipping a hand over to summon the small vial. The ball of crimson light in the vial didn't display any reaction, and his brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he still made his way toward the gate of the monastery, which was already wide open. The three witch spirit saints were standing before a sea of black mist that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The mist was surging violently as if it were a living creature, occasionally releasing gusts of glacial winds alongside blood-curdling howls. The three of them were looking very exhausted, and their auras had diminished even further. Even the three giant steeds beneath them had already vanished, but they were all looking into the sea of mist with excitement in their eyes. This was because there was a crimson pavilion situated within the sea of mist. The pavilion was over 1,000 feet tall with countless crimson runes etched onto its surface, and at the very top were the words Blood Prison, in 2 huge silver ancient characters. So this is the Blood Prison. It's a little different from how I envisioned, the elderly man with the surname remarked. This is most likely an illusion. Let me try and dispel it, the elderly man with the surname replied. Immediately thereafter he swept a sleeve through the air to release an azure wooden badge with a black ghostly head embedded onto it, then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the badge. The badge instantly swelled to around the size of a human head, and azure runes began to appear on its surface. At the same time the ghostly head also opened its eyes and mouth. A pillar of azure light erupted out of the ghostly head's mouth before transforming into a massive pillar of azure wind that vanished into the sea of mist in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of loud rumbling rang out, and all of the nearby mist was swept away by the fierce azure winds, opening up a clear passageway. The three witch spirit saints peered carefully into the passageway. Upon their expressions all changed slightly. Beneath the passageway was a giant lake filled with viscous crimson water, and there were countless thumb-sized white maggot-like insects swimming along the lake's surface, sending chills running down the onlooker's spine. Is this the true appearance of the blood prison? Could this be an illusion as well? The elderly man with the surname asked in a stunned manner. No illusion could maintain itself in the face of my azure astral winds, the man with the Wu surname replied before opening his mouth to release several balls of energy into the azure wooden badge. The wind surging out of the ghostly head's mouth immediately became over 10 times as powerful, and one pillar of wind was being released after another. A short while later most of the sea of mist had been dispelled, thereby revealing most of the crimson lake. The three elderly men cast their eyes downward, upon which elated looks appeared in their eyes. Aside from the countless maggots on the lake's surface, around a dozen black metal cages of different sizes had also been revealed. The smallest of these cages were only around 10 feet tall, while the largest ones were over 10,000 feet in size. Their surfaces were riddled with unidentifiable golden runes, and there were countless sharp crimson spikes extending into the cage, presenting a menacing sight to behold. Most of the cage's doors were already wide open, with only a few that were still seamless and unopened, and within each of those unopened cages was a corpse in different poses. These beings had clearly perished countless years ago, and all of them had vastly differing bone structures, but their residual auras still struck the three witch spirit saints with a sense of apprehension. These must be the enemies sealed here by Taoist Tian Ding. As expected, all of them were extremely powerful. We'll have to examine these bodies carefully to see which one belongs to Master Tian Wu, the final elderly man said with excitement in his eyes. Master Tian Wu was a practitioner of witch Dao cultivation arts, so his remains are definitely different from the others. We'll be able to easily identify it once we get a little closer, the elderly man with the Wu surname replied. The other bodies all belong to extremely powerful beings as well, so they're definitely carrying formidable treasures. We can't just leave them, the elderly man with the Wu surname said with a hint of greed and urgency in his eyes. Of course. However, our main objective is Master Tian Wu, so let's obtain his inheritance first before we think about anything else, the elderly man with the Wu surname decided. The other two elderly men felt this to be a reasonable suggestion, and they each released several protective treasures before flying directly toward the black metal cage that was closest to them. This crimson lake was extremely unsettling, so the three of them naturally didn't dare to take any chances. Much to their surprise and elation, the lake remained completely calm and placid even as they reached the metal cage. The body in the cage was far more petite than that of a normal person, and after carefully examining it with their spiritual sense, all of them shook their heads before flying toward another metal cage. The second corpse wasn't the one they were searching for either, and before they knew it, they had reached the center of the entire lake, arriving at the fourth metal cage. In contrast with the previous three, this metal cage was one of the largest on the entire lake, standing at 5,000 to 6,000 feet tall. Aside from the sharp spikes extending inward, there was also an extremely long crimson chain that was bound countless times around the body inside. The chain itself was in rather bad condition. Not only was its surface riddled with rust, there were even some cracks that were visible, and it seemed that the body had struggled violently for some time prior to its passing. The corpse in the cage belonged to a horse-human hybrid creature, and every single one of its bones was of a translucent green color with faint traces of golden light flowing through them. The upper body of this creature was completely identical to that of a normal human except it was extremely massive, while its lower body was close to 1,000 feet in length, and the 4 giant hooves of the corpse were the only parts where some silver fur remained. There's no mistaking it, this is Senior Tianwu's body, the elderly man with the Yu surname immediately concluded upon sensing the fearsome aura emanating from the body. This is indeed a witch Dao aura. As expected of Master Tianwu to have retained such a powerful aura this many years after his death, the final elderly man also chimed in an excited manner. In contrast, the elderly man with the Wu surname was looking on with slightly furrowed brows. Where is Master Tianwu's inheritance? His words acted as a reminder to his 2 companions, and only then did they discover that there seemed to be nothing else in the cage aside from the giant corpse. All of a sudden, one of the elderly men's eyes lit up, and he suddenly pointed toward a certain part of the giant body. What's that? The other 2 hurriedly directed their attention to the same spot, upon which they discovered that there was a black shadow embedded onto one of the corpse's massive ribs. Upon closer inspection, this seemed to be a black jade slip. These are definitely the remains of Master Tianwu, so let's break open this cage first, the elderly man with the Yu surname suggested. His 2 companions naturally had no objections, and thus, the treasures they had summoned were sent flying directly toward the metal cage with tremendous force. A resounding boom rang out, and scintillating golden light erupted from the metal cage, while the cage itself only tremored slightly before the light faded, and everything returned to normal. The elderly man with the Wu surname focused his gaze onto the cage, upon which his expression immediately darkened slightly. Not a single trace had been left on the surface of the cage. Let me have another go, the elderly man with the Yu surname said as a fierce look appeared in his eyes, and he made a grabbing motion to summon a short crimson sword with countless spirit insect images etched onto its surface. There was also a pristine white thumb-sized crystal embedded into the hilt of the sword, and he gripped onto the sword before suddenly slicing off several fingers from his other hand. He then began to chant something while pointing toward a certain patch of space, and the severed fingers immediately disintegrated into bursts of blood mist that flowed into the short sword. Chapter 2365. Carcass. The short sword began to emit a buzzing sound, while the images of the insects began to roam over the sword's blade as if they had sprung to life. The elderly man with the Yu surname swept an arm through the air, and the short sword immediately hurtled toward the metal cage as a streak of crimson light. As soon as the streak of crimson light struck the cage, countless arcs of golden lightning erupted amid a loud thunderclap. The crimson light was immediately repelled, then returned to the elderly man's hand as a short sword again. This is divine devilbane lightning. The elderly man was stunned to see this, and he hurriedly examined the short sword to find that several thin cracks had appeared on its surface, indicating that it had suffered severe damage. If Han Li were present, he would also be stunned to see this. The golden lightning that had erupted from the metal cage did indeed appear to be rather similar to divine devilbane lightning, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was different. The lightning was also of a shimmering golden color, but it was intermingled with purplish golden runes, and it was far more powerful than Han Li's divine devilbane lightning. It really is divine devilbane lightning. Wait, no, it doesn't seem to be ordinary divine devilbane lightning. I recall that Taoist Tianding had mastered several types of lightning, as well as an ability that allowed him to refine and purify lightning, and this ability could increase the power of lightning abilities by over tenfold, the final elderly man said with furrowed brows. That's a huge problem. Divine devilbane lightning is extremely effective against witch Dao abilities to begin with. How are we going to counter this purified divine devilbane lightning? The elderly man with the Yu surname asked as he stowed his short sword away. The sword didn't appear to be all that remarkable, but it actually possessed several incredible abilities, so he was extremely frustrated that it had been damaged here. Rest assured, no matter how powerful this divine devilbane lightning is, it's not being wielded by anyone, so dispelling it will only be a matter of time. There's definitely more than just one restriction on this cage, and the latter restrictions will most likely be even more difficult to counter. That's what I'm most worried about, the elderly man with the Wu surname said as he appraised the sharp spikes on the cage and the crimson chain binding the corpse. No matter how difficult it's going to be, we have to succeed. Otherwise, our efforts up to this point would all be wasted. Let me see if my infernal Een water will be able to dispel this divine devil-bane lightning, the final elderly man said before opening his mouth to release a grey gourd. He then pointed a finger at the gourd, and it tipped itself over to pour out a wave of inky black water. The water seemed to possess incredible glacial powers, and as soon as it emerged, the air temperature plummeted drastically. At the same time, wisps of grey chi began to spread through the air, releasing a rotten odor. The black water swirled around up above at the elderly man's behest, transforming into a black WM before pouncing viciously toward the cage. Countless golden runes appeared once again on the surface of the cage amid a loud thunderclap, and another shimmering golden lightning net emerged. The black water and golden lightning immediately clashed amid a resounding boom. Han Li was standing in a massive hall with a contemplative look on his face, appraising an extremely lifelike statue situated on an altar up ahead. The statue was around the same size as an actual person, and it depicted a middle-aged Taoist priest in a set of white Taoist robes with a crimson longsword slung diagonally across his back. The statue's gaze was directed diagonally forward, and it wore an indifferent expression. On either side of this statue was a giant azure falcon statue, and a silver praying mantis statue, both of which were also extremely lifelike and menacing to behold. This should be Taoist Tianding. I can't think of anyone else with such a graceful bearing, Han Li murmured to himself before inspecting his surroundings to find 4 crimson-armored puppets, each of which was around 20 feet tall, lying on the ground in a lopsided manner, as well as 2 unidentifiable corpses. The 4 puppets were completely still, but their suits of armor were giving off a bright sheen, and they were completely undamaged as were the weapons that they were wielding, making it seem as if they could spring back to life at any moment. As for the 2 corpses, one was missing half of its body with 4 black flying swords snapped into over 10 pieces littered all around it. The other corpse was missing its head, and there was a broken purple shield and a short silver ruler that had been completely twisted lying beside it. The 2 corpses were each situated between 2 puppets, and judging from the state that they were in, it seemed that they had perished in battle against these puppets. Judging from the residual auras of these corpses, they had most likely been among the people who had battled the giant beast in the hall on the first floor. Han Li carefully inspected the 2 corpses several times, but didn't find any other treasures. Thus, he abruptly vanished on the spot before appearing behind the statue of Taoist Tianding. There was a damaged small formation behind the statue, at the center of which was a white stone platform with a diameter of around 10 feet. There were several indentations of different shapes on the platform, seemingly to accommodate certain items, but the items within those slots had already been taken. At the edge of the formation were 2 more corpses lying side by side on the ground, and one of them was wearing a suit of shattered silver armor with a bony hand piercing straight through its dantian. As for the other corpse, it was clothed in a green robe and completely inky black in color, seemingly having perished after being afflicted by some type of lethal poison. On this occasion, Han Li only took a glance at the 2 corpses before sweeping a hand through the air, upon which 4 storage bracelets of different colors emerged before flying into his grasp with unerring accuracy. Han Li briefly inspected the contents of the storage bracelets with his spiritual sense before calmly stowing them away, then began to inspect the damaged formation. This is a teleportation formation. After a brief inspection, Han Li immediately discovered what this formation was, but unfortunately, it was a disposable formation that was already completely destroyed, and even with his mastery in the art of formations, he wouldn't be able to repair it in a short time. After walking several laps around the formation, Han Li suddenly raised an eyebrow before stopping at a dark red indentation on the formation. He made a grabbing motion toward the slot, and a small ball of extremely feeble crimson light emerged, looking as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. He then flipped a hand over to produce the small vial that contained the Blood Soul's blood essence, and as soon as the small vial appeared, the ball of crimson light immediately flew toward it before vanishing into the vial in a flash. As a result, the crimson light within the small vial glowed slightly brighter than before. As expected, this is a drop of fellow Taoist Ice Soul's blood essence. It seems that she passed through here and used this teleportation formation, Han Li murmured to himself as a faint smile appeared on his face, and he cast his gaze toward the damaged formation again. He swept a sleeve through the air to release a string of formation treasures, as well as around a dozen fist-sized crystals of different colors, all of which hovered in mid-air around the formation. He then pointed a finger toward the formation, and a thin azure thread that was several feet in length shot out of his fingertip before quickly repairing the damaged spirit patterns on the formation. It would be impossible to completely restore the formation, but with Han Li's mastery in the art of formations, restoring around 70% to 80% of the formation would be enough for him to use it. A day later, a burst of astonishing energy fluctuations erupted from the Crimson Lake, and a black monster with the head of a deer and the body of a human suddenly appeared amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. It then slashed the giant silver blade it was wielding viciously downward, and a sharp screeching sound rang out as wisps of green chi surged out of the silver blade, forming a series of balls of green light. The nearby space immediately began to warp and twist in the wake of the giant blade, as if it were about to be sliced apart. Another earth-shattering boom rang out, and a scintillating green sun erupted beneath the blade before expanding further and further. A devastatingly destructive aura surged forth in all directions in a frenzy, forcing back the water in the lake to expose a section of the lake bed with a diameter of around half a kilometer, revealing countless white skeletons. All of a sudden, a bolt of silver lightning as thick as a water tank flashed through the sky, and dark clouds suddenly converged before blood began to rain down from the heavens, encompassing the entire Crimson Lake down below. Only after the green sun faded was the scene down below revealed. Currently, the three witch spirit saints were hovering in mid-air, and each of them was holding a statue that was around a foot tall and completely identical to that deer-human hybrid creature. A huge gash that was over 100 feet in length had been inflicted onto the top of the giant metal cage before them. The elderly man with the Yu surname chortled with glee upon seeing this. "Haha, we finally managed to break this cage open. What are you waiting for, fellow Taoists? Let's go in together." He then stowed the statue in his hand away before flying toward the gash on the metal cage as a streak of green light. The other two elderly men also flew into the cage in a flash with excited expressions. As for the deer-human hybrid beast, it remained hovering in the air above the cage in a stationary manner. The three elderly men re-emerged over 100 feet in the air above the carcass of the horse-human hybrid creature, and they were carefully appraising the chained carcass with elated looks in their eyes. However, the three of them were very cautious, and instead of landing beside the body right away, they exchanged a few wary glances before the elderly man with the Wu surname carefully flicked a ball of black light toward the corpse down below. Much to their surprise, as soon as the ball of black light fell upon the long crimson chain, it immediately burst into flames, and within the span of just a few breaths, the chain had been incinerated into ashes. In contrast, the corpse was completely unaffected by the black flames, retaining its smooth and pristine appearance. The three elderly men were ecstatic to see this, and the man with the Wu surname immediately snuffed out his black flames. He then drifted over to the part of the corpse that he had been examining earlier. Sure enough, there was an indistinct jade slip-like shadow at the center of that rib. His two companions also drifted down from above with excited expressions. "Can you identify what this thing is?" the elderly man with the Wu surname asked with slightly furrowed brows after appraising the black shadow for a short while. "I'm afraid not. There's some type of power in Master Tian Wu's bones that can disrupt spiritual sense. As soon as my spiritual sense seeps into the bone, it's immediately dispelled, so I'm unable to identify what that object is," the elderly man with the Yu surname replied in a slightly frustrated manner. "My spiritual sense is far inferior to yours, so there's no way I'd be able to identify the object if even you're unable to," the final elderly man sighed. "Regardless of what it is, it was left behind by Master Tian Wu, so it most likely has something to do with his inheritance. Everything will be made clear to us once we secure the object," the elderly man with the Yu surname said. Before his companions had a chance to reply, he summoned a thin white bone sword in his hand amid a flash of white light, then slashed it viciously toward the black shadow. The bone sword struck the rib amid a dull thump, only for the enormous power imbued within the sword to completely vanish in an instant. The sword was then repelled by a burst of tremendous force, and it hadn't even left a scratch on the rib's surface. Not only were the three witch spirit saints not disheartened by this, they were all ecstatic to see this. The fact that even the remains of Master Tian Wu were this powerful was sufficient testament to just how formidable the cultivation arts he had used would have been. This made the three witch spirit saints even more eager to obtain his inheritance. "It looks like we won't be able to break through this rib using normal treasures, but if we use anything more powerful than this underworld bone sword, we run the risk of destroying the item inside the rib. As a safety precaution, I'll extract it using a secret technique, the elderly man with the Wu surname decided. The expression of the elderly man with the Wu surname changed slightly upon hearing this. You're going to use the penetration technique? Only by using that technique can I extract the item without damaging this body, the elderly man with the Wu surname replied. But using that technique requires a massive amount of magic power expenditure, and you've already used up a lot of energy. Will you be able to execute the technique successfully? The final elderly man asked in a concerned manner. Rest assured, I wouldn't be suggesting this if I couldn't do it. Even if I were to fail, it still wouldn't be too late to resort to more violent tactics. The other two elderly men naturally couldn't say anything further upon hearing this. Thus, the elderly man with the Wu surname summoned a red pill before swallowing it, then sat down to meditate. After a while, a hint of color returned to his face as he stood up again, and at this point, his slightly feeble aura had recovered significantly. He cast his gaze toward the black shadow within the rib, then began to make a rapid string of hand seals while chanting a profound incantation. The other two elderly men looked on from the side with solemn expressions as the chanting grew louder and louder, and the world's origin chi nearby began to tremor and pulse in a peculiar rhythmic manner. Immediately thereafter, a series of unidentifiable white runes appeared around the elderly man with the Wu surname, and they also began to tremor rhythmically while emitting a faint buzzing sound. He then ceased making hand seals before slowly reaching a hand out toward the black shadow. Right at this moment, the white runes nearby abruptly turned transparent, and the elderly man's outstretched hand also became completely translucent. As soon as his transparent fingers came into contact with the bone, it passed directly through as if it had no substantial form, reaching directly for the black shadow inside. This seemingly simple maneuver was whittling down his magic power at an incredible rate, and within mere moments sweat was pouring down his face, which had turned completely pale. Finally, he locked his fingers around the black shadow before withdrawing his hand at a speed far slower than when it had reached into the bone. Just as all of the transparent runes were beginning to flash erratically, he finally withdrew his hand out of the bone, and it returned to its normal state. Almost at the exact same moment, all of the nearby runes exploded on their own amid a dull thump. The elderly man with the Wu surname was drenched in sweat at this point, but he wore an ecstatic expression. The other two elderly men were also ecstatic, and the one with the Wu surname hurriedly urged, "Let us have a look, Brother Wu. We have to see if this jade slip contains Master Tian Wu's cultivation art inheritance." The elderly man with the Wu surname offered no reply, but he took a deep breath before raising his hand and slowly opening his fingers, revealing an inky black jade badge that was riddled with spirit patterns. The elderly man with the Wu surname faltered slightly upon seeing this, but before he had a chance to react, the elderly man with the Wu surname suddenly hurled the jade badge high up into the air as his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he shot back in retreat just as the jade badge exploded, sending countless black runes surging through the air in all directions. As soon as the runes came into contact with the giant corpse down below, they burrowed their way into the bones with all their might as if they had sprung to life. The three witch spirit saints had naturally all taken evasive measures, but they were too close to the jade badge during its explosion, and some of the black runes managed to burrow into their bodies in a flash, completely disregarding their protective spiritual light. The three elderly men were extremely alarmed by this, and they immediately unleashed their most powerful defensive treasures and abilities to protect themselves. However, regardless of what they did, all three of them plummeted out of the sky in the next instant before landing heavily on the giant body down below. At this point, black lines had appeared all over their bodies, covering virtually every single inch of their skin. Their physical bodies and true essence all became extremely numb, and there were even black threads binding around the nascent souls within their bodies, thereby completely immobilizing them. This was naturally an extremely alarming turn of events for the three witch spirit saints. Right at this moment, the black runes also began to spread over the entire giant corpse nearby as countless black lines, yet just as the black lines were about to cover the entire body, two specks of green light suddenly appeared within the corpse's empty eye sockets. The specks of green light then transformed into two balls of scorching green flames, and at the same time, a crimson light barrier appeared over the entire massive corpse, then transformed into countless crimson threads that also vanished into its body in a flash. In the next instant, the red and black threads intertwined and began to writhe violently while devouring one another as if they were sworn enemies. As a result, black and red light began to flash erratically over the entire corpse. That thing's transforming into a baleful blood corpse. That jade slip isn't Master Tian Wu's inheritance. It's a restriction badge used by Taoist Tian Ding to repress this transformation. The final elderly man exclaimed as his face completely paled upon seeing this. The other two elderly men also began to panic as they tried to draw upon their magic power with all their might, but those black threads had already adhered tightly to all parts of their meridians, thereby preventing them from being able to unleash any abilities or secret techniques. All of a sudden, a strange cry rang out from within the giant corpse's cavernous mouth, and the green flames within its eye sockets flashed as its body began to tremor slightly. At the same time, the crimson threads within its body became several times thicker, destroying all of the black threads before devouring them. The black threads within the corpse began to recede at a rapid rate discernible even to the naked eye, and the giant corpse laid a hand onto the ground before supporting itself up into a sitting position amid a burst of loud rumbling. The three witch spirit saints were petrified upon seeing this. Under normal circumstances, the three of them wouldn't have to fear this baleful blood corpse, but in their current states, they were essentially sitting ducks waiting to be slaughtered. Right as the baleful blood corpse was about to destroy the restriction left behind by Taoist Tian Ding, the three elderly men finally sprang into action. Two of them let loose loud roars as their heads exploded in unison, and a miniature humanoid figure flew out of each of their bodies within a cloud of mist. As for the final elderly man, green light flashed within his eyes, and green runes appeared all over his skin, following which countless vines and branches erupted out of his body in a frenzy, instantly transforming him into a massive tree creature that was over 100 feet tall. As soon as the tree creature took shape, it immediately regained some ability to move, and it flailed its limbs violently through the air as a burst of shockwaves surged through its body to shatter part of the black threads. It then strode forward as a cloud of mist emerged beneath its feet, carrying it up into the sky. The baleful blood corpse formed by Master Tian Wu's remains had been moving quite sluggishly up to this point, but it suddenly reached out like lightning with both hands, releasing countless crimson threads that intertwined to form a lethal net. The tree creature had only just risen up into the air when its body was sliced into countless pieces by the net. A burst of green chi emerged from the remains of the tree creature, transforming into a faint green shadow that covered a distance of over 200 feet in a flash. Yet right as it was about to catch up to the two miniature figures up ahead, the giant corpse suddenly opened its mouth to release a burst of dazzling crimson light. The space around the green shadow abruptly tightened, and a burst of incredible powerful suction force erupted behind it. It only had a chance to let loose an anguished cry before it was dragged down into the corpse's mouth by the crimson light and quickly devoured, unable to offer any resistance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the nascent souls of the remaining two elderly men rushed out of the metal cage, then turned around just in time to see the demise of their companion. The two of them were furious to see this, and one of the nascent souls rubbed its hands together to summon a ball of black flames, which then transformed into a giant black scorpion projection. The nascent soul then made a hand seal and was about to send the projection flying into the cage when the other nascent soul suddenly grabbed onto its arm. That type of attack won't do anything. We've lost our physical bodies and expended too much energy. There's no way we'll be able to do anything to this baleful blood corpse. Our top priority now should be to escape. Otherwise, all three of us will perish here. As soon as the nascent soul's voice trailed off, the metal cage down below tremored violently, and the giant corpse stood up on one leg in a shaky manner before directing its fiery green eyes toward the two nascent souls outside. At this point, most of the black threads within the corpse's body had already been devoured, and there was only a small portion left in its other leg, continuing to struggle against the crimson threads. Both of the nascent souls shuddered involuntarily at the sight of the corpse's menacing gaze, and the first nascent soul gritted its teeth as it withdrew its giant scorpion projection. "You're right, Brother Wu. Let's go. You've made a wise decision, Brother Yu. As long as we're still alive, we'll be able to take our revenge eventually," the other nascent soul said. All of a sudden, the corpse within the metal cage let loose a bone-chilling roar, and its other leg swayed as it slowly began to stand up straight. The nascent souls didn't dare to linger any longer upon seeing this, and they immediately flew away as two streaks of light, one azure and one white. The two nascent souls quickly rushed all the way to the edge of the Crimson Lake, and they were just about to escape from this area when a burst of rumbling suddenly rang out up ahead, following which a vast expanse of crimson light surged toward them without any warning. The two nascent souls were quite alarmed to see this, and they hurriedly drew to a halt before exchanging a quick glance. One of them then made a hand seal to summon its black scorpion projection again, while the other opened its mouth to release a small azure bell and a white bone shield. The crimson light appeared to be extremely far away, but it reached them in a flash, following which 5 identical young men emerged. "You're the 5 Shuehi clones," one of the nascent souls exclaimed. "Why are you here? Have you been following us this entire time, waiting for an opportunity to ambush us?" The other nascent soul asked as a hint of killing intent flashed through its eyes. However, the 5 young men remained still on the spot with wooden expressions, as if they couldn't hear what was being said to them. The 2 nascent souls both faltered slightly upon hearing this, and only then did they begin to carefully inspect the 5 Shuehi clones, upon which they finally discovered that there was something amiss. The 5 Shuehi clones all had crimson light flashing within their eyes, and their smooth skin had become dried and withered. At the same time they were giving off a rank rotten odor. A thought immediately occurred to the 2 nascent souls upon seeing this, and their expressions darkened significantly. After exchanging a brief glance with one another, the 2 nascent souls immediately began to slowly retreat, opening up some distance between themselves and the 5 Shuehi clones. "Where are you going, fellow Taoists? You've already lost your physical bodies, so why not hand over your nascent souls for my consumption?" A sinister voice suddenly rang out nearby, following which a murky crimson figure emerged above the 5 Shuehi clones amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. "Do you really think we're completely at your mercy just because we've lost our physical bodies?" one of the nascent souls replied in an enraged voice. "Perhaps I wouldn't be able to capture the 2 of you on my own, but with these 5 blood puppets, it'll be a simple task." The crimson figure chuckled coldly before making a hand seal, and a burst of loud rumbling rang out from all directions as countless crimson clouds suddenly took shape without any warning, surrounding the pair of nascent souls as well as the Crimson Shadow and the 5 Shuehi clones. The mysterious crimson figure then pounced toward the 2 nascent souls with a triumphant smile on his face. Meanwhile, the 5 Shuehi clones each released a streak of sword chi that was over 100 feet in length, which swept toward the 2 nascent souls with ferocious might. The pair of nascent souls naturally unleashed different treasures and abilities to defend themselves, but they were immediately forced onto the back foot, and a hint of despair appeared in their eyes. Having lost their physical bodies, they definitely wouldn't be able to last too long, and being captured was only a matter of time. Sure enough, a short while later, the crimson figure was examining several new treasures that he was holding with a pleased expression, and the crimson light emanating from his body had become noticeably denser. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar rang out from the center of the crimson lake. "That's a baleful blood corpse. Hee, I only intended to obtain Taoist Tianding's inheritance. Who would have thought that I would encounter a baleful blood corpse instead? On top of that, this is a baleful blood corpse of someone who was considered to be extremely powerful even among Grand Ascension stage beings. Once I refine this corpse, it'll be extremely effective both in battle, as well as for resisting heavenly tribulations." The crimson figure murmured to himself with an elated expression before stowing his new treasure away as he cast a cold gaze toward the direction where the roar had come from. He then swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of crimson light to sweep up the 5 Shuehi clones before flying directly toward the center of the crimson lake. At this point, the baleful blood corpse had finally completely devoured the black threads within its body and risen to its feet. In the face of the crimson light surging toward it, the corpse let loose another thunderous roar before flying out of the cage with a ferocious look in its eyes. Moments later, a fierce battle ensued in the air above the lake. "I've finally repaired the formation. It should be able to support 2 or 3 more teleportations now," Hanli murmured to himself with a faint smile on his face as he appraised the repaired formation. During the past half a day, he had repaired and even slightly altered the formation with the materials he was carrying, thereby restoring its teleportation ability. He quickly made a hand seal, and the formation was easily activated amid a faint buzzing sound, upon which he immediately strode into the formation before vanishing on the spot amid a flash of white light. In the next instant he arrived in a dark space. Blue light flashed within his eyes, and he was able to quickly take in his surroundings. At this moment he was situated on the summit of a small mountain with several giant pine trees around him that were over 100 feet tall, while a small teleportation formation lay beneath his feet. There were even more mountains and trees in the distance, and it seemed that he was situated in a mountain range. After only a brief inspection of the surrounding area, Hanli suddenly swept a sleeve through the air to release an azure flying sword, which instantly swelled to over 1,000 feet in size before circling around in the air while releasing bright azure light. He then uttered the word, "slash," and the giant blade released massive sword projections over 10,000 feet in length in all directions. The space before the sword projections was instantly sliced apart, and the surrounding area immediately brightened as the mountain range twisted and warped before transforming into pristine white stone walls that were over 100 feet tall. The walls surrounded the small mountain and the trees around him in all directions, and it was revealed that he was situated in a massive courtyard. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he inspected the white stone wall in the distance, and a peculiar look suddenly appeared on his face as he turned toward a certain tree on the small mountain. "You've been hiding there for quite some time now. Are you going to come out and meet me, or do I have to make you reveal yourself?" "It sounds like you've been aware of my presence for quite some time already." A pleasant voice rang out as spatial fluctuations erupted behind the tree, following which a yellow-robed beauty emerged before appraising Han Li with a wary expression. This woman was completely identical in appearance to the Blood Soul, and a faint smile appeared on his face upon seeing this. However, his expression then changed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense toward the woman. "I didn't think I would encounter you as soon as I entered this space, fellow Taoist Ice Soul. On top of that, it looks like you've already progressed to the Grand Ascension stage," Han Li said. Indeed, this woman was also releasing a Grand Ascension stage aura, but it was still slightly unstable, indicating that she had only made the breakthrough recently. The yellow-robed woman was quite surprised to hear this, and she asked in a cautious manner, "How do you know of me? Isn't this the first time we've met?" Even though she was also a Grand Ascension cultivator, her cultivation base hadn't been consolidated yet, so she was naturally quite wary of the other Grand Ascension stage beings to have entered this heavenly cauldron palace. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I am also a human cultivator, and I was asked to come and rescue you by your Blood Soul clone. As for how I managed to find you, that's all thanks to this," Han Li replied as he made a grabbing motion to summon a small translucent vial that was flashing with faint crimson light, then tossed it toward the woman. Fairy Ice Soul caught the small vial before examining its contents, upon which an elated look appeared on her face. "So you're also a human Grand Ascension cultivator, and you're carrying a drop of my Blood Soul clone's blood essence. It's no wonder I was struck by the feeling that you were carrying something familiar to me as soon as you arrived here. Have you been trapped here this entire time? Haven't you thought of any ways to leave this place?" Han Li asked as he inspected his surroundings with a contemplative expression. "Of course I've tried to escape from here, but this is the centrum of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, an independent space that was painstakingly created by Taoist Tianding. Aside from the teleportation formation that you just used, there's no other way to get out of here. All of my companions perished in battle on the way here, and the formation outside was also destroyed. At the time, I was only at the body integration stage, so I was trapped here and unable to do anything. Thankfully, I managed to obtain part of Taoist Tianding's inheritance here, and after all these years of cultivation, I finally reached the Grand Ascension stage a few years ago. By the way, where is my Blood Soul clone right now? Ever since you teleported into this space, I've been getting a vague feeling that she should also be in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace," Fairy Ice Soul replied. "It's quite remarkable that Taoist Tianding's inheritance was able to advance you to the Grand Ascension stage in such a short time, as expected of someone who was on the cusp of ascension at the time. Fellow Taoist Blood Soul is currently searching for you on the outskirts of the palace. It's a good thing that you had the foresight to create a Blood Soul clone. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to find you," Han Li replied with a smile. "The Blood Soul has done very well. I'm extremely surprised that she was about to recruit the assistance of such a powerful being in our human race. Initially, I had created her so that she could find some of my good friends from foreign races to help me," Fairy Ice Soul said. "Hee, perhaps the Blood Soul was of the opinion that I was a more reliable option," Han Li chuckled in response. "It's no surprise that the Blood Soul would think that, considering you're a Grand Ascension stage being. Back when I left our human race, I recall that only Senior Ao Shao and Senior Mo Jianli were Grand Ascension stage beings. You must have only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage. I'm familiar with some of the other renowned body integration stage fellow Taoists of our human race, but you don't seem to be one of them. Could it be that you're one of the cultivators who's constantly been cultivating in seclusion in our race?" Fairy Ice Soul asked with a puzzled expression. "I did indeed only recently reach the Grand Ascension stage, and it's no surprise that you don't recognize me. Truth be told, I came from the same human world as you did, and only after your disappearance did I ascend to the spirit realm. Come to think of it, we have quite a bit of affinity with one another. Back when I was in the human world, I once entered the Heaven Void Palace and obtained your Heaven Void Cauldron as well as some other treasures, Han Li replied with a faint smile. What? You obtained the Heaven Void Cauldron I left in the human world? If you only ascended after my disappearance, wouldn't that mean that it only took you a few thousand years to progress from the deity transformation stage to the grand ascension stage? Fairy Ice Soul was completely stunned upon hearing this. It was no wonder that she was so surprised. Even if the likes of Taoist Tianding had heard about Han Li's insane rate of progression, they would most likely also be rooted to the spot. I was quite fortunate and encountered many opportunities that allowed me to progress so quickly. It's a good thing I obtained the Heaven Void Cauldron you left behind in the human world. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for the Blood Soul and me to enter this Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Speaking of which, I'm not the only Grand Ascension stage being to have entered this palace, so we should leave this place as soon as possible. I took some measures to conceal the teleportation formation outside, but I can't guarantee that it won't be discovered by others. If you still have any questions, I'm sure the Blood Soul will be able to answer them once we reunited with her, Han Li said with a serious expression. Much to his surprise, a hesitant look appeared on Fairy Ice Soul's face upon hearing this. What is it? Is there still some unfinished business for you here? Han Li asked. Fairy Ice Soul hesitated momentarily before revealing, seeing as you're a Grand Ascension stage being from the same race as myself, I won't keep any secrets from you. Even though I obtained Taoist Tianding's cultivations and many of the treasures here, there's one place that I haven't been able to access, and several of Taoist Tianding's most powerful treasures are situated there. Those treasures have a symbiotic effect with Taoist Tianding's cultivation arts, so they're extremely important to me. It was naturally in her best interest to keep this a secret, but if they were to leave now, there would be no chance for her to obtain those treasures. Where is this place? If it won't result in too much of a delay, then I can go and take a look. If it's within my capabilities, I'll be sure to help you secure the treasures, Han Li said. Fairy Ice Soul was ecstatic to hear this. Rest assured, Brother Han, it's not far away at all. If you can help me break the restriction, you can have all of the treasures aside from the few that are related to my cultivation arts. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, but he offered no reply. Thus, he was quickly led over to a section of the stone wall by Fairy Ice Soul, who reached out to gently press her palm against the wall. A huge hole instantly appeared on the stone wall amid a flash of light, and the two of them flew into the hole. Around 15 minutes later, they appeared in a massive hall that was entirely constructed from giant white stone slabs, presenting an antiquated and mysterious appearance. At the center of the hall stood another statue of Taoist Tianding, but this one was shimmering with faint silver light. This statue also had a sword slung across its back, but it was also holding a miniature shimmering golden pagoda in one hand. The treasures are all in that pagoda. Unfortunately, even though I've remained in this place for so many years, I've still been unable to break the restriction on the pagoda. Do take care, Brother Han, the restriction has an extremely powerful reflective ability. I was once struck by my own attack after it was reflected back at me, and it took me over 10 years of recuperation to recover, Fairy Ice Soul said with a solemn expression. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and he replied, "All right, let me give it a try." He then swept a finger through the air to release a streak of azure sword chi that slashed directly toward the small golden pagoda. A burst of light swept over the surface of the pagoda, and it conjured up a translucent light barrier that was as smooth as a mirror. The sword chi struck the light barrier before instantly vanishing into, following which an identical streak of azure sword chi shot out of the light barrier, hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li immediately swept his finger through the air again to unleash another streak of azure sword chi to nullify the one sweeping toward him. In the next instant, countless arcs of golden lightning erupted over his body amid a loud thunderclap, then pounced toward the small pagoda as several golden lightning snakes. As soon as the lightning snakes came into contact with the light barrier, they also vanished before the same number of lightning snakes shot back out of the light barrier toward Han Li. This reflective restriction is quite interesting, but generally speaking, restrictions of this nature all have a tolerance limit, so what if I were to use a more powerful attack? A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he made a grabbing motion to eradicate all of the oncoming lightning snakes, then flipped a hand over to summon a miniature azure mountain. At the same time, bright golden light erupted from his body, and a layer of golden scales surfaced over his skin, while his arms thickened significantly. He grabbed onto the miniature azure mountain before hurling it viciously forward, and it disappeared into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in front of the small golden pagoda, and the miniature azure mountain reappeared before crashing into the light barrier with a resounding boom, causing the barrier to ripple violently. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the entire light barrier caved in as white cracks appeared all over its surface, looking as if it were going to shatter at any moment. Right at this moment, the small pagoda that the statue of Taoist Tianding was holding began to release wisps of white light that rapidly vanished into the light barrier to repair the cracks that had just appeared. The caved-in section of the light barrier also returned to normal, and the miniature azure mountain was repelled. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he swept a hand through the air to draw the miniature mountain back up his sleeve. Fairy Ice Soul was quite stunned that Han Li was almost able to shatter the light barrier with just a casual attack, and she quickly explained, "That statue of Taoist Tianding is no ordinary statue, Brother Han. It can assist the small pagoda, and I exhausted every method I could think of, but still couldn't break through their combined restriction." "In that case I'll destroy this statue first," Han Li said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. All of a sudden, his body began to swell drastically in size, and he transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 100 feet tall amid a flash of golden light. At the same time, the Provenance True Devil projection emerged behind him. Immediately thereafter, he flipped his hands over to summon a pair of miniature mountains, one black and one azure, both of which instantly swelled to several tens of feet tall. Han Li then hurled the pair of extreme mountains through the air with incredible force, targeting the statue of Taoist Tianding on this occasion. As soon as the pair of mountains left his grasp, they immediately transformed into a pair of balls of light before reaching the statue in a flash amid a piercing screech. The light barrier that was originally only protecting the pagoda immediately swelled to encompass the entire statue, and at the same time, the long sword slung across the statue's back also tremored slightly. 2 streaks of azure sword chi were unleashed by the statue before striking the pair of oncoming mountains like lightning amid a thunderous boom. The 2 small mountains only shuddered slightly before eradicating the 2 streaks of sword chi with their fearsome power, but their momentum was also significantly diminished as a result. The pair of mountains then struck the light barrier, and bright white light erupted from the statue's body again, threatening to repel the pair of small mountains. Right at this moment, Han Li took a step forward and instantly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, he appeared above the light barrier before clenching his huge furry fists, then thrust them violently downward, unleashing countless purplish golden fist projections that rained down upon the light barrier in a torrential barrage. In the beginning, the fist projections were merely disappearing into the light barrier, but the light barrier's rate of absorption gradually became more sluggish, and in the end, it could only rely on its own fortitude to resist the rest of the fist projections. Thus, one purplish golden fist projection after another began to explode on the surface of the light barrier, which was beginning to flash erratically. A fierce look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly withdrew his fists before making a hand seal, upon which the Provenance True Devil projection behind him adopted its golden body form before thrusting its 6 shimmering golden palms down toward the light barrier in unison. A resounding boom rang out as 6 golden balls of light appeared, then combined as one to form a giant golden vortex. Countless golden runes surged out of the vortex alongside the sound of Buddhist chants before crashing down with tremendous force. Right at this moment, 2 beams of white light erupted out of the eyes of the Taoist Tianding statue before hurtling directly toward the golden vortex up above. The golden vortex suddenly released a burst of devastating power that crashed down upon the light barrier, which was already beginning to sway and tremble. All of a sudden, a series of white formations appeared on the surface of the statue, releasing piercing white light that bolstered the light barrier and prevented it from being shattered. However, the vortex continued to revolve rapidly while sending waves of enormous power surging down from above, displaying no signs of stopping at all. Despite the statue's profound powers, there was no way it would be able to withstand such a fearsome assault. After the span of just a few breaths, the white light radiating from the statue faded, as did all of the white formations, and countless cracks appeared on its surface before it suddenly crumbled. Without the statue's support, the golden pagoda was even less equipped to withstand the tremendous force being exerted upon it, and almost as soon as the Taoist Tianding statue was destroyed, the light barrier being released by the small pagoda also shattered. Han Li's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing this, and he waved a hand downward, upon which the golden vortex and pair of extreme mountains vanished in a flash. At the same time, the small golden pagoda was also drawn into his grasp. Fairy Ice Soul had spent countless years trying to secure this pagoda, all to no avail, yet Hanli had managed to obtain it with ease. He appeared beside Fairy Ice Soul amid a flash of golden light, then quickly reverted back to his human form. After briefly inspecting the contents of the pagoda with his spiritual sense, he handed the treasure over to Fairy Ice Soul in an unhurried manner. Fellow Taoist Ice Soul, take a look and see if this pagoda contains the treasures you need. Fairy Ice Soul was still astonished by what she had just witnessed, and she hurriedly shook her head as she said, "You broke this restriction entirely through your own power. How could I choose treasures for myself before you? You should select 3 treasures first and I'll choose what I need out of the rest. I've already inspected everything in this pagoda. Aside from a jade slip that contains a secret technique that I could study, none of the other treasures have much use to me, so all I need is a replica of the contents of that jade slip," Hanli said with a smile before tossing the small golden pagoda directly toward Fairy Ice Soul. A grateful look appeared on Fairy Ice Soul's face as she said, "I'll be sure to repay you for your kindness in the future, Brother Han." She then examined the 7 or 8 treasures in the pagoda with her spiritual sense before drawing out a crimson jade slip that she immediately handed over to Hanli. "This must be the jade slip that you mentioned. If it's useful to you then just take it, there's no need to make a replica." "In that case I'll be taking this jade slip." Hanli made no effort to turn her down and accepted the crimson jade slip. A faint smile appeared on Fairy Ice Soul's face upon seeing this. "Now that the treasures have been secured, let's get out of here. Otherwise, someone could destroy the formation outside again, and it'll be very difficult for us to leave this place," Hanli said. "Please wait for a while longer, Brother Han. During my years in this Heavenly Cauldron Palace, I've managed to gain control over some of its restrictions. I'll activate some things that I've already set up in advance in the Centrum Formation so that I can close this palace at any time. That'll make it so that we'd be able to teleport out of here as soon as we reunite with my blood soul," Fairy Ice Soul said with a smile. Hanli naturally had no reason to disagree, so he nodded in response. "That's a good idea. Go right ahead, fellow Taoist." Thus, the 2 of them flew out of the hall, and shortly thereafter, they arrived in front of the teleportation formation Hanli had used to enter this space. Hanli made a hand seal before casting an incantation seal toward the formation, upon which it was instantly activated, and a faint smile appeared on his face upon seeing this. The 2 of them strode into the formation and vanished on the spot. Outside the mountainous crimson stone plaque, Xiaoming's trio was gathered near several massive silver runes on the stone plaque surface, discussing something with serious expressions. After an arduous struggle, the 3 of them finally managed to make it into this space. "Fellow Taoist Qingping, are you sure this is where the entrance to the Centrum is situated? Is it possible that you've made a mistake? Why is it that we've tried everything but have still been unable to open this plaque?" Xiaoming asked. "It's definitely the right place, but the original entry method seems to have been tampered with and rendered ineffective. I know some beveled silver text, but I'm far from an expert. I'll give this another try, and if it still doesn't work, we'll have to break in using brute force. Doing so may trigger some other restrictions, but we don't have any other choice," Taoist Qingping replied with a dark expression. "Alright, do your best, fellow Taoist Qingping. If worst comes to worst, we'll just have to break this restriction with our combined powers," Xiaoming replied with a nod, and Mistress Wanhua didn't have any objections either. Thus, Taoist Qingping took a deep breath before making a rapid string of hand seals while chanting an incantation. The 4 giant silver runes on the stone plaque before him began to glow brightly, and they slowly began to move along a certain trajectory, but the rate at which they were moving was extremely slow. Around 15 minutes later, Taoist Qingping suddenly pointed a finger toward a certain part of the stone plaque, and yelled, "Open!" The 4 silver runes blurred before instantly combining as one to form a huge ball of silver light. Taoist Qingping's chanting became more urgent, and the silver ball of light began to rapidly revolve on the spot, but after the span of just a few breaths, the ball of light exploded before reverting back into 4 silver runes that returned to their original positions. It seemed that his efforts had gone to waste, and the trio's expressions darkened even further upon seeing this. After a brief silence, Xiaoming cleared his throat, yet just as he was about to say something, a faint buzzing sound rang out from the silver runes before them, and they converged again to form a silver formation. The entire formation lit up, and spatial fluctuations erupted from its center, following which a massive hole appeared. A man and a woman then flew out of the hole, and the man faltered slightly at the sight of Xiaoming's trio before a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "What a coincidence," I didn't expect to see you here, fellow Taoists. Meanwhile, the woman beside him was appraising Xiaoming's duo with a hint of surprise and wariness in her eyes. This duo was comprised of none other than Han Li and Fairy Ice Soul. The expressions of Xiaoming's trio changed drastically upon seeing this, and they quickly exchanged a glance with one another. Among all of the potential situations they had anticipated, this was the worst one. Have you already obtained Taoist Tianding's inheritance, Brother Han? Xiaoming asked with a dark expression. No, but my companion did. Is there a problem? Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. Even if he were to deny this, there was no way Xiaoming would believe him, so he decided to admit it instead. Xiaoming's trio was quite surprised to hear this, and they immediately turned their attention toward Fairy Ice Soul, upon which a flash of recognition and astonishment surfaced in Xiaoming's eyes. It was clear that he had mistaken Fairy Ice Soul for the Blood Soul, and he was stunned that her cultivation base had increased so drastically in such a short time. Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wanhua had naturally also noticed this, and they were quite perplexed as well, but in contrast with this, the fact that Taoist Tianding's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else was naturally a far more pressing concern. Xiaoming heaved a resigned sigh as he said, "The three of us also ventured into this place for Taoist Tianding's inheritance, but with Brother Han here, we naturally can't try to take the inheritance from this fellow Taoist by force. How about we made a deal? We won't ask for any of the treasures left behind by Taoist Tianding, but we'd like to each get a replica copy of his cultivation arts, secret techniques and tribulation transcendence methods. Of course, we'll offer you satisfactory compensation in exchange." That sounds like a good arrangement. What do you think, fellow Taoist Ice Soul? Han Li asked. I did obtain several of Senior Tianding's cultivation arts, but they were all imprinted directly into my spiritual sense through a secret technique. The secret technique also contained a blood vow restriction that prohibits me from passing on these cultivation arts to anyone else before I achieve full mastery in them. Otherwise, I run the risk of perishing from having my nascent soul explode. As for tribulation transcendence methods, I'm afraid there aren't any. According to the records left behind by Senior Tianding, he was only able to transcend so many major heavenly tribulations as he had once consumed the seed of a cloud lightning immortal fruit. Fairy Ice Soul replied with a wry smile. Everyone else faltered slightly upon hearing this. Isn't the cloud lightning immortal fruit something that can only be found in the true immortal realm? If Taoist Tianding really did consume a seed from this fruit, then it explains how he was able to transcend so many major heavenly tribulations. However, how do I know if you're telling the truth? Taoist Qing Ping asked as his brows furrowed slightly. How do you want me to prove this? Fairy Ice Soul asked in a cold voice. I've cultivated a secret technique that can read one's memories without harming their soul as long as they're willing to open up their spiritual sense to me. Don't even think about it. Opening up one's spiritual sense is no different from placing one's life in someone else's hands. No one would open up their spiritual sense to a stranger. Fairy Ice Soul immediately rejected. What do you think, fellow Taoist Han? Surely you can't just expect us to go away empty-handed, Taoist Qing Ping said as he turned to Han Li with a dark expression. My companion doesn't wish to comply, so that will be the end of this discussion. If you don't want to go away empty-handed, you can go inside and search through the area. Perhaps you might find something. We'll be taking our leave now, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. What? You can't just leave? Mistress Wanhua exclaimed in a furious manner. Why not? A cold look appeared on Han Li's face, and he took a step forward, releasing a fearsome aura that would strike fear into even an ordinary Grand Ascension stage being's heart. Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wanhua were both forced to stumble back a few steps in the face of this formidable aura. In contrast, Xiaoming only shuddered slightly before steadying himself, but a layer of crimson light had appeared over his mask. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he took another step forward as his aura swelled even further. Xiaoming felt as if he were facing a ferocious ancient beast, and he gave a muffled groan as he also took an involuntary backward step. A hint of wariness flashed through his eyes and he said, as expected, you really did conceal most of your power during our sparring match with fellow Taoist Wanhua. Your magic power is most likely not inferior even to that of ancient true spirit beings. Han Li offered no reply as he clasped his hands behind his back, and his aura didn't abate in the slightest as he appraised the trio in silence. Hesitant and indignant looks had appeared on both Mistress Wanhua and Taoist Qing Ping's face. It was clear that they didn't want to give up on Taoist Tianding's inheritance, but at the same time, they were very fearful of Han Li. After taking a meaningful glance at Han Li, Xiao Ming sighed, "Let's go." "What? How can we just leave like this, Brother Xiao?" Daoist Qing Ping's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Even the three of us combined most likely wouldn't be a match for fellow Daoist Han, so why not spare ourselves the embarrassment? "Do you have something up your sleeve that can allow us to oppose Brother Han?" Xiao Ming asked in a calm manner. Daoist Qing Ping faltered slightly upon hearing this before shaking his head with a wry smile. Right at this moment, a seductive female voice suddenly rang out in the distance. "Hee, then how about the two of us join you as well?" Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distant sky, and two streaks of light shot forth at an incredible speed, arriving on the scene in the blink of an eye. The two streaks of light then faded to reveal Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Huaxi. Fairy Ice Soul's heart immediately sank upon seeing this, while Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he cast his gaze toward the duo. "Why are you two here?" Daoist Qing Ping was stunned by this sudden turn of events. "I'm afraid that's a secret," Fairy Huaxi replied with a mysterious smile. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to Xiao Ming, and his expression darkened slightly as he said, "Fellow Daoist Wanhua, fellow Daoist Qing Ping, examine yourselves to see if something's been planted on you." "Surely not. There's no way we would have failed to notice something like that," Mistress Wanhua exclaimed, but she still did as suggested, hurriedly releasing her spiritual sense to examine her own body from the inside to the outside. Daoist Qing Ping also began to examine his Daoist robes and the accessories he was wearing. Moments later, Mistress Wanhua screamed as she suddenly pulled a near-transparent flying insect out of her hair. The insect was only around half an inch in length and as thin as a strand of hair. "This is a spotless insect. No wonder I wasn't able to detect it at all. When did you plant this on me?" Mistress Wanhua immediately crushed the insect in a furious manner. "Of course it was prior to entering the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Otherwise, who would we have followed you all the way here? It's your fault for failing to keep your plan confidential," Fairy Huaxi replied with a smile, completely unfazed by Mistress Wanhua's fury. "Looks like I'll have to clean out some pests once I get back. Having said that, it's not a bad thing that the two of you followed us here. Brother Han, now that we have two more allies, have you changed your mind?" Daoist Qing Ping asked as he turned to Han Li again. "I won't repeat myself, either get out of here now or face me in battle," Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner, seemingly completely unafraid of the 5 Grand Ascension Stage beings. Such a response evoked a sense of fury in the hearts of not just Daoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wanhua, but also Fairy Huaxi. Daoist Qing Ping forcibly repressed his own rage as he turned to Xiao Ming. "What do you say, Brother Xiao? If you insist on resisting, then you'll be placing me in a very difficult situation, Brother Han. I'm aware that you possess unfathomable powers, but there's no way we'll be able to just let you and your companion leave. Let me ask this a final time. Is there any room for negotiation here?" If fellow Daoist Ice Soul could replicate a few copies of the cultivation arts she obtained, then I'd want to avoid this battle as well. However, as things currently are, I'll have no choice but to stand against you, Han Li chuckled. "Brother Han, seeing as you're intent on sticking up for this woman, it looks like a battle is unavoidable. Fairy Huaxi, Brother Wu Go, the three of us will take on fellow Daoist Han. There's no need to defeat him, just keep him occupied so Qing Ping and one who can capture his companion. We'll split her treasures evenly, then make a replica copy of Daoist Tianding's cultivation arts for each of us. What do you think?" Xiao Ming asked as he turned to Fairy Huaxi. "What? The three of us are taking him on together? When did the deranged devil of the Blood-Bone sect become so cowardly?" Fairy Huaxi scoffed. "Humph, you're only saying that because you don't know anything about fellow Daoist Han. Let me tell you." Xiao Ming's sentence was completed through voice transmission. Fairy Huaxi's expression changed drastically upon hearing what he had to say, and she cast a wary glance toward Han Li before nodding in response. "All right, my Dao companion and I will help you keep him occupied, but I'd advise fellow Daoist Qing Ping and fellow Daoist Wanhua not to get any funny ideas after you capture that woman. Otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences." Daoist Qing Ping was ecstatic to hear this and he hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, Fairy Huaxi, we definitely wouldn't do something so foolish." Mistress Wanhua was also nodding emphatically with an eager expression. Despite the fact that 5 Grand Ascension Stage beings were plotting against him right before his eyes, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he transmitted his voice toward the horrified Fairy Ice Soul. At the same time he moved one of his pinkies ever so slightly behind his own back, and a virtually invisible golden thread flashed through the air. Fairy Ice Soul's expression changed slightly upon hearing Han Li's voice transmission, and the fear in her eyes abated significantly. Go! Xiao Ming yelled as a massive crimson cloud that was around an acre in area appeared around him, following which a giant nine-eyed toad emerged amid a low roar. As soon as the nine-eyed blood toad appeared, the 9 demonic eyes on its head sprang open, releasing 9 crimson pillars of light that hurtled directly past Han Li toward Fairy Ice Soul. Fairy Ice Soul hurriedly twisted to the side in an alarmed manner before instantly teleporting over 1,000 feet away. Right at this moment, Fairy Hua Shi swept her sleeves through the air to release a series of translucent palm-sized rings, of which there were over 100. These rings emitted a faint buzzing sound at her behest before shooting through the air like a torrential storm, reaching Han Li in a flash and crashing toward him from all sides. At the same time, Patriarch Wu Go opened his mouth to release a burst of golden flames, which formed a sea of flames that inundated his entire body. The sea of flames then swelled to become a fiery wave that was over 100 feet tall, and even before the wave had reached Han Li, an indescribable scorching sensation had already befallen him, as if the very space around him had been ignited. As expected of a trio of Grand Ascension stage beings, Xiao Ming and his allies were unleashing extremely fearsome attacks, and their teamwork was seamless. They had managed to force Fairy Ice Soul away from Han Li with ease, but strangely enough, Han Li was displaying no intention to go and help her. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face as he swept a hand through the air, summoning 3 small mountains that were each over 100 feet tall. The trio of mountains revolved on the spot, transforming into an extremely thick light barrier, and the countless rings struck the light barrier amid a string of dull thumps, but the barrier remained completely unmoved. As for the wave of golden flames, it was only able to make the light barrier flash slightly a few times, but was also unable to inflict any damage. A cold look flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly let loose a low roar as he transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall amid a flash of golden light. He then extended his arms out of the light barrier before him, then swung them viciously toward Fairy Hua Shi and Patriarch Wu Go. A resounding boom rang out as 2 balls of light, one azure and one black, were sent hurtling through the air before reaching Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Hua Shi in a flash, then reverted back into a pair of small mountains. Even before the mountains had struck their targets, 2 bursts of tremendous force swept through the air, causing the space near Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Hua Shi to tremor slightly. Fairy Hua Shi's expression changed slightly in the face of such a fearsome attack, and she immediately shot back in retreat while waving a hand through the air. The countless rings instantly converged to form a giant translucent ring with a diameter of around 300 to 400 feet at her behest, then descended onto the oncoming mountain before rapidly shrinking. A burst of piercing light erupted forth, and the mountain faltered slightly before drawing to a halt in mid-air. Meanwhile, Patriarch Wu Go made a hand seal, and the sea of golden flames nearby immediately converged toward the center to form a golden fiery giant that was over 1,000 feet tall before throwing a fearless punch at the oncoming mountain. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the giant's fist clashed with the mountain, upon which the fiery giant's entire arm exploded into golden flames. The mountain faltered slightly in mid-air before continuing onward, only to be greeted by the fiery giant's other fist, and the same sequence repeated itself. However, at this point, the fiery giant's other arm had already regenerated, and it immediately lashed out again. Thus, one punch after another slammed into the small mountain, causing it to tremor incessantly and preventing it from making any meaningful progress. As for the 9-eyed blood toad, it was swinging its long tongue violently through the air, creating a crimson net that was keeping a barrage of giant fist projections at bay. The fist projections were being unleashed by Han Li from afar, and thus, a fierce battle ensued between the 4 Grand Ascension stage beings. Mistress Wan Hua and Daoist Qing Ping were ecstatic to see this, and they exchanged a quick glance, then teleported to either side of Fairy Ice Soul before she could do anything. Mistress Wan Hua chuckled coldly as she plucked a black wooden hairpin out of her own hair, which immediately transformed into a black longsword in her grasp. A layer of scorching black flames emerged over the sword's surface, and Mistress Wan Hua slashed the sword through the air, conjuring up a black fiery python that was over 1,000 feet in length, which pounced toward Fairy Ice Soul with a ferocious roar. Meanwhile, Daoist Qing Ping swept a sleeve through the air, and an azure horsetail brush appeared in his hand before being swept toward Fairy Ice Soul from afar. Countless streaks of azure light instantly appeared, covering virtually the entire sky and encompassing Fairy Ice Soul from all directions. Fairy Ice Soul's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and she raised a hand to summon a translucent ice shield before opening her mouth to expel a ball of energy onto the shield. The shield immediately transformed into a translucent ice barrier that was giving off a glacial aura, protecting her from all sides. The azure thread struck the ice barrier like a torrential storm, but they were all kept at bay. As opposed to being disheartened to see this, Mistress Wanhua's eyes lit up as she pointed a finger toward the black fiery WRM. The black flames on the WRM's body immediately swelled up by around twofold, and it pounced toward Fairy Ice Soul with unstoppable might. The black flames were making the surrounding temperature spike drastically, nullifying most of the glacial chi being released by the ice shield. All of a sudden, a massive bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water tank appeared out of thin air amid a resounding thunderclap before striking the black WRM's head with unerring accuracy. Countless arcs of silver lightning exploded in all directions, and the black WRM's body disintegrated into specks of black flames amid an anguished cry. "Who's there?" Mistress Wanhua exclaimed as she hurriedly inspected her surroundings. Before she had a chance to do anything, another loud thunderclap rang out, and countless arcs of silver lightning appeared before quickly converging to form a ball. Golden light flashed within the lightning, and a massive shimmering golden creature appeared. Mistress Wanhua hurriedly focused her gaze on the creature to find that it was an enormous crab that was about an acre in size with a pair of dazzling giant claws. Mistress Wanhua was quite stunned to see this creature, and the fearsome aura emanating from the giant golden crab's body told her that this was a formidable opponent. Before she had a chance to consider where the giant crab had come from, it raised one of its pincers before snapping it shut. A semi-transparent giant pincer projection immediately appeared out of thin air before snapping viciously toward her alongside countless arcs of silver lightning. Mistress Wanhua harumphed coldly as a massive black lion projection emerged behind her, and it opened its cavernous mouth to release a ball of black light toward the huge pincer. The ball of black light immediately exploded upon contact with the pincer, transforming into a series of fiery chains that instantly bound the pincer tightly. However, in the next instant, the giant pincers were rubbed together vigorously, and the silver lightning abruptly swelled up, eradicating the fiery chains before forming a ball of lightning that hurtled through the air. Mistress Wanhua's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he quickly made a hand seal, upon which the top of her head opened up to release a green wooden shield. At the same time, the giant black lion behind her released a pillar of black light amid a thunderous roar. The ball of lightning struck the wooden shield before being repelled, following which the pillar of black light pierced through it and eradicated it in a flash. However, instead of being elated to see this, Mistress Wanhua's expression darkened even further as she swept her sleeves through the air, releasing countless black flying needles that formed a formation filled with surging black chi. The fact that such a casual strike from the giant golden crab had been this powerful told her that she would have to focus entirely on facing this opponent, thereby preventing her from going after Fairy Ice Soul. Daoist Qingping was naturally very frustrated to see this. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly step in to foil their plans? After witnessing the fearsome attack that the golden crab had just unleashed, he also knew that he would be able to count on Mistress Wanhua anytime soon. With that in mind, he swept his horsetail brush through the air, releasing a torrent of azure threads that was around twice as dense as before toward his target. At the same time, he raised his other hand, hurling the azure mirror forward as a ball of azure light. All of a sudden, a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared on the mirror's surface, then abruptly emerged above Fairy Ice Soul. A burst of rumbling rang out as wooden sticks that were each several inches in length flew out of the diagram before swelling to several tens of feet in length, then crashed down from above amid a flurry of azure runes. Daoist Qingping had also identified that Fairy Ice Soul had only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage, so he was exerting immense pressure on her from the get-go to try and capture her as quickly as possible. In the face of the azure runes and giant logs, the ice barrier quickly began to struggle, and finally, a series of thin cracks began to appear on its surface. However, Fairy Ice Soul wasn't all that alarmed to see this. Instead, she took a deep breath before sitting down with her legs crossed, then made a hand seal. A huge snowy white turtle projection suddenly flew out of the top of her head. The turtle had countless translucent ice spikes on its shell, and its entire body was giving off a glacial aura. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth to expel one ball of white glacial chi after another, all of which vanished into the ice barrier in a flash. As a result, the struggling ice barrier immediately lit up, and the cracks that had just appeared were instantly sealed, thereby stabilizing the entire barrier again. That's the glacial Xianwu turtle. Daoist Qingping exclaimed at the sight of the ice turtle before quickly making a series of hand seals, upon which a giant Daoist priest projection appeared behind him. This Daoist robes worn by the projection had a yin-yang diagram emblazoned on its surface, and as soon as the projection appeared, countless specks of starlight converged from all directions in a frenzy, causing the projection to expand in size by over tenfold, swelling to over 1,000 feet tall. Right at this moment, Daoist Qingping made a hand seal with a solemn expression, and the giant Daoist priest projection behind him rubbed its hands together before raising them in unison, releasing a vast expanse of white lightning that surged toward the ice barrier with devastating force. Fairy Ice Soul's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she injected more of her magic power into the turtle projection above her, upon which it also expanded drastically, and the amount of glacial chi it was releasing increased by roughly twofold. With this increased influx of glacial chi, the ice barrier was able to keep all of the oncoming attacks at bay. Daoist Qingping's heart sank slightly upon seeing this, and only then did he realize that even though his opponent was slightly lacking in power, her ice attribute cultivation arts were extremely profound. If she were to continue to persist in her passive defense, it would be very difficult to take her down in a short time. Thus, he could only continue to attack the ice barrier with all his might, hoping to exhaust his opponent's magic power before capturing her. As for Mistress Wanhua and the giant golden crab, they were also locked in a fierce battle that didn't look as if it would conclude anytime soon. Meanwhile, after a series of probing clashes to feel out one another's abilities, Han Li and his opponents were finally beginning to display their true power as well. Seeing as the fist projections alone weren't enough to defeat the nine-eyed blood toad, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light before substantiating into the Provenance golden body. The three faces of the golden body were identical to Han Li's, but each wore a different expression. Han Li then let loose a long roar as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, releasing a burst of black chi that vanished into the golden body in a flash. The Provenance golden body shuddered slightly before instantly opening its 6 eyes in unison, then abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, the Provenance golden body appeared above the nine-eyed blood toad amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then conjured up a giant golden blade in each of its 6 hands. The golden blades were around 300 to 400 feet in length, and as they were slashed through the air, countless streaks of sword chi were released, forming a golden tornado that swept toward the nine-eyed blood toad down below. Even before the golden tornado had truly descended, it was releasing golden blade projections that were threatening to tear the surrounding space apart. Xiaoming's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he didn't dare to use his toad tongue to oppose the golden blade projections. Instead, he let loose a loud croak, and countless silver runes appeared on the bulges on his back before leaving his body and quickly intertwining to form a silver net. The golden blade projections that struck the net all vanished into it in a flash, and taking advantage of this opportunity, the nine-eyed blood toad's stomach bulged before it opened its mouth again, releasing an azure ball of light that was around 10 feet in diameter with countless crimson threads on its surface. The ball of light struck the oncoming tornado in a flash, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as the golden tornado dissipated, revealing the Provenance golden body behind it. At this moment, half of the giant blades being wielded by the golden body had been destroyed, and a massive hole had been blown into its chest. However, there was no blood or flesh in the wound, and it was quickly regenerating from converging specks of golden light, while the destroyed blades in its hands were also replaced. As soon as the Provenance golden body fully recovered, it slashed its 6 golden blades downward once again. The nine-eyed blood toad didn't want to continue to fight fire with fire, and it abruptly shrank down drastically while releasing clouds of crimson mist out of its back, forming a sea of mist that inundated its entire body. The Provenance golden body displayed no intention of retreating upon seeing this, and instead, it plunged directly into the sea of mist as a gust of fierce wind. Moments later, a string of rumbling explosions rang out, indicating that a ferocious battle was taking place. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he reached out toward the crimson mist with a giant furry hand. However, in the next instant, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and his head swiveled around 180 degrees, while his outstretched hand also clenched into a tight fist before shooting backward like lightning. Almost at the exact same moment, a gray shadow appeared behind him amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then reached out toward Han Li's back with an azure hand. A rank odor was emanating from the fingertips of the azure hand, and it was immediately struck by Han Li's punch. As soon as the clash took place, a burst of golden shockwaves surged through the air, and the gray shadow was sent flying, having been caught off guard. However, it then immediately unleashed some type of secret technique, allowing it to twist around before flying toward Han Li again from an incredible angle. Han Li let loose a thunderous roar as he completely turned around before unleashing countless fist projections, transforming the entire space around him into a world of fierce golden wind. However, the gray shadow seemed to be completely weightless, and even though it was being sent flying over and over again by the fist projections, it remained completely unharmed while continuing to pester Han Li from nearby. Even after unleashing several hundred punches, the gray shadow still remained completely unaffected. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. That's a very interesting cultivation art that's allowing you to nullify the majority of the force of my attacks, but let's see if it'll stand up to a sword strike. As soon as his voice trailed off, he withdrew his fists before sweeping a finger toward the gray shadow from afar, releasing an azure sword projection that sliced the gray shadow apart like lightning. However, the gray shadow didn't shed even a single drop of blood and merely vanished on the spot. Spatial fluctuations then erupted several hundred feet away, and another gray humanoid figure emerged. It turned out that the gray shadow had already escaped using a secret technique, and what had been sliced apart by the sword projection was nothing more than an afterimage. However, the features of the gray figure had been completely exposed, and it was none other than Patriarch Wu Go. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he cast his gaze toward Fairy Hua Shi, who was still opposing one of the extreme mountains with her rings. The fiery golden giant stood not far away from her, releasing countless golden fireballs out of its two hands to oppose the second extreme mountain. Chapter 2373, Fierce Battle. I see that you're using quite a profound clone technique. However, I'm rather curious, how much of your power could you possibly still be retaining in your current state? Han Li mused with a peculiar expression as he appraised Patriarch Wu Go with blue light flashing in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Patriarch Wu Go's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this, and he finally spoke for the first time in a voice that was extremely raspy and unused, as if it had been countless years since he had last spoken. My spirit eye ability allows me to clearly see everything in a radius of thousands of kilometers around me. Even though you're using a treasure to conceal your current condition and you're able to move like a normal person, you can't hide your necrosed muscle tissues from me. How did you end up like this? Was a restriction placed upon you or did you willingly become like this? Patriarch Wu Go's pupils contracted even further upon hearing this, and his hands had also balled up into tight fists within his sleeves. Han Li had spoken in a voice that was clearly audible to all of the Grand Ascension stage beings nearby, and Fairy Hua Shi's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly yelled, "What are you doing, Wu Go? Stop listening to his senseless rambling and kill him." Immediately thereafter, the giant ring around the extreme mountain began to glow brightly at her behest, then transformed into a vast expanse of translucent sand that instantly enveloped the entire mountain, forming a massive translucent ball that hovered in midair in a completely still manner. She then flew over to Patriarch Wu Go as a streak of light before aiming a vicious glare at Han Li. A hint of mockery seemed to flash through Patriarch Wu Go's eyes as he turned to glance at Fairy Hua Shi. Rest assured, his words won't be able to affect me. Hee, sorry to disappoint you, fellow Taoist, but no one did this to me. Something went wrong while I was practicing a cultivation art, and I had no choice but to become like this in order to save my own life. Now then, that's enough chit-chat, let's continue. As soon as his voice trailed off, he took a step forward, and his body instantly split up into two, then into four. In the blink of an eye, around a dozen identical projections had been manifested all around Han Li, and even more projections were taking shape before converging toward the center. It was as if over 100 people were charging toward Han Li at once. Fairy Hua Shi's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this, and she quickly made a grabbing motion as countless specks of light surged out of her body, then converged to form an antiquated long blade that was around 10 feet in length in her hand. The blade was slashed toward Han Li, who was immediately struck by the feeling that the space around him had tightened. An incredible weight seemed to have descended upon him, making him very sluggish and preventing him from taking evasive measures. At this point, the Patriarch Wu Go's gray clones also reached him in a flash before swinging their arms through the air, unleashing countless green claw projections that grabbed toward all of Han Li's vital regions. However, Han Li remained completely unfazed, and he let loose a low roar as purplish golden light erupted out of his body alongside countless silver runes. A series of silver formations quickly took shape, forming a suit of silver armor that encased his entire body, repelling all of the oncoming green claw projections amid a string of crisp clangs. At the same time, the giant ape swelled to several times its original size, and a layer of purplish golden scales appeared all over its boy, while a short golden horn emerged on its head amid a flash of black light. It then pulled its hand apart violently, and the space around Han Li immediately blurred and warped, as if he had just freed himself from something. At the same time, the giant blade in Fairy Huaxi's grasp exploded into grains of sand amid a dull thump. A hint of astonishment appeared on her face upon seeing this, and right at this moment Han Li made a hand seal, following which bolts of thick golden lightning erupted out of his body in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the space within an acre of area around Han Li had been entirely filled by golden lightning. Close to 100 of the gray figures nearest to him were caught off guard and destroyed by the golden lightning, and only around a dozen managed to survive before hurriedly converging to revert back to Patriarch Wu Go's true body again. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal before opening his mouth to release a silver fireball with a diameter of around 10 feet. The fireball then instantly transformed into a silver fire raven that was over 100 feet in length before flapping its wings and flying toward Fairy Huaxi. At the same time, Han Li made a grabbing motion toward Patriarch Wu Go, and a burst of enormous invisible power instantly descended upon him. Patriarch Wu Go's heart jolted slightly as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a bead that was enshrouded within green qi. The bead flew up into the air before swelling to the size of a wagon wheel in the blink of an eye, then struck the tremendous force descending upon him amid an earth-shattering boom. A green sun instantly appeared above Patriarch Wu Go, and powerful shockwaves unfurled all around him. Currently, the green bead was radiating scintillating light, and countless faint golden runes had appeared on its surface. Han Li was rather surprised that the power of his grab had been nullified by a mere bead, but he then immediately lashed out like lightning with his other hand. Spatial fluctuations erupted above Patriarch Wu Go, and countless arcs of golden lightning appeared before forming a giant purplish golden hand that struck the green bead down below amid a rumbling thunderclap. The bead was instantly enveloped by the golden lightning, and all of the runes on its surface were quickly destroyed, while the bead itself began to slowly descend while trembling incessantly. Patriarch Wu Go harumphed coldly upon seeing this before pointing a finger upward, and the bead immediately turned a golden color. At the same time, a light barrier was conjured up on its surface, and the bead managed to stabilize itself even in the face of the ferocious barrage of golden lightning. At this moment, Han Li suddenly took a stride forward, instantly covering a distance of over 1,000 feet before appearing right in front of Patriarch Wu Go, then thrust a giant fist viciously toward him. An explosive boom rang out overhead, and a burst of tremendous force that was around twice as powerful as the previous one came crashing down from above, forcing the golden bead to slowly descend once again. Patriarch Wu Go's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and it seemed that he was about to unleash some type of ability, but right at this moment, a cry for help suddenly rang out in the distance. "Get over here, Wu Go. I can't hold on much longer." Fairy Huaxi's voice was extremely shrill and urgent, and she seemed to be utterly horrified. Patriarch Wu Go's heart stirred slightly as he hurriedly cast his gaze in that direction. At this moment, Fairy Huaxi was situated within a sea of silver flames with a fire raven flying incessantly around her. She was hiding inside an extremely thick barrier of translucent sand, but the sand barrier was quickly being melted away by the scorching silver flames. These flames were far more fearsome than she had anticipated. Not only was this sand barrier unable to withstand their incredible heat, the 7 or 8 other defensive treasures she had summoned had also been melted away in mere moments. Furthermore, the silver fire raven was releasing bursts of restriction fluctuations as it flew around her, sealing the entire space nearby and preventing her from being able to get away. Now that the sand barrier was also close to failing, she had no choice but to call for help. Patriarch Wu Go hesitated slightly upon seeing this, but a decisive look then quickly appeared in his eyes. He let loose a loud roar, and his body suddenly exploded into hundreds of projections that sped away in all directions. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he lashed out with a giant hand like lightning, but was only able to eradicate less than half of the projections. The rest of the projections quickly rushed over to the sea of silver flames, then fused as one to form Patriarch Wu Go's true body again. He quickly made a hand seal, and a layer of golden flames appeared over his body before he plunged into the sea of silver flames without any hesitation. A ball of golden flames flashed through the fiery silver sea in a wraith-like manner, appearing beside Fairy Huaxi after just a few flashes. Fairy Huaxi was ecstatic to see this, and she immediately pointed a finger at the sand barrier, which opened up to grant Patriarch Wu Go entry. "Hurry, my star sand won't be able to last much longer. Only your bonded true flame can oppose these spirit flames," Fairy Huaxi urged as she stared intently at the giant fire raven attacking the sand barrier. At this moment, Han Li also began to make his way toward that direction, and that was making her very anxious. "All right, withdraw your star sand and I'll release my bonded true flame," Patriarch Wu Go replied in an expressionless manner, following which a burst of golden flames emerged to envelop his entire arm, which was suddenly thrust toward Fairy Huaxi at an incredible speed. However, Fairy Huaxi suddenly twisted away as if she had already anticipated this, then lashed out with a hand of her own, which was covered in translucent sand. The two palms clashed amid a dull thump, and both of them were forced back several steps from the force of the impact. "I knew you would try something like this. Looks like I still haven't punished you enough. I'm going to." Fairy Huaxi's voice abruptly cut off as her furious expression suddenly transitioned into one of horror, and she shuddered as a thin azure hand suddenly protruded out of the front of her chest. The hand was locked around Fairy Huaxi's nascent soul, which was struggling desperately with an agonized look on its face. Patriarch Wu Go appeared before Fairy Huaxi's nascent soul in a wraith-like manner and appraised it in silence. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted behind Fairy Huaxi's body, and a barely visible azure figure emerged. Almost at the exact same moment, the fiery golden giant that was opposing the other extreme mountain abruptly vanished on the spot. As a result, the extreme mountain was free to crash down from above, and the entire sea of golden flames was instantly snuffed out. Fairy Huaxi's nascent soul struggled for a moment longer to no avail, and it finally gave up in despair as a resentful look appeared on its face. "I didn't think you'd already mastered the spirit substitution technique, but don't celebrate too early. If I'm going to die here, then I'm going to take you down with me. Don't forget that there's a bonded restriction planted in your body." "Is that so? If that's what you were counting on, then I can tell you right now that I'd already dispelled your restriction several years ago. As for why I allowed you to do as you please up until now, it's all for that thing up your sleeve," Patriarch Wu Go said as a peculiar look flashed through his eyes. "That's impossible. Arg." The nascent soul's anguished howl was abruptly cut off as the azure figure burst into golden flames before pouncing forward to envelop both Fairy Huaxi's body and her nascent soul, instantly incinerating both into ashes. Patriarch Wu Go then immediately reached forward in an expressionless manner, and an inky black formation plate flew out of the golden flames before landing in his grasp. He carefully inspected the formation plate for a short while before blowing on it, and the formation plate began to disintegrate at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, fading into a cloud of black smoke in the end. Patriarch Wu Go then opened his mouth to inhale the cloud of black smoke, and a relieved look flashed through his eyes after he briefly inspected his own internal condition. After that, the golden flames reverted back into an azure humanoid figure. A dull thump rang out as the sand barrier was finally completely melted away, but the surrounding silver flames suddenly fell completely still, and even the giant fire raven was hovering in midair in a stationary manner with its wings folded away. Only then did Patriarch Wu Go cast his gaze toward Han Li, who was also appraising him with a peculiar expression. "I don't know what happened between you and your Dao companion, but I can roughly guess some of the details. Do you still intend to continue this battle on your own?" "Of course not. In my current state, Daoist Tianding's cultivation arts won't be of any use to me. On top of that, I can tell that you haven't even unleashed half of your full power yet up to this point, so it would be nothing short of suicidal for me to continue this battle. Please excuse me, I'll be taking my leave now," Patriarch Wu Go replied in an indifferent manner, and the azure humanoid figure immediately fused into his body, upon which he sped away as a streak of light, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Han Li was rather surprised by Patriarch Wu Go's decisive departure, but he naturally wasn't going to stop him. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering boom rang out in another direction, and Han Li turned toward that direction to find that the sea of crimson mist there had faded, revealing the Providence golden body and the nine-eyed blood toad. The two were facing one another from over 1,000 feet away, and the Providence golden body had become very dim and was missing a head and two arms. As for the nine-eyed blood toad, it was riddled with wounds, and only 5 of its eyes remained open, while the other 4 were all bleeding profusely. It seemed that neither side had gained the upper hand over the other. As for the other 2 battles taking place, they were still as intense as ever. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, yet just as he was about to fly toward the nine-eyed blood toad, it suddenly heaved a forlorn sigh. "There's no need to continue this any longer, Brother Han. The 3 of us concede and will no longer pester you and your companion." As soon as its voice trailed off, a burst of crimson mist rose up from the nine-eyed blood toad, and its injuries were quickly healed before it reverted back to its human form amid a flash of spiritual light. Han Li hesitated momentarily before also reverting back to his human form amid a flash of golden light. The other combatants had naturally already witnessed what had just happened, and despite their reluctance to do so, Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wan Hua could only disengage themselves from their respective battles before retreating back to Xiao Ming's side with dark expressions. "Are we just going to give up, Brother Xiao?" Mistress Wan Hua asked with an indignant expression. "What else can we do? Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Hua Shi are no longer here. The 3 of us have no chance at victory," Xiao Ming replied. Taoist Qing Ping also seemed very reluctant to give up, but he didn't say anything in the end. "You've gotten the better of us, fellow Taoist Han. We'll only be embarrassing ourselves further if we continue to stay here, so we'll be taking our leave now," Xiao Ming said as he cupped his fist in a salute toward Han Li before preparing to depart with Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wan Hua. "You think you can just come and go as you please, Brother Xiao?" Han Li asked with a cold smile. At this point, the giant golden crab and Fairy Ice Soul had also flew over to Han Li's side, and Fairy Ice Soul's eyes were filled with elation. Meanwhile, the giant golden crab transformed into a young Taoist priest amid a flash of silver lightning. Xiao Ming's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. "What are you trying to say, Brother Han? Why ask a question you already know the answer to, Brother Xiao? If you want to leave, then you'll have to buy your way out of here," Han Li said. "Fine. Here are 3 blood crystals to compensate for our actions." Xiao Ming sighed as he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a jade box toward Han Li. Han Li drew the jade box into his grasp, then inspected its contents with his spiritual sense before giving a pleased nod. The jade box was then stowed away amid a flash of spiritual light, and Xiao Ming cupped his fist in a salute again before flying away, followed closely by Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wan Hua. Even though they could no longer obtain Taoist Tianding's true inheritance, there was still some time until the closing of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, so if they made haste, they could still obtain some treasures from some other areas. "Thank you, Brother Han. If you hadn't stood up for me, I would already be dead by now," Fairy Ice Soul said with unadulterated gratitude in her voice as she extended a deep bow toward Han Li. "No need for formalities, fellow Taoist Ice Soul. Even setting aside our history with one another, I would have ensured your safety on the basis that you're a fellow human Grand Ascension stage being," Han Li said with a smile, while Taoist Xie stood beside him in silence with a wooden expression. After a short conversation, the 3 of them flew toward a certain direction. Several hours later, a light formation suddenly appeared at a certain location in the centrum amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, following which Han Li's trio emerged. After quickly inspecting their surroundings, Fairy Ice Soul said, "I can sense the blood spirit's approximate location. I'll use the restriction to teleport us over to her." Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and thus Fairy Ice Soul flipped a hand over to summon a formation plate. She then cast a few incantations toward the formation plate before tossing it forward, upon which it transformed into a light formation again. The 3 of them stepped into the formation before vanishing amid a faint buzzing sound. Several hours later, the Blood Soul was situated in a pavilion, drawing a series of treasures on a wooden shelf up her sleeve when her expression suddenly changed slightly, and she promptly abandoned the remaining 2 or 3 treasures on the shelf before flying out of the pavilion as a streak of light. Almost at the exact same moment, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a light formation carrying Han Li's trio emerged. "You've finally been freed," the Blood Soul said as she appraised the mirror image of herself with a complex expression. "Thank you for your hard work and for enlisting Brother Han's help. Otherwise, the 2 of us most likely would have never had a chance to reunite," Fairy Ice Soul said with a smile. Chapter 2375. Return, You Are Me and I Am You. there's no need to thank me. Now that you've been free I can return to you, the Blood Soul said, and Fairy Ice Soul nodded in response before making a hand seal, upon which the bright crimson light erupted from her body. At the same time, the Blood Soul flew toward her as a ball of crimson light before vanishing into her body in a flash. Fairy Ice Soul immediately doubled over slightly as a pained look appeared on her face, and the crimson light radiating from her body brightened as countless crimson threads shot out of her skin before disintegrating into crimson mist. Only after 15 minutes had passed did the pain on her face gradually fade, and she stood up straight again. At this moment, her appearance hadn't changed in the slightest, but her disposition had undergone a subtle transformation. I see that you're an extremely renowned figure in our human race and has had extensive interactions with this Blood Soul clone of mine. It's all thanks to you that she was able to make it all the way here, Fairy Ice Soul said with a smile. Have you already absorbed all of your clone's memories? Only asked. It's not that simple. I've sealed most of the memories away and have only absorbed the most important parts, Fairy Ice Soul replied with a wry smile. That's a wise decision. Now that you've recovered your clone and there's nothing else in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace that can interest us, let's leave this place. I'm sure no one could have anticipated that the palace would close early, and during the unrest, we'll be able to get away safely, Han Li said as he swept a hand through the air, and Jin Tong emerged out of thin air before vanishing up his sleeve. Almost at the exact same moment, Daoist Ye also made a hand seal before disappearing into Han Li's body as an arc of silver lightning amid a faint thunderclap. Alright, I'll begin right away, Fairy Ice Soul agreed. Thus, she opened her mouth to release a crimson jade badge, which she pointed a finger toward, and bursts of restriction fluctuations began to emanate from the badge. In the air above the myriad moon mountain range, a giant formation had already been set up around the giant gate that was the entrance to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, and there were Bloodbone sect disciples situated all around the formation, while 2 Grand Ascension stage beings from the Bloodbone sect were seated at its center. All of a sudden, a burst of rumbling rang out from the giant gate alongside waves of energy fluctuations. The 2 Grand Ascension stage beings immediately opened their eyes, and one of them, a thin elderly man, exclaimed, "What's going on? Is the Heavenly Cauldron Palace opening earlier than usual? According to past records, it shouldn't be closing yet." He was accompanied by a short and hideous woman who speculated, perhaps someone obtained Taoist Tianding's true inheritance to trigger this change. In any case, let's activate the formation first in case someone gets away during the chaos, the thin elderly man decided. That is indeed a necessary precaution to take, the woman agreed. Thus, the two of them issued an order, and the Bloodbone sect disciples around them immediately activated their formation treasures. Rays of dazzling light rose up from the formation as it was activated, quickly intertwining to form a gigantic net that encompassed the entire sky. As soon as the net took shape, an astonishingly menacing aura surged through the area, as if there were a formidable army lying in ambush. The 2 Grand Ascension stage beings of the Bloodbone sect were appraising the giant gate with intense unblinking eyes, and all of a sudden, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The massive gate warped and blurred before abruptly exploding, and the world's origin chi scattered in all directions while the white spatial rift was slowly sealed. Spatial fluctuations then erupted where the gate had disappeared, and 2 light formations appeared, from within which 2 groups of people emerged. One group was comprised of around 30 and 40 people, led by a brocade-robed man with a dark expression. They had only just broken through the restrictions in one of the central areas and were about to plunder the treasures in there when they were forcibly ejected out of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. This was naturally extremely frustrating and explained the displeased look on the brocade-robed man's face. As for the other group, it was comprised of the 5 Shuehe clones. A hint of surprise flashed through the elderly man's eyes at the sight of the 2 groups. The brocade-robed man's expression changed slightly at the sight of the 2 Grand Ascension stage beings and the giant net up above, and he asked in a cold voice, "Fellow Taoist Tianjiu, fellow Taoist Di Meng, I didn't expect to see you 2 here. What is the meaning of this?" "Ah, so you were in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, Sect Master Feng. No wonder it was closed early. You must have reaped some significant rewards in that palace, right, Brother Feng?" The short woman chuckled. The brocade-robed man's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. "Are you under the impression that I was the one who caused the palace to close early? Aside from you, I can't think of anyone else who could be capable of accomplishing this," the woman replied. The brocade-robed man was furious to hear this, but he didn't know how to respond. Right at this moment, the elderly man suddenly yelled, "Where do you think you're going? Are you not planning to say anything? In that direction, the 5 Shuehe clones were slowly backing away toward the edge of the formation. We have nothing to say. Are you going to keep us here along with Sect Master Feng? One of the clones replied in a wooden manner. Instead of answering the question, the rainbow light flashed through the elderly man's eyes and he sighed. I didn't think that the vastly renowned 5 Shuehe clones would be reduced to such a sorry state. How pitiful. The clone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. What do you mean by that, Tianjiu? What do I mean? You think your blood puppet body can escape the detection of my glazed illusion eyes? Why don't you reveal your true form? The elderly man harumphed coldly. What? Blood puppet? The short woman and the brocade-robed man both turned toward the 5 Shuehe clones with alarm and wariness in their eyes upon hearing this. The clone reverted back to his wooden expression and chuckled. Hee, the resounding reputation of the glazed illusion eyes is truly warranted. I've already cultivated the blood god arts to such a degree, yet I still wasn't able to fool you. Immediately thereafter, a streak of crimson light shot out of the back of each clone's head, then converged to form a blurry crimson humanoid figure with shimmering green eyes that were giving off an indescribably ruthless aura. The elderly man took a deep breath and declared, It is a well-established rule across the entire Blood Sky continent that all those who cultivate the blood god arts are to be killed. As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal before pointing a finger upward, and a rumbling thunderclap rang out as 6 bolts of crimson lighting appeared in the air before crashing down toward the 5 Shuehe clones and the crimson figure. At the same time, a loud buzzing sound rang out from the entire formation, and thick pillars of light erupted into the sky all around it, creating a massive cage of light, while the gigantic net up above also began to slowly descend. A burst of cackling rang out from the crimson figure's body, and he swept a sleeve upward, releasing 6 streaks of crimson light that destroyed the 6 bolts of lightning in a flash. Immediately thereafter, countless bursts of crimson mist surged out of his body, sweeping up the 5 Shuehe clones before speeding away toward the edge of the cage of light as a sea of crimson mist. The elderly man's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he quickly switched to a different hand seal, upon which a white sword projection that was several thousand feet in length erupted out of his body. He then fused as one with the sword projection before hurtling directly toward the sea of crimson mist, while the short woman turned to the brocade-robed man and asked, Sect Master Feng, that man has cultivated the blood god arts. What do you plan to do? There's no need to goad me, Di Meng. All those who cultivate the blood god arts are sworn enemies of our blood Dao sects and must be killed, so of course I'm not just going to stand by and watch. The brocade-robed man harumphed coldly in response. He then instructed his disciples to release the treasures in their hands, which transformed into giant runes of different colors that began to fly erratically through the air. The brocade-robed man chanted an incantation, and the runes quickly converged along a set trajectory before rapidly intertwining, and within mere moments, a golden formation that seemed to be filled with countless sharp blades had taken shape above him. The short woman was quite pleased to see this, and she swept a sleeve through the air to summon several spirit beast bracelets. Around a dozen massive crimson doves flew out of the spirit beast bracelets, then also pounced toward the sea of crimson mist in the distance at the woman's behest. As for the giant pillars of light that seemed to be extremely far away, they began to slowly converge toward the center under the combined efforts of all of the Bloodbone sect disciples, and a fierce battle ensued. We've finally come out, but we still appear to be in the Myriad Moon Mountain range, Hanli remarked as he strode out of the light formation and inspected his surroundings. While preparing the teleportation formation, I had already done my best to teleport us as far away as possible. Even though we're still in the Myriad Moon Mountain range, we should be on the very outskirts, Fairy Ice Soul said as she also inspected her surroundings with unbridled excitement in her eyes. Anyone who had been trapped in a certain place for so many years would be ecstatic upon being freed. Even if someone were to detect our presence here, it would be too late for them to catch us. I'll summon Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi to this place right away. Do you have any plans, fellow Taoist Ice Soul? Are you going to return to our human race? Hanli asked. I've only just reached the Grand Ascension stage, so I'll need some time to consolidate my cultivation base, and I have to refine the treasures I just obtained. As such, I plan to cultivate for a few years in a secluded place before returning to our human race, Fairy Ice Soul replied, clearly having already thought about this. That's not a bad idea. However, news of the fact that you've obtained Taoist Tianding's inheritance will definitely spread very quickly, so you'll have to be careful, Hanli cautioned. Rest assured, Brother Han, I may be inept compared to you, but I'm still a Grand Ascension stage being, so I'm sure I'll be able to keep myself safe even against powerful enemies as long as I don't fall into any perilous regions, Fairy Ice Soul replied with a smile. I'm glad that you're confident in your own abilities. I'm going to stay on the Blood Sky continent for a while longer, and I may even make a trip to the Thunder continent, so it could be a very long time until we meet again. Look after yourself in the meantime, Hanli said with a smile as he extended a parting salute. Fairy Ice Soul hurriedly returned the salute, and after also wishing Hanli well, she finally took her leave before departing as a streak of light. Once she had vanished into the distance, Hanli made a grabbing motion to summon a silver talisman, which he gently waved through the air, upon which it immediately disintegrated into a plume of smoke. After that, Hanli descended onto a certain mountain and began to meditate under a huge tree, awaiting the arrival of Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huasher. Around half a day later, a triangular flying carriage appeared in the distant sky amid a flash of spiritual light, and its passengers were none other than Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huasher. Hanli reopened his eyes before rising to his feet. Shortly thereafter, news emerged from the Bloodbone sect, stating that the blood clones formed by the 5 Shuehi clones had all been destroyed, and the mysterious cultivator of the blood god arts had also been killed. However, Tianjiu and Di Meng had sustained severe injuries in the battle, and only less than half of the disciples who had accompanied them managed to survive. As for Sect Master Feng, he had perished during the battle. At the same time, a rumor began to spread, detailing the fact that a female Grand Ascension stage being from a foreign continent had obtained Taoist Tianding's inheritance, and this naturally attracted a lot of interest. Strangely enough, there were no rumors about Hanli at all. It was as if he had never even appeared in the Myriad Moon Mountain range. A year and a half later, 2 Grand Ascension stage beings of the Blood Sky continent were hovering in the air above an extremely secluded valley in the Chiyin Mountain range, appraising a thin young man with an astonished look in their eyes. The young man wore a set of black robes, and he had a pair of thin and long eyes that struck the beholder with a very peculiar sense of emptiness. The young man was currently holding a severed head by its hair, and beneath his feet was a flowing river of blood that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The head had a set of refined and handsome facial features, and even in death, there was still an incredulous look etched onto it. The river of blood was around 300 to 400 feet wide and extremely viscous, but wasn't giving off any bloody odor. Instead, it was releasing an aroma close to that of sandalwood, and those who inhaled scent would immediately feel more alert. A body that had been dismembered into several pieces laid at the black-robed young man's feet, and his legs were plunged into the river halfway up his shins. However, he was as steady as if he were standing on solid ground, and he was appraising the 2 Grand Ascension stage beings before him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Among the 2 Grand Ascension stage beings, an imposing purple-armored man seemed to have finally repressed the fear in his heart, and roared, "What did you do to us? How did you debilitate our powers so significantly? There's no way Taoist Yenyu would have been killed so easily had he been at full power. Do you realize that Taoist Yenyu was an elder of the Helian Trade Guild, one of the premier powers of the entire spirit realm? You killed a core member of the Helian Trade Guild. Even with your powers, your fate is sealed. What's this trade guild supposed to be? If they want to die, then they can come and find me and I'll make them a part of this river just like you two are going to be. As for how your powers were restricted, that has nothing to do with us. The refinement of the Myriad Spirit Blood Seal has only just been completed, and it's still unable to restrain its own aura as it pleases. You've simply been unwittingly intimidated by its aura, the black-robed young man replied in a nonchalant manner. Nonsense. What kind of treasure could restrict our powers with its aura alone? Even a profound heavenly treasure can't achieve something like this. The purple-armored man countered. You don't know anything. Profound heavenly treasures may be powerful, but their powers depend on the realm that they were born in. How much power could a profound heavenly treasure from a small realm like this one possibly possess? Ants like you can't even begin to imagine how fearsome profound heavenly treasures born in higher realms are, the black-robed young man replied with undisguised disdain in his voice. The purple-armored man faltered slightly upon hearing this, but a thought then occurred to him and he yelled, "What insolence! I've never heard that our spirit realm is a so-called small realm. It seems like you're from another realm, but even so, do you really think you can oppose the power of an entire realm on your own and slaughter living beings as you please for a blood sacrifice?" Instead of being enraged to hear this, the black-robed young man carefully considered the purple-armored man's words before replying in a serious manner, It would naturally be impossible for me to slaughter all of the living beings in this entire realm, but if all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings in this realm are only around the same level of power as you three, then it wouldn't be too difficult to kill all of you given some time. The purple-armored man's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Right at this moment, his companion, an elderly man with snake patterns all over his body, suddenly transformed into a giant green four-winged snake before flapping his wings vigorously and flying away as a green thread. In the blink of an eye, he was already over 10,000 feet away, and it seemed that he was on the cusp of escaping. How foolish. Do you think a mere Grand Ascension stage being like you can escape from my myriad spirit blood seal? The black-robed young man cast his gaze toward the fleeing snake, then uttered the word seal, and a mountainous seal projection suddenly appeared above the flying snake amid a flash of crimson light before descending in what appeared to be quite a slow manner. In the instant that the giant seal projection appeared, the flying snake was somehow completely immobilized and could only look on helplessly as the massive projection descended onto its body. As soon as the flying snake came into contact with the seal projection, it let loose a blood-curdling cry, and its body instantly disintegrated into specks of spiritual light alongside the nascent soul of the elderly man within it. These specks of spiritual light were then all absorbed into the seal projection, and as a result, the rather blurry projection became a little clearer. However, in the next instant the seal projection vanished into thin air in a flash. Even though the purple-armored man had been through countless ordeals and had great mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be struck by a sense of despair upon seeing this. The black-robed young man was unfathomably powerful, and his own powers had been severely restricted, so there was no chance of victory for him. Even so, he certainly wasn't just going to give up. While the black-robed young man's gaze was still directed toward the distance, the purple-armored man let loose a thunderous roar, and a giant projection with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse appeared behind him amid a flash of azure light. As soon as the projection appeared, it opened its mouth to release countless balls of azure lightning amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. At the same time, he swept both sleeves through the air, releasing around a dozen treasures of different descriptions that exploded in unison as soon as they were released. A dozen or so massive balls of light that resembled scintillating suns emerged before crashing directly toward the black-robed young man with unstoppable might, while the purple-armored man's physical body detonated into a cloud of blood mist to reveal his nascent soul. The nascent soul took a deep breath to instantly absorb all of the blood mist into its own body, then suddenly disappeared into thin air amid a flash of crimson light. In the face of the fearsome attacks being directed toward him, a cold smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face, and he made no effort to evade as he slowly extended a palm forward instead. Chapter 2377. Re-emergence of the six-winged frost centipede. A burst of thunderous rumbling rang out, and a giant rainbow light barrier suddenly appeared around 100 in front of the young man. The balls of lightning and scintillating sun struck the light barrier before exploding violently, sending an enormous burst of energy erupting into the heavens, threatening to tear apart and devour everything. In the face of such a fearsome explosion, the rainbow light barrier only flashed slightly but remained completely resolute, keeping the explosive force at bay. Right at this moment, the entire sky suddenly dimmed, and a semi-transparent giant hand emerged out of thin air. The hand was smooth and translucent with countless golden runes flashing over its surface, and it made a grabbing motion, upon which the entire sky tremored violently as a burst of indescribable power descended from above. Tens of thousands of feet away, the purple-armored man's nascent soul was suddenly forced to stumble out of thin air. Even though it had already fled this far, its teleportation had suddenly been disrupted by the burst of power descending from the heavens, thereby forcing it to reveal itself before the alarmed nascent soul had a chance to try and teleport away again. The massive hand in the sky swooped down upon it before gently pointing a gigantic pillar-like finger at its head. In the face of the giant finger, the nascent soul disintegrated into specks of spiritual light before it even had a chance to make a sound, and the specks of light were all absorbed by the huge finger. The black-robed young man then waved a hand through the air, and the rainbow light barrier before him crumbled away, but instead of immediately departing, he turned toward a certain direction and said, "You've been watching for quite some time now. Isn't it about time you two came out?" However, he was greeted by nothing but silence. "Humph, so you insist on making me force you to reveal yourselves?" The black-robed young man harumphed coldly as he pointed toward that direction in a casual-looking manner. Red light flashed in the distance, and a bolt of crimson lightning came crashing down, causing the nearby space to ripple violently. "You knew we were here all along?" A stunned voice rang out, seeming out of thin air. Immediately thereafter, a man and a woman appeared amid a flash of spiritual light. Both of them were wearing white robes, and the man had golden and silver spirit patterns etched on either side of his face, which bore a strong resemblance to Hanli. As for the woman, this was an icy beauty with skin as fair as snow. These two were none other than the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix who had been forced to accompany him on his journey. They were originally on the Thunder continent, but they had somehow made their way onto the Blood Sky continent. You think your pitiful concealment abilities can fool me? What a joke. Having said that, the two of you are quite interesting. Both of you possess mutated ice attribute true spirit bloodlines. That's very rare even in the true immortal realm. I'm in a good mood today so I can spare you too. From now on, you can be my spirit slaves. I just so happen to be missing a couple of servants to run my errands for me in this realm, the black-robed young man said as he appraised the duo with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Spirit slaves? You really are a true immortal. But that's impossible. The true immortal realm had lost contact with all other realms countless years ago. How could a true immortal arrive in this realm? The six-winged frost centipede exclaimed in an astonished manner. The ice phoenix was also quite bewildered to hear this. You think we've lost contact with all realms? We've only lost contact with this small cluster of realms. On top of that, the true immortal realm isn't actually unable to contact your realm. It's just that a heavy price would have to be expended, and it simply isn't worth it under normal circumstances, the black-robed young man harumphed coldly in response. This heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and having witnessed the power displayed by the young man to easily slay those three Grand Ascension stage beings, he was almost fully convinced that this man was indeed a true immortal. However, there was no way that he would ever agree to become a spirit slave for anyone. The black-robed young man could see the indecision in his eyes and he chuckled, I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. If you don't agree, hee. There's no need for that, I can give you an answer right now. You're dreaming if you think I'll become your spirit slave. I wouldn't consider it even if you kowtowed to me right now. The six-winged frost centipede retorted with a hint of mockery in his eyes. How dare you speak to me like this? The black-robed young man could barely believe his own ears, and an astonishing baleful aura erupted out of his body before sweeping forth in all directions. The surrounding space twisted and warped violently in the face of this baleful aura, and there were even thin white spatial rifts appearing, as if this entire space were about to be torn apart. The six-winged frost centipede immediately slammed a fist into his own chest upon seeing this, following which a translucent bead encompassed within a ball of blue blood essence was released out of his mouth. As soon as the bead appeared, it transformed into a pair of translucent wings that instantly attached themselves to his back. At the same time he swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of glacial light that swept up the ice phoenix, then transformed into his frost centipede form. However, in addition to the 3 pairs of wings on his back, there was also a 4th pair formed by the bead. He flapped his 8 wings in unison and immediately shot forth as a white thread, vanishing into thin air in a flash, leaving only the sound of an object whistling through the air in the extremely far distance. Such an astonishing movement technique came as quite a surprise even to the black-robed young man, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he scoffed, How foolish, do you really think this movement technique will allow you to escape from me? As soon as his voice trailed off, the river of blood beneath his feet surged upward in a frenzy before being absorbed into his body down to the very last drop within the span of just a few breaths. As a result, his aura was enhanced by several-fold, yet just as he was preparing to give chase, countless purplish golden runes suddenly appeared around him before forming a shimmering golden chain that sprang toward him in a flash. His expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but for some reason he made no effort to evade. Thus, the chain wound itself around his body, and the fearsome aura that he was releasing instantly dissipated. At the same time, his face paled slightly as he threw up a mouthful of silver blood essence, and only then did the purplish golden chain disappear. He cast his gaze toward the direction that they had fled in and murmured to himself, This may only be a small realm, but as expected I still can't contend with the restrictive power of an entire realm. Having said that, even if I only use a small portion of my power, there's no way those two would be able to get away. There has to be an interval of several months between blood sacrifices anyway, so I might as well take this time to have some fun with those two. I hope they'll actually put up some decent resistance so they can entertain me for a while. As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a rainbow cloud appeared beneath his feet before carrying him through the air. He wasn't flying very quickly and he seemed to be very calm and relaxed. 2 days later, the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix were meditating in a crude temporary cave abode erected within the belly of a small mountain. After a long while, the six-winged frost centipede finally opened his eyes before exhaling a burst of white glacial chi. The ice phoenix also opened her eyes upon sensing this before appraising him with a complex expression. Have you recovered the energy you expended earlier? Even the average Grand Ascension stage being wouldn't have been able to easily unleash that movement technique. It's a good thing that you obtained that treasure that formed a fourth set of wings for you. Otherwise there's no way we could have escaped. I didn't just sit around and twiddled my thumbs during my years in the primordial world. I encountered several significant opportunities during my journey, and there's no way I'll be willing to become a spirit slave to anyone, even a true immortal. As for the energy I expended, don't worry about that. The planine star chi that I absorbed is still within my body, so I can replenish my energy in no time. However, if I can track down the planine race and learn their method for communicating with the power of stars to attain a true immortal body, I'll be able to contend even with a true immortal, the six-winged frost centipede harumphed coldly. I guess you can only blame your bad luck. The planine race had always resided on the Thunder continent since ancient times. Who would have thought they would suddenly decide to mass migrate to the Blood Sky continent? Even so, surely it would be delusional to count on them to help you oppose a true immortal, the Ice Phoenix said in a cold voice. If this were a true immortal at the height of his powers, then there would be no hope for me at all, but a true immortal that descends into this realm will be restricted by the power of the realm. As such, he'll only be able to unleash 30% to 40% of his power at most, which would make him comparable in power to only some of the more powerful true spirit beings, and that's definitely manageable. Just give me several more centuries and... Crap, he's catching up again. The six-winged frost centipede suddenly exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. He immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of glacial light, which dragged the ice phoenix over to his side. He then opened his mouth to release that translucent bead, transforming into a giant eight-winged centipede before fleeing out of the cave abode as a white thread. A short while later, the black-robed young man appeared in the distance atop his rainbow cloud. He appeared to be moving quite slowly, but that wasn't actually the case at all, and he arrived above the mountain after just a few flashes. He glanced down expressionlessly at the mountain, and a cold smile appeared on his face before he flew away atop the rainbow cloud again, departing in the same direction that the six-winged frost centipede had fled toward. It seemed that this true immortal really did have a way to track the duo. Even after such a long time, he was still able to find their location with unerring accuracy. Thus the pursuit continued. Due to that movement technique being used by the six-winged frost centipede, there was a vast speed disparity, but no matter how much distance was opened up between them, the black-robed young man would always be able to catch up in a few days like a cat toying with a mouse. The six-winged frost centipede was extremely alarmed by this, but no matter how he examined the ice phoenixes and his own body, he couldn't find any tracking marks. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated this true immortal, after all. As such, he could only continue to expend the planine star chi that he had recently manifested to flee from their pursuer. 3 months later, the six-winged frost centipede was on the verge of collapse, but the black-robed young man suddenly disappeared and didn't reappear for several days. The six-winged frost centipede and ice phoenix were naturally ecstatic to see this, thinking that they had finally shaken off their pursuer. Thus, they hurriedly found a secluded location where the six-winged frost centipede was able to replenish his own energy, but half a month later, the black-robed young man appeared in the nearby area again, and the two of them could only continue their life on the run. In a secluded hall in the headquarters of the Helian Trade Guild on the Blood Sky continent, Bai Ying was seated behind a purple wooden table, appraising a jade slip that he had just received with a dark expression. Moments later, he finished reading the contents of the jade slip before setting it down, then clapped his hands together, and a blurry humanoid figure immediately appeared amid a gentle breeze. The figure extended a deep bow toward Bai Ying, who asked, "What happened? Why did it take you so long to report fellow Taoist Yen Yu's death to me?" According to our sources, Senior Yen Yu met up with 2 other Grand Ascension Stage seniors before venturing into the Qiyun mountain range to investigate the disappearance of the 8 nations and 19 sex populations. However, it was only several months later that we received news that they had tracked down the suspected culprit. After that, no further news was received. Thus, we ventured into the Qiyun mountain range with the sole badges of those 3 seniors, but not long after we entered the mountain range, all 3 badges shattered in unison. Only then did we realize that the 3 of them had already fallen, but their deaths had somehow been concealed. After investigating for around another month, we finally tracked down the residual auras of the 3 seniors in a secluded location, and it seemed that a fierce battle had taken place there and that they had all perished at around the same time, but they only seemed to have a single opponent. This is an extremely important matter, so we didn't dare to report back to you until we were sure that our information was correct, the blurry figure explained. It's quite incredible that someone was able to repress the reactions of soul badges, even if it's only for a short time. At the very least, I've never heard of something like this in all my years. Fellow Taoist Yan Yu and the others were only considered to be average among Grand Ascension stage beings, but there are definitely no more than 10 known beings on the Blood Sky continent capable of killing all 3 of them at once on their own. Aside from myself, none of the other elders of the guild would have been able to accomplish this. It looks like the culprit behind the blood sacrifice is a truly fearsome being, Bai Ying said with a cold look in his eyes. If the culprit had only sacrificed the nations and sects of the Chiyin mountain range, then that would be the end of the matter. With his fearsome might, none of the other powers would be willing to seek revenge against him. However, we've just received news that he appeared again in the Great Dragon Nation around half a month ago and created another boundless river of blood by sacrificing the entire population of that nation. As a result, the Bloodbone sect and several other major powers were forced to step in. Apparently, these powers have been interacting frequently these past few days, and they seem to be planning to assemble a devil-slaying squad of Grand Ascension stage beings to hunt down this menace. We've also received letters from the involved parties requesting for our trade guild to join them, the blurry figure explained. So the Bloodbone sect and the other super sects are finally willing to step in? It looks like things are truly escalating. Our trade guild will stay out of this matter for now, but we can't just not do anything. I'll get Elder June to join this devil-slaying squad, but to prioritize his own safety above all else and take care not to directly oppose that menace. Our trade guild has already lost fellow Taoist Yan Yu, and that's a severe blow, Bai Ying decided. Yes, I'll notice Elder Jean Yiming right away, the blurry figure said with a respectful bow. Also, it's almost time for our match against the Infernal Realm, so begin making preparations and summoning our representatives. If it weren't for the fact that I have to stay in the guild and prepare for the upcoming match, I would be tempted to see for myself just what kind of menace has sacrificed so many living beings, Bai Ying harumphed coldly. Rest assured, Senior, I'll get everything arranged. Among our representatives, Elder Wen Xingfeng is in this area, and Master Lei has already arrived on the Blood Sky continent and is in temporary seclusion in one of our trade guild's branches. According to our sources, Senior Han seems to be traveling around the Tidefall grassland area in search of the ancient altars nearby. The only concern lies with Senior Shueisha. Ever since he entered the legendary Thousand Steps maze a year ago, he still hasn't returned. Could it be that he's been trapped in there like everyone else? The blurry figure speculated in a hesitant voice. Rest assured, Shueisha's powers aren't inferior to my own, and with his steadfast nature, there's no way he would have ventured into that maze had he not had full confidence that he would be able to escape from it. Once the agreed time arrives, I'm sure he'll show up, Bai Ying replied. In that case, I'll send out messages to Master Lei and Senior Han, then get the members of our branches to arrange their teleportation to the entrance of that small world, the figure said. All right, go ahead, Bai Ying agreed with a slight nod. Spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the wooden table once again, and the blurry figure vanished after extending a parting bow. Following his departure, Bai Ying reached out toward a pile of jade slips on the table in an absent-minded manner. However, right at this moment, a dull thump suddenly rang out from within his body, and his expression changed drastically as his outstretched hand stiffened in midair. Only after a long while did he take a deep breath before withdrawing his hand and pressing it against his own waist. A green jade box immediately flew out amid a burst of green light, then hovered in the air before him. The surface of the box was riddled with countless spirit patterns, as well as several golden talismans that were flashing with faint spiritual light. Bai Ying's expression changed slightly as he quickly made a string of hand seals before pointing a finger toward the jade box, upon which the golden talismans were removed at his behest. The lid of the box also flew up on its own, revealing a strange-looking flat round disc. The disc was as pristine white as jade with a crimson formation engraved on its surface, at the center of which was a black and white yin-yang diagram. The disc seemed to possess some type of mystical property that struck the beholder with a sense of captivation. Only after appraising the disc for a long while did Bai Ying grit his teeth before reaching into the jade box. As soon as his finger came into contact with the red formation, it immediately cracked as if it were extremely fragile, and the yin-yang diagram at its very center completely shattered at the same time. I didn't think the legends would ring true. I've been using my blood essence to refine this treasure ever since I reached the Grand Ascension stage. Who would have thought that it would actually display a premonition? Could this have something to do with the upcoming match against the Infernal Realm, or am I about to face another tribulation designed by fate? Bai Ying murmured to himself as he stared at the round disc with a dark expression. After a long silence, Bai Ying harumphed coldly, "Humph, my life is in my own hands, not in the hands of some predetermined fate. Even if this treasure really is as accurate as the legends suggest, there's still a chance that I could survive. However, I'll definitely have to prepare some more measures in addition to the ones I've already prepared." He then released a burst of green light from the jade box, and the box itself remained unharmed, but the white formation plate within it immediately disintegrated into dust. Chapter 2379. Imminent battle above a certain giant lake in the renowned Tidefall grassland on the Blood Sky continent. Han Li and the others were flying through the air in a nondescript flying boat. Han Li was standing at the very front of the boat in an expressionless manner, while Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi were standing behind him with dejected expressions. A short while ago they had just tested the final ancient altar on the grassland, but were disappointed to find that it still wasn't the one they were searching for. All of a sudden, a clear buzzing sound rang out from Han Li's body. His expression changed slightly as he released a blue formation plate out of his sleeve, and around a dozen shimmering silver characters appeared on the object's surface. "Let's go to the nearby Pegasus City," Han Li immediately instructed. Patriarch Hua Shi was rather surprised to hear this, but he immediately obliged, controlling the flying boat to fly toward another direction. "What happened, Senior Han? Could it be that the match against the Infernal Realm is about to begin?" Zhu Guer asked. Han Li hadn't told her everything about this upcoming match, but he had revealed some inconsequential information about it to her. Thus, she didn't know the exact details involved, but she did know that Han Li had to fight a certain group of powerful beings at a certain time and place. "That's right. I benefited from the Helian Trade Guild in the past, so I can't revoke my promise now," Han Li replied. "Even with so many Grand Ascension stage beings among its ranks, the Trade Guild is still requesting your assistance. It's clear that this is going to be no ordinary match. Please be careful, Senior Han," Zhu Guer said in a concerned manner. "Don't worry, with my current powers, there shouldn't be many beings in the world who can pose a threat to me. Even if I can't defeat my opponent, I'll definitely be able to at least get away safely," Han Li said with a confident smile. Both Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi were quite reassured by Han Li's display of confidence. Half a month later, Han Li's trio arrived at a giant city on the outskirts of the grassland. In contrast with normal cities, there were rows of thick dark green bamboo trees planted outside the city wall to form another wall of bamboo that surrounded the entire city. There were gray Pegasus statues that were over 100 meters tall situated at roughly 500-meter intervals along the city wall, and not only were they extremely lifelike, all of them were in different poses. Instead of landing at the city gate, Han Li's flying boat flew directly over the city wall before crashing into the invisible restrictions over the city, much to the astonishment of countless low-grade and mid-grade cultivators down below. However, the flying boat only descended slightly before continuing on toward the center of the city. "That's a Grand Ascension stage, Senior," many of the people down below immediately exclaimed. The astonishment on the faces of the guards on the city wall also transitioned into respectful expressions upon seeing this. There was no way that a body integration stage being would be able to allow a flying boat to completely disregard a city's flight restrictions. Only someone at or above the Grand Ascension stage would be able to accomplish this. Most cities had rules prohibiting outsiders from flying in the city, but Grand Ascension stage beings and even some powerful body integration stage beings could naturally ignore such rules. Of course, the number and caliber of powerful beings guarding a city differed from city to city. Pegasus City wasn't a huge city, but there were no Grand Ascension stage beings within its walls. There were only several body integration cultivators in the city, and the guards certainly wouldn't dare to oppose a Grand Ascension stage being. Thus, Han Li's trio quickly arrived in front of a massive building at the center of the city that bore the symbol of the Helian Trade Guild before the flying boat was stowed away. As soon as they began to descend from above, 2 rows of people immediately emerged from the building with respectful expressions. All of them extended deep bows toward Han Li, and a gray-haired elderly man who appeared to be around 60 to 70 years of age said in a respectful voice, "We pay our respects to Senior Han. We were made aware of your imminent arrival several days ago, and have already prepared the teleportation formation. Would you like to take a rest before setting off, Senior Han? I see your trade guild is very efficient. There's no need for any rest. Prepare for teleportation right away," Han Li instructed. "All right, please come with me, Senior," the elderly man replied with another respectful bow. Han Li nodded in response before making his way toward the entrance of the building, followed closely by Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi. A short while later, Han Li arrived in a secluded underground hall, at the center of which stood a silver formation that was riddled with spirit runes. Han Li quickly inspected his surroundings, and his brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "Will this formation take me directly to the small world?" "Indeed, Senior. Master Baiying arranged for all of our trade guild's representatives to meet in the small world," the elderly man replied. "In that case, I'm sure the preparations on fellow Taoist Bai's end are complete. Begin the teleportation," Han Li instructed with a smile before stepping into the formation, as did Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi. The elderly man gave an affirmative response before summoning an azure jade badge, which he waved through the air to release a streak of silver light that vanished into the formation in a flash. In the next instant, the entire formation began to emit a faint buzzing sound, and Han Li's trio vanished amid a flash of silver light. Silver light flashed within a formation surrounded by lush greenery in another world, and Han Li's trio re-emerged. "You've finally arrived, Brother Han? How have you been these past few years?" A voice rang out from behind the nearby trees, following which one of the trees suddenly split apart into 2 people. The duo was comprised of a green-robed elderly man with a smile on his wizened face, and a young brocade-robed woman who was quite elegant and refined appearance, and was holding a small silver beast in her arms. Han Li could sense a familiar aura from the elderly man and he asked, "Fellow Taoist Baiying?" "That's right, it's me. I hope you aren't holding any grudges over the test I implemented during our first meeting. We'll be counting on you during this match," Baiying said with a smile. "Of course, Brother Bai, I agreed to participate in this match, so I'll be sure to do my best," Han Li replied with a smile. Baiying then turned to the young woman beside him and introduced, "This is Elder Wen Xingfeng of our Trade Guild's panel of elders, and she hails from the Illusion Heart sect. Her powers rank near the top of all of our elders on the Blood Sky continent, and she's also one of our Trade Guild's representatives for this match." The Illusion Heart sect? I've heard that this is the largest sect in the northern region of the Blood Sky continent. The sect doesn't have many disciples, but all of them are top-tier beings at their respective cultivation bases, Han Li said as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Having roamed the Blood Sky continent for several years, he had become rather familiar with some of the major powers on the continent. This was a powerful being from a sect that was not inferior to the Bloodbone sect, so it was rather counterintuitive that someone like her would join the Helian Trade Guild, and that was the reason for his surprise. When Xingfeng seemed to have sensed Han Li's befuddlement, and she smiled as she explained, "The founding father of our sect came from our Trade Guild, and ever since our sect was founded, it had always been a strong ally of the Trade Guild, so it's only natural that I became an elder of the guild." "I see, that does make sense," Han Li said as an enlightened look appeared on his face. "Please come to my abode to take a good rest, Brother Han. There are only 2 months left until the match against the Infernal Realm, and fellow Taoist Lei and fellow Taoist Shueisha should be arriving soon. If you have any needs, feel free to state them, and our Trade Guild will do our best to fulfill those needs," Baiying said as he led Han Li's trio toward a small path. "I'll be sure to do so, Brother Bai," Han Li replied with a smile. Thus, the group soon emerged from the surrounding forest before arriving in front of a massive cluster of buildings akin to a stronghold. "This is one of the large settlements our Trade Guild has set up in this world, and it's the one closest to the area controlled by those beings of the Infernal Realm. Their territory is only hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, and the match will be taking place on the border between the territories under each side's control. When the time for the match comes, the armies of both sides will also be mobilized so as a safety precaution." Baiying began to introduce the current circumstances while leading Han Li's group toward the stronghold. There were over 100 armored warriors stationed at the gate of the stronghold, and there were also some human-beast hybrid puppets that were roaming the city walls, which were over 1,000 feet tall and resembled sheer cliff faces. Lights of all types of different colors were flashing above the stronghold, and restriction fluctuations encompassed the entire area, making it apparent that the stronghold was very tightly guarded. With Bai Ying leading the way, the guards at the gate naturally weren't going to stop them. Instead, they quickly extended respectful bows before backing away to either side, granting the group entry to the stronghold. Around an hour later, Han Li found himself situated in a secret chamber on the top floor, small stone pagoda at the center of the stronghold. He was currently seated with his legs crossed, meditating to prime himself into the best condition, while Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi were standing on guard duty in shifts outside. Two months passed by in the blink of an eye, and on this day Han Li was meditating in his secret chamber when Zhu Guer's respectful voice sounded outside the secret chamber. "Senior Han, Master Bai Ying is inviting you to go and see him, and the messenger says that the match is about to commence soon." Han Li opened his eyes and replied calmly, "All right, I'll be there right away. This could be a dangerous trip, so you and Hua Shi can stay here for now." Immediately thereafter, he rose up as a streak of azure light and vanished through the door of the secret chamber in a flash. Around an hour later, Han Li arrived at a hall at the center of the stronghold, which was also the largest building in the entire stronghold. There he met Bai Ying, Wen Xinfeng, and a silver-armored man with a cold expression. "This is Brother Lei Yuan, the manager of our trade guild on the Thunder Continent, so his status is identical to mine on the Blood Sky Continent. Fellow Taoist Shueisha encountered some trouble during his trip here, but he should be here tomorrow at the latest. For now we'll be going on ahead. Does anyone have any objections?" Bai Ying asked after introducing the silver-armored man to Han Li. "You're responsible for this match, so I won't intervene in any way," the silver-armored man replied in an expressionless manner. Han Li and Wen Xinfeng didn't have any objections either. Thus, after a brief discussion, the group made their way out of the hall, where orderly rows of armored warriors were already waiting for them. Furthermore, there were around a dozen giant flat flying treasures above the stronghold that resembled a series of islands, and following an order from Bai Ying, all of the armored warriors immediately rose up into these islands. "That's all the troops we're taking with us?" the silver-armored man asked as his brows furrowed slightly. "Of course not. These are only the troops we're presenting on the surface. As for all of the other troops, they've already been sent to a predetermined location half a month ago. If those ghostly beings are harboring any ulterior motives, we'll make sure they don't get away alive," Bai Ying replied. The silver-armored man nodded in response upon hearing this. Only after all of the armored warriors had entered the giant flying treasures did Han Li and the others fly into the largest of the islands. In the next instant, all of the flying treasures were activated and set off toward the distance. Half a day later, the group of flying treasures arrived above a peculiar mountain range. There seemed to be an invisible line running along the entire mountain range, with the area on one side of the line resembling a lush green paradise, while the other was filled with surging black qi and gusts of yin winds. The giant islands drew to a halt over 100 kilometers away from this imaginary line, following which groups of armored warriors began to exit the flying treasures. They immediately sprang into action, releasing all types of formation tools to begin constructing a giant super formation down below. There were also some who were hurling balls of light of different colors up into the air, and large sections of city walls, as well as buildings of different descriptions began to descend from above, forming a small stronghold in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a series of armed puppets were released from the storage bracelets of the armored puppets, and they immediately began to patrol the city walls. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others had emerged from their giant island and were appraising the imaginary divisive line from afar. "Those 5 mountains that resemble fingers will be the venue for our match. Once the match begins, each of us will go to a mountain, and once everyone is in place, the formation masters from both sides will activate the 2 protective restrictions set up in advance. Only when one side concedes or has perished will the 2 protective restrictions be deactivated," Bai Ying explained with a serious expression. "Could those ghostly beings have tampered with the restrictions in any way?" Wen Xinfeng asked. "Rest assured, both the restrictions are identical and quite simple. After they're set up, the formation masters from both sides will cross-examine the restrictions to ensure that nothing is amiss," Bai Ying explained with a smile. "If one battle concludes very early, will the victor be allowed to participate in other battles?" Han Li asked. This wasn't discussed, but this match was set up to fight for ownership over this realm, so it should naturally be a reflection of both sides' overall power, Bai Ying replied in a meaningful voice. Even though the response was rather vague, a knowing smile appeared on Han Li's face as he replied, "I understand." There are no rules for this match. You can use whatever means available to kill or defeat your opponent. Of course, at our level, defeating an opponent of the same caliber may not be that difficult, but it would most likely be very hard to actually kill an opponent. On top of that, our opponents are going to be very powerful, and their cultivation arts and secret techniques are all very different from ones that we normally see, so do be careful, Bai cautioned. Rest assured, Brother Bai, it's not like I haven't faced these ghostly beings in the past. I've already specifically prepared several treasures that'll suppress their abilities, and I'm sure these treasures will be effective even if our opponents are more powerful than normal ghostly beings, when Xingfeng replied with a smile as she stroked the small beast in her arms. Bai Ying was ecstatic to hear this. Your abilities already have a suppressive effect on those ghostly beings. Now that you've also prepared some special treasures, I'm sure your chances of securing victory will be very high. I wouldn't be so sure of that. I've heard that the 10 monarchs of the netherworld are the most powerful ghostly beings in the entire infernal realm. They're definitely going to present very stern opposition, when Xingfeng replied with a shake of her head. Haha, you're far too modest, Fairy One. Our opponents are no ordinary beings, but neither are we. I'm sure the outcome of the match will be in our favor. You can all go and rest for now. I'll send out some people to set up the restrictions on the 5 mountains once fellow Taoist Shueisha arrives. I'm sure those ghostly beings have also arrived on the other side, Bai Ying said as he cast his gaze toward the surging black qi on the other side of the divisive line. At the same time, there were close to 100 white mountains, that were each over 10,000 feet tall, hovering in the sky several hundred kilometers within the vast expanse of black qi. The mountains were surrounded by countless ghostly shadows and Yin souls. Someone with a spirit eye ability would be able to see through these Yin winds to identify that these white mountains were piles of countless white bones with flames burning all over their surfaces. There were also some openings on the mountains, through which powerful ghostly beings were entering and exiting incessantly. In contrast with all of the other mountains, the Bone Mountain at the very center had thousands of armed ghostly beings patrolling around it. Within a crimson hall at the very center of the Bone Mountain were several indistinct black shadows discussing something while seated on black chairs. Why have the 5 of us been made to come all this way just for a small world? Aren't we overestimating them? Just give me an army of 1 million troops and I'll raze their entire stronghold to the ground. There's no need for this farcical match, a tall and broad figure said in a cold voice. Humph, don't underestimate them. If they were that easy to deal with, then the ghostly monarchs overseeing this matter wouldn't have sustained injuries during their battles against the powerful beings of the other side, and our forces wouldn't have been prevented from being able to progress beyond this point. They're definitely going to be sending out the most powerful beings among their ranks as well, so don't get complacent. If we lose here, we'll become laughing stocks to the others and we'll have to answer to Brother Ming Xiong, a slender black shadow retorted. That suits me just fine. My 5-Yin Lockhart hammer just so happens to be missing the soul of a powerful being as a tool spirit. If I can kill one of them, then that issue will be resolved, the first figure replied in a nonchalant manner. It's a pity that Brother Ming Xiong is in the midst of a battle against the Night Ghost race over another Yin realm and can't make it today. Otherwise, with his powers, our opponents wouldn't have any chances, a third shadow sighed. The Night Ghost race is very powerful, and it's said that their chieftain possesses unfathomable powers, so only Brother Ming Xiong can oppose him. In contrast with this small world, which will require many years of evolution before it becomes truly valuable to us, that Yin realm is naturally more important, the slender figure replied. Seeing as we're all here, all of us will be participating in the match in a few days. With our powers, our chances of victory should be at least 70% to 80%. The main issue is whether the other side will abide by the agreement and hand over their territory to us after we win. Have you prepared all of our backup measures, 7 Orifices Monarch? Another black shadow spoke for the first time in a sinister voice. The other black shadows reflexively sat up straighter and fell silent upon hearing this voice. Chapter 2381, Netherworld Monarch Chapter Menace. Rest assured, all of the preparations are complete, and our army has also reached the predetermined destination. It's a pity that their realm is a main realm that we're unable to convert. Otherwise, we'd be able to directly invade their realm through that realm entrance. Having said that, it's a good thing that we can resolve this through this match. After all, aside from this small world, we have no other conflicts of interest with them, the final short figure replied in a voice akin to that of an infant. Through searching the souls of the living beings we captured, I discovered that their realm seems to belong to a cluster of realms that has already lost contact with the true immortal realm for countless years. If it weren't for an incident that occurred in this small world that just so happened to connect it with our two main realms, we wouldn't even be able to come into contact with them. It's exactly because of this that their cultivation conventions shouldn't have changed much since ancient times, and they could possess many cultivation arts and secret techniques that are very rare in other realms. This is why Brother Ming Xiong sent all 5 of us here at once. On one hand, he wants us to claim sole ownership over this small world, and at the same time he also wants us to learn some things while battling our opponents. Haven't you realized that the 5 of us have all been stuck at bottlenecks for many years? The authoritative shadow said. The burly shadow's eye immediately lit up upon hearing this. In that case, we really have to thank Brother Ming Xiao for being so thoughtful. It's a rare opportunity to witness ancient cultivation arts. Hopefully they won't disappoint us. Alright, seeing as there are no other issues, let's end things here for today and go back to rest. Tomorrow we'll send out some people to communicate with our opponents and set up the required restrictions in preparation for the upcoming match, the authoritative shadow declared. All of the other shadows nodded in agreement. The next morning, groups of armored warriors and menacing ghostly beings appeared on the 5 mountains, and they were all busy at work. Only after half a day had passed did the formation masters on both sides complete the protective restrictions, and cross-examination took place thereafter. Several hours later, all of the formation masters left the mountains, with each side leaving only a few guards at the location. Another day passed, and just as Han Li was making his way toward the hall of the stronghold, he finally met the vastly renowned Shueisha of the Blood Sky continent. This was a gray-robed middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, but Han Li was able to clearly sense the extremely fearsome baleful aura within Shueisha's body, which was quite alarming even to Han Li. Before Han Li had a chance to say anything to Shueisha, they were called out of the hall by Bai Ying and flew into one of the giant islands up above. In the next instant, the massive flying treasure set off, and shortly thereafter, it stopped less than 10 kilometers away from the 5 mountains. Immediately thereafter, Han Li and the others appeared directly above the island before peering into the distance. A burst of rumbling rang out within the black chi on the other side of the divisive line, and a giant bone mountain emerged before also stopping near the 5 mountains. A burst of black chi then emerged from the summit of the bone mountain, within which were several black shadows of different statures. Bai Ying's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he glanced up at the sky before falling still again. Han Li and the others were also appraising the giant mountain in an expressionless manner. After a long while, the scintillating white sun in the sky suddenly dimmed slightly, and the armored warriors and ghostly beings near the mountains immediately scattered in unison, quickly retreating back to their own sides. Bai Ying's expression changed slightly upon seeing this and he said, "It's time, fellow Taoists. Regardless of the outcome of this match, we'll be sure to issue all of you the promised compensation." "That's all I needed to hear," Shueisha said with a faint smile, then flew toward one of the mountains as a streak of crimson light. "Have you prepared the item that I want as well?" the silver-armored man asked. "Rest assured, Brother Lei, the item has already been tracked down and is awaiting your collection." The silver-armored man was very pleased to hear this, and a dark cloud abruptly emerged beneath his feet amid a rumbling thunderclap before also carrying him toward one of the mountains. As for Wen Xinfeng, she tossed the small beast in her arms forward, and it immediately transformed into a giant winged silver sable that flapped its wings and shot forth as a streak of silver light, carrying Wen Xinfeng on its back as it flew toward the distance. Meanwhile, Han Li cupped his fist in a salute toward Bai Ying before taking a step forward, upon which he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant he reappeared over 1,000 feet away and after a few more flashes, he arrived above the second mountain from the left. Everyone seemed to have intentionally left the mountain in the very middle for Bai Ying, whose sleeves expanded as he sprang forward, gently flying through the air as if he had transformed into a massive bird. At the same time, 5 figures were also approaching the 5 mountains from within the black chi on the other side of the divisive line. As Han Li set foot on the peak of the second mountain, a ball of black chi was already rapidly descending toward him. A resounding boom rang out, and the mountain tremored slightly as a burly figure emerged within a huge crater up ahead. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he appraised his opponent, upon which he discovered that the burly man was enshrouded within a black shadowy barrier, making it impossible to glean his true features. Han Li could only just barely make out a shadowy figure with a pair of massive curved horn on his head, and limbs that were far longer than that of the average person, as well as a pair of crimson eyes that were filled with boundless ferocity, resembling the eyes of a fearsome beast. "You made the right choice by picking the mighty Netherworld Monarch Menace as your opponent, kid. I'm going to make sure you die a painless death." The burly figure chuckled coldly as he appraised Hanli intently with his ferocious eyes. "Netherworld Monarch Menace, eh? I'm looking forward to seeing if you can back up your words with your actions," Hanli replied in a nonchalant manner. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound rang out around the entire mountain, following which over 100 pillars of light rose up into the sky in unison, then transformed into a pair of massive five-colored light barriers that encompassed the entire mountain. Hanli released his spiritual sense toward the light barriers, only for it to be immediately repelled. As a result, he was unable to keep any tabs on the battles on the neighboring mountains. It seemed that this restriction was designed so that each pair of combatants could focus on their battle without being distracted by other battles. Just as this thought crossed Hanli's mind, Netherworld Monarch Menace looked up at the light barriers before suddenly letting loose a low roar. An extremely fearsome aura immediately erupted from his body before rising up into the sky as a black tornado. However, the tornado was then quickly torn apart down the middle, and Netherworld Monarch Menace was fully revealed to be a giant figure that was over 30 feet tall with the head of a cow and a human body. He had gray skin and was wearing a suit of black armor that was riddled with countless sharp spikes. He was wielding a red mace refined from some type of unknown material in one hand, and he was also wearing a shimmering golden nose ring. "Interesting. You refined this body after possessing the body of a beast. In that case, you must be very confident in your physical body," Hanli remarked with a faint smile. "Why don't you come and test the power of this body for yourself?" Netherworld Monarch Menace chortled as he swung his red mace through the air like lightning several times in succession. A string of resounding booms immediately rang out above Hanli, and several pavilion-sized mace projections appeared out of thin air before crashing down in unison. Even before they had actually arrived, the tremendous force imbued within the projections was sending gusts of fierce winds sweeping down from above. However, Hanli didn't even bother to raise his head as he extended a shimmering golden fist upward in a casual-looking manner, releasing a golden fist projection that clashed with the enormous force crashing down upon him. An earth-shattering boom rang out as white shockwaves and golden light intertwined, and the mace projections and golden fist projection were destroyed in unison. Netherworld Monarch Menace's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this. "Oh, your physical body is quite powerful as well." Even though he had used only around 10% to 20% of his full power, it was clear from Hanli's nonchalant display that he hadn't used much power either in that punch, and that was rather surprising to Netherworld Monarch Menace, who had always been renowned in the infernal realm for his physical prowess. Before he had a chance to do anything else, Hanli suddenly made a grabbing motion, and an azure longsword appeared in his grasp amid a flash of azure light before being slashed through the air, releasing countless azure threads that swept toward Netherworld Monarch Menace with ferocious might. Netherworld Monarch Menace's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he brandished his mace in front of himself in a casual manner before taking a deep breath and letting loose a deafening roar. In the face of this thunderous roar, the space before him twisted and warped, forming a semi-transparent light barrier. The azure thread struck the light barrier like a torrential storm, only to instantly vanish into it without a trace. A hint of surprise flashed through Hanli's eyes upon seeing this, and the azure longsword in his hand elongated to around 10 feet in length at his behest before being slashed through the air again. All of a sudden, a sword projection that was over 100 feet in length appeared above Netherworld Monarch Menace before crashing down from above. Netherworld Monarch Menace gave a cold harumph as he lashed out upward with his mace without any hesitation. Countless bursts of black chi surged out of the mace in a frenzy amid a burst of ghostly howls, transforming into a black dragon that rose up into the heavens. Even before the azure sword projection had a chance to descend, it was destroyed by the black dragon, which then let loose a rumbling roar as it pounced directly toward Hanli. Hanli's expression remained unchanged at the sight of the black dragon, and all of a sudden, a series of azure flying swords erupted out of all parts of his body before forming an azure sword lotus that was around an acre in size. The petals of the sword lotus slowly blossomed at Hanli's behest, and it then surged toward the black dragon before tearing the dragon into countless shreds with its peerlessly sharp sword chi. As opposed to being enraged by the destruction of the black dragon, Netherworld Monarch Menace chortled with glee. "Haha, even though I was only testing you just now, I can see that you're quite a formidable opponent. I'll be able to have some fun in this battle. As soon as his voice trailed off, he brandished his mace again before beginning to chant an incantation. All of a sudden, bright crimson light erupted from his mace, and it transformed into a crimson flag. The flag was comprised of crimson mist, while the flagpole was constructed from a length of white bone. Just the mere sight of the flag struck one with a bone-chilling sensation, and as soon as it took shape, the flag was tossed up into the air by Netherworld monarch Menace. Countless arcs of black lightning sprang out of the surface of the flag, and 5 shimmering golden skulls suddenly emerged from it. Initially, the skulls were only around the size of average bowls, but they quickly swelled to the size of wagon wheels with crimson flames flashing in their eyes and faint green light being released out of their mouths. Hanli couldn't help but falter slightly upon seeing this. Hee, these are true devils that I refined from the martial souls of the powerful enemies I've slain. Perhaps you'll have the honor of becoming my 6th devil? Netherworld monarch Menace chortled as he pointed a finger at the skulls up above. The crimson flames in the eyes of the skulls immediately swelled up, and the 5 skulls transformed into 5 ghostly devils, each of which had long purple hair, sharp claws and menacing facial features. On top of that, there were crimson flames burning all over their bodies, and their auras weren't inferior to that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. Go! Netherworld monarch Menace ordered as he pointed a finger at Hanli, and the 5 golden ghostly devils immediately shot forth toward Hanli as 5 balls of golden light. How interesting. It's quite remarkable that you were able to convert nascent souls into these devilish creatures. However, if you think you're the only one with allies there, then you couldn't be more wrong, Hanli said with a smile. Immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of golden light, which transformed into purplish golden Jin Tong. Go on, give them the release they deserve, Hanli said. Jin Tong turned toward the 5 oncoming devils with a cold expression, then stomped a foot into mid-air, and countless streaks of invisible sword chi erupted out of his body in a frenzy. After that, it transformed into a vast expanse of golden light that fused as one with the sword chi before sweeping toward the 5 devils. The most powerful-looking one of the 5 ghostly devils raised its arms and plunged its ghostly claws directly into the storm of sword chi, upon which its fingers and close to half of its arms were instantly shredded by the golden sword chi. These ghostly devils were able to oppose top-grade treasures with their bodies alone, but they were no match for the peerlessly sharp golden sword chi. The ghostly devil was naturally quite stunned by this, and it immediately twisted around before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Meanwhile, the other 4 devils opened their mouths to expel balls of black lightning in a frenzy, quickly combining as one to form a sea of black lightning that clashed with the golden light. Thus, black chi and golden light intertwined, and it was as if there were 2 giant beasts battling with all their might. All of a sudden, around a dozen thick streaks of sword chi erupted out of the golden light in a line, tearing a giant gash into the black chi en route toward the 5 ghostly devils. However, right at this moment, the devil that had just disappeared re-emerged at the gash that had just been torn open. At this point, its arms and hands had completely regenerated, and it immediately opened its mouth to expel a crimson bone bead. Not only was the golden sword chi that struck the bead instantly repelled, it was tainted a crimson color before crumbling away. This bead had the incredible effect of corrupting other treasures, and it quickly released countless bursts of black chi that inundated both itself, as well as the ghostly devil that had just appeared. The sword chi was unable to completely sever the black chi, but the black chi was also unable to repel the sword chi. The 2 clashed over and over again, but neither side was able to gain the upper hand, and thus an impasse ensued. This seemed to have been a complex process, but everything had actually taken place in nothing more than the blink of an eye. Netherworld monarch Menace faltered slightly at the sight of Jin Tong, and he was stunned that his 5 ghostly devils were only just barely able to oppose Jin Tong's sword chi. What kind of spirit beast is this? Its aura seems rather familiar. Do you think I'd tell you? Hanli asked in a nonchalant manner. Looks like I'll just have to beat you until you tell me. An enraged look appeared in Netherworld monarch Menace's eyes as he made a hand seal, and he immediately began to swell in size while the black chi behind him intertwined to form a massive ghostly face that was around an acre in size. The ghostly face opened its mouth to release a long streak of black light, which somehow covered a distance of over 1,000 feet in a flash to reach Hanli. In response, Hanli remained still on the spot, but a barrier of divine essence-fused light appeared before him amid a burst of spatial fluctuation. Much to Han Li's astonishment, the gray light barrier was instantly shattered as soon as it was struck by the streak of black light, following which the streak of light rapidly wound itself 7 or 8 times around Han Li's body, forming a giant cocoon around him. A layer of flames erupted over the surface of the cocoon, and it transformed into a giant fireball. However, Netherworld Monarch Menace didn't stop there. Instead, he summoned a giant inky black axe that was several tens of feet in length and releasing a foul odor, and the axe was slashed toward the fireball like lightning. A sharp screeching sound rang out, and a peerlessly sharp axe projection appeared overhead before striking the center of the black cocoon with unerring accuracy. A loud metallic clang sounded, and the spear projection was repelled before shattering into countless pieces. Immediately thereafter, a thunderous roar erupted from within the fireball, and 6 giant furry hands tore the cocoon apart. At the same time, a burst of scorching silver flames surged out of the massive hands, then swooped down to sweep up all of the surrounding flames, following which Han Li was revealed. At this moment, he was in his giant golden ape form with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was appraising Netherworld Monarch Menace with a cold expression while silver flames were burning all over his body. Netherworld Monarch Menace was also looking back at Han Li with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes, clearly surprised that his last attack hadn't managed to harm Han Li at all. In the next instant, Han Li's 6 hands clenched up into tight fists, and he unleashed countless golden fist projections, all of which transformed into balls of golden light. Netherworld Monarch Menace harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he let loose another deafening roar to create the same warped light barrier. Thus, the golden balls of light struck the light barrier in a torrential barrage, but on this occasion, all of the fist projections instantly exploded upon clashing with the light barrier, releasing bursts of fearsome power. In the face of such an unrelenting barrage of fist projections, the light barrier was beginning to crack at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. Finally, the light barrier was completely shattered, and all of the fist projections hurtled directly toward Netherworld Monarch Menace. However, Netherworld Monarch Menace made no attempt to evade. Instead, he raised his giant black axe, and it immediately transformed into a massive bone shield amid a flash of black light. At the same time, the giant ghostly face behind Netherworld Monarch Menace blurred before abruptly appearing on the bone shield, then opened its cavernous mouth to release a burst of fearsome suction force. All of the oncoming golden fist projections were swept up by this burst of suction force and drawn into the mouth of the ghostly face, upon which they completely vanished amid flashes of golden light and a burst of incessant rumbling. Chapter 2383, Mighty Ghostly Chi. After devouring all of the golden balls of light, Netherworld Monarch Menace began to chant an incantation, then opened his mouth to release a ball of green blood essence that vanished into the ghostly face in a flash. The ghostly face on the shield suddenly burped, rapidly swelling in stature to resemble a small mountain before biting viciously toward Han Li's direction. The entire sky abruptly dimmed, and it was as if the ghostly face were about to devour the entire mountain. Devour heaven and earth. Han Li exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. However, he then raised his 6 hands in unison amid a low roar, releasing a flurry of golden runes that transformed into 6 balls of shimmering golden light. The 6 balls of light instantly teleported over to the mouth of the ghostly face before flying into it in a frenzy. A string of dull thumps rang out as the balls of golden light exploded into countless runes, which instantly formed a golden vortex. The vortex quickly swelled to around an acre in area, and it released countless golden runes amid a string of Buddhist chants. The ghostly face's giant mouth closed around the golden vortex, and both began to glow bright as their powers clashed, creating a mass of intertwining black and golden light that flashed incessantly between the ghostly face and the golden vortex. A serious look appeared on Netherworld Monarch Menace's face for the first time upon seeing this, and he suddenly took a step forward, upon which he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above Han Li, and a giant black foot came stomping down viciously from above alongside a series of balls of crimson light. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he thrust a hand upward in retaliation, and a scintillating golden sun exploded, releasing a burst of enormous power that stopped the giant foot cold in its tracks. However, in the next instant, the Netherworld Monarch Menace fully appeared up above, and at this point, he had transformed into a giant that was over 10,000 feet tall. He lashed out with both arms amid a burst of sinister cackling, and his hands transformed into a pair of dark clouds that swooped down from above with devastating might, releasing a nauseating odor and burst of crimson flames. As opposed to being alarmed by this attack, Hanli was elated to see that Netherworld Monarch Menace was attacking with his physical body. He immediately made a hand seal, upon which he swelled to over 1,000 feet tall, and countless silver formations of different sizes appeared all over his body. At the same time, 6 different types of golden weapons appeared in his hands amid a flash of golden light before being swung upward in retaliation. An earth-shattering boom rang out across the entire heavens, and Hanli shuddered as he was forced back a couple of steps, while his 6 golden weapons were completely shattered. As for Netherworld Monarch Menace, both of his arms had been reduced to clouds of blood mist, and it seemed that he had come out second best from that clash. However, this injury seemed to have completely stimulated his bloodlust, and instead of retreating he took a step forward with vicious might. Countless black patterns appeared on his calf, then exploded into balls of black chi that transformed into a black dragon that was several hundred feet in length before pouncing directly toward Hanli. At the same time, all of the sharp spikes on his suit of armor shot forth as streaks of crimson light, and he opened his mouth to release a crimson cloud, from within which countless thumb-sized black insects emerged. Each insect was around the length of a chopstick with black exoskeletons and crimson wings. Their mouth appendages were as sharp as scissors, and they swooped down toward Hanli as fast as lightning. Despite this fearsome barrage of attacks, Hanli remained completely unfazed as he rubbed his hands together before raising them upward, releasing 6 bolts of golden lightning. The bolts of lightning transformed into 6 golden pythons, which surrounded the black dragon in a flash. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between the black dragon and the 6 pythons. At this moment, the sharp crimson spikes also reached Hanli, who took a deep breath with his 3 mouths in unison before blowing out gusts of fierce azure winds. As soon as the gusts of azure wind swept up the crimson spikes, the latter were sent flying in all directions, completely losing track of their target. However, the swarms of black insects dealt with the azure wind very intelligently, skirting around it after dividing themselves up into around a dozen groups before continuing to fly toward Hanli. Hanli paid no heed to this, and only once the insects were less than 100 feet away from him did the layer of scorching silver flames reappear over his body, then swelled to encompass all of the nearby insects in a sea of flames, instantly incinerating them into ashes. Right at this moment, a burst of black chi appeared behind Hanli, and a thin ghostly claw plunged through the silver flames and protective spiritual light around his body like lightning, then grabbed toward a certain spot on his back. All of a sudden, a silver formation on Hanli's back flashed, and the ghostly claw struck it with unerring accuracy. The claw seemed to be imbued with incredible power, forcing Hanli to stumble forward. However, the silver formation on his back remained completely unscathed. As Hanli was stumbling forward, he swiveled around to lash out with a golden blade projection, which sliced the black chi behind him in half to reveal a monkey-like beast that was around 3 feet tall. This beast had a single horn on its head and a pair of white pupil-less eyes. A thin gash ran all the way from the top of its head to its groin, and blood was flowing profusely out of the gash. The monkey-like beast had been sliced in half by the blade projection. However, Hanli didn't stop there. Instead, he lashed out with his 5 other hands to release countless arcs of golden lightning, which formed a golden net before swooping down from above. All of a sudden, the 2 halves of the beast's body transformed into 2 bursts of black chi that shot forth toward either side, passing through the golden lightning net in a flash as if it didn't even exist. Hanli was quite surprised to see this, and he couldn't help but falter slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 bursts of black chi hurtled back in retreat before combining as one again to form the monkey-like beast. The beast gave Hanli a cold look before instantly appearing beside the head of the giant Netherworld Monarch Menace, then self-detonated into a burst of black chi that surged up the giant's nostril. As a result, the giant's missing arms were instantly regenerated. That's a second nascent soul. No, it would be more accurate to call it a second soul, Hanli remarked as a cold light flashed through his eyes. You must be quite knowledgeable to have identified it right away. Indeed, this second soul was refined using the remains of an ancient beast. Not only is it completely silent in movement, it possesses strength superior to even my own. What are those formations on your back? The fact that it was able to withstand a full-force attack from my second soul tells me that it's not an ability from the lower realms. Netherworld Monarch Menace chuckled coldly as he shook out his pair of new arms. Why don't you come and find out for yourself? Hanli harumphed coldly in response. At this point, the 6 golden lightning WRMs had already torn the black dragon apart, and the giant ghostly face and the golden vortex had destroyed one another after a prolonged struggle. Netherworld Monarch Menace looked up at the two light barriers overhead, and suddenly chuckled, "With that ability at your disposal, I won't be able to pose a threat to you through conventional means. Hehe, it looks like I'll have to use my trump card." As soon as his voice trailed off, he let loose a shrill cry, and the 5 golden ghostly devils that were still locked in battle with Jin Tong suddenly disengaged before flying back toward Netherworld Monarch Menace as 5 golden skulls, then vanished into his giant body in a flash. The 5 skulls then appeared on the giant's neck amid a flash of golden light before chanting different incantations in vastly contrasting voices. As the chanting grew louder and louder, countless black spirit patterns suddenly appeared over Netherworld Monarch Menace's body before transforming into thousands of fist-sized ghostly faces. All of the faces were extremely lifelike and wore a diverse range of different expressions with their eyes, covering every single inch of the giant's body. Immediately thereafter, Netherworld Monarch Menace made a hand seal. All of the ghostly faces slowly opened their eyes amid a burst of sinister cackling. All of a sudden, a streak of golden sword chi appeared out of thin air without any warning before revolving around the giant's head like lightning, then appeared several hundred feet away in a flash, revealing itself to be Jin Tong. Immediately thereafter, the giant's head rolled down from his body, and Jin Tong immediately released countless streaks of invisible sword chi that converged toward the giant's headless from all directions, aiming to instantly tear it into shreds. Right at this moment, the 5 golden heads on the giant's neck opened their mouths to let loose a chorus of sharp screeches. As a result, the space around the giant's headless body warped and twisted, and a shimmering golden light barrier appeared. The barrage of invisible sword chi struck the light barrier in a torrential storm, only to be repelled and completely unable to harm the light barrier. At the same time, one of the ghostly faces on the giant's body vanished, and a new head quickly appeared in the place of the decapitated one amid a burst of black chi. Jin Tong remained completely expressionless upon seeing this, but a cold light suddenly flashed through its eyes, and spatial fluctuation erupted on either side of the giant, following which 2 streaks of sword chi that were over 100 feet in length surged toward him in a crisscross formation. The seemingly indestructible light barrier was instantly vanquished, and the giant was decapitated once again. However, a second ghostly face quickly vanished from the giant's body, and yet another head appeared in the place of the newly decapitated one before cackling in a derisive manner, "I have the power of 1,000 ghosts within my body, which means that I have 1,000 lives. Even if you kill me hundreds of times, it won't do anything. Now then, let me see if you can withstand an attack from the power of 1,000 ghosts." As soon as his voice trailed off, all of the ghostly faces on Netherworld Monarch Menace's body suddenly converged toward his arms, following which he made a grabbing motion with both hands in unison. Countless bursts of black chi surged forth, and all of the ghostly faces peeled themselves off the giant's arms before putting on extremely menacing expressions. All of a sudden, the pair of massive claws detached themselves from the giant's arm before swelling to around an acre in size, and one of them shot forth toward Jin Tong, while the other hurtled directly toward Han Li. Jin Tong's expression changed slightly for the first time at the sight of the oncoming giant claw, and it immediately vanished into thin air amid a flash of golden light. However, the giant claw made a grabbing motion, and the countless ghostly faces nearby warped slightly before 5 black chains shot out of the claw's fingertips. The 5 chains suddenly vanished into thin air, then abruptly pulled back, and Jin Tong was wrenched out of space amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations with the 5 black chains wound tightly around its body. The giant claw immediately gripped onto Jin Tong before attempting to crush Jin Tong in its grasp. All of the ghostly faces around the claw suddenly began to howl loudly, then exploded into bursts of black chi that instantly inundated both Jin Tong and the giant claw. However, in the next instant, 2 streaks of invisible sword chi that were over 100 feet in length emerged within the black chi before destroying the giant claw and the black chains, following which Jin Tong sprang out of the black chi as a ball of golden light. However, the countless ghostly faces were reformed within the black chi in a flash, and the giant claw was instantly manifested between them before hurtling toward Jin Tong again. The sword chi being released from Jin Tong's eyes were extremely powerful, but it seemed that the ability couldn't be used too many times, and after it was eradicated by the giant claw a few more times, Jin Tong was forced to retreat as it fought. Meanwhile, the massive claw gave chase without any inhibitions by relying on its immortal body, and a tense chase ensued. At the same time, Han Li was facing the other giant claw, but instead of taking evasive measures, His massive body swelled further in size, and silver formations appeared all over his skin as he lashed out toward the giant claw with his 6 huge golden fists, aiming to destroy the claw with the prowess of his physical body alone. Having activated his 100 meridian refinement mantra to its maximal extent, his 6 golden fists were powerful enough to release 6 golden tornadoes that caused the space in their wake to warp and twist violently, presenting an awe-inspiring sight to behold. In the face of such fearsome attacks, the giant claw didn't slow down in the slightest, and all of the ghostly faces around it began to cackle while opening their mouths. As soon as the 6 golden tornadoes reached the massive claw, they were split apart and devoured by the ghostly faces, which swelled drastically in size before releasing a series of black threads out of their mouths, instantly forming a black net. Upon being struck by the 6 giant golden fists, the black net only swayed slightly, but wasn't torn apart, and it took advantage of the opportunity to encompass Han Li's entire body. However, right at this moment, scorching silver flames erupted from Han Li's body, forming a fiery cloud that forcibly kept the black net at bay. Meanwhile, the giant claw reached into the sea of flames without any hesitation, while the black threads being released by the ghostly faces managed to prevent the silver flames from approaching. Thus, the massive claw pierced through the fiery cloud without any impediment before grabbing toward one of Han Li's 3 heads. Even before it had actually reached the head, 5 bursts of black chi surged out of the claw's fingertips, forming 5 black chains that descended from above. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he raised his 3 heads before opening his mouths in unison, releasing 3 gusts of fierce azure winds that blew the black chains off course. Immediately thereafter, the azure wind reached the giant claw, and a string of crisp clangs rang out as the wind transformed into several tens of small azure swords that attacked the claw in a frenzy. However, the giant claw seemed to be indestructible with the support of the power of 1,000 ghosts, and the small azure swords were only able to leave countless faint white marks on its surface. A dull thump rang out as the massive claw finally crushed the protective spiritual light around Han Li, only to be kept at bay by several silver formations that had appeared on the head that it was reaching toward. Countless ghostly faces reappeared on the surface of the huge claw, and a burst of chanting rang out, following which the 5 fingers of the claw abruptly thickened, and the power it was releasing increased by over tenfold. In the face of such devastating power, even the silver formations were beginning to groan and creak, looking as if they could shatter at any moment. Han Li heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this, and he immediately laid a hand onto the top of his own head, which opened up to release several balls of light of different colors. Each ball of light contained the projection of a different true spirit being, and they evolved through the air before plunging into Han Li's body in a flash. In the next instant, a string of loud booms rang out, and a series of golden scales appeared over Han Li's body amid a flash of purplish-golden light. At the same time, a short horn emerged from each of his 3 heads, following which the nearby world's origin chi converged before being funneled toward Han Li in a frenzy. It was clear that Han Li wouldn't be able to defeat Netherworld Monarch Menace through conventional means, so he had finally unleashed his 3rd Nirvana transformation. After completing the transformation, Han Li let loose a thunderous roar before grabbing onto the giant claw with 2 of his hands, then crushed the claw with ease. Immediately thereafter, he opened his mouth to release a burst of golden light, which swept up the net up above before drawing it into his mouth to be devoured. Netherworld Monarch Menace was extremely alarmed to see this, and he hurriedly pointed a finger in that direction. Countless ghostly faces immediately appeared around Han Li once again, and all of them adopted enraged expressions before quickly chanting an incantation. Thus, another giant claw quickly began to take shape among the ghostly faces. Do you really think you can keep using this trick over and over again? Han Li harumphed coldly as he lashed out with his 6 fists in unison. Spatial fluctuations erupted all around him, and 6 golden vortexes appeared out of thin air before revolving rapidly on the spot, releasing extremely fearsome suction force and even faint traces of the power of laws. All of the ghostly faces only had a chance to let loose a few anguished wails before they were completely swept into the vortexes. Netherworld Monarch Menace was astonished to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the ghostly faces that had disappeared from his body reappeared. They then opened their eyes to release green threads of light, converging to form a massive pillar of light that was as thick as a water tank before instantly covering a distance of several thousand feet to reach Han Li. A fierce look appeared on Han Li's face, and he reached a massive scaled hand toward the oncoming pillar of light. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the green pillar of light was stopped cold in its tracks by Han Li's hand, then exploded as a giant ball of light. Once the dust settled, Han Li's hand was revealed again, and it was completely unscathed. Even though he had endured countless battles in the past, Netherworld Monarch Menace couldn't help but be flabbergasted to see this. Just as he was about to unleash some other type of ability, Han Li suddenly made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a dark green longsword immediately appeared amid a flash of green light, then instantly swelled to over 100 feet in length. Han Li then gripped onto the hilt of the sword with all 6 of his hands before slashing it through the air with a solemn expression. Chapter 2385, Buddha Bone Monarch. Several bands of purplish golden light appeared over Han Li's body, and the world's origin chi he had just absorbed surged into the giant green sword in his grasp in a frenzy. A row of silver runes lit up on the blade, and a green crescent sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length swept forth before vanishing into thin air. That's a profound heavenly treasure. Netherworld Monarch Menace immediately exclaimed upon sensing the law fluctuations being released by the giant green sword, and he hurriedly made a hand seal to try and unleash some type of evasive technique, but it was already too late. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above Netherworld Monarch Menace, and the green crescent reappeared before descending toward him amid a burst of fearsome power of laws. The space around him immediately tightened, and his entire body was immobilized by the power of laws, making him feel as if he had been sealed within a massive ice mountain, rendering all struggles completely futile. The profound heavenly spirit/sword was far more powerful than Netherworld Monarch Menace had anticipated, and none of the profound heavenly treasure he had seen in the past could compare with its power. I concede. Remove the restrictions. Netherworld Monarch Menace yelled in a horrified manner, and the 2 light barriers over encompassing the entire mountain instantly vanished, but the green crescent still continued onward without pause. After attempting to use several types of secret techniques to escape, all to no avail, Netherworld Monarch Menace was finally growing desperate. Power of 1,000 ghosts. Explode. All of a sudden, the ghostly faces on his body turned a bright red color before exploding amid a string of resounding booms. A cloud of blood mist immediately erupted forth in all directions, greatly nullifying the power of laws in the surrounding area. At the same time, Netherworld Monarch Menace's body rapidly shrank down to its original size, and he struggled free from the binding power of laws before rising up into the air. Han Li gave a cold harumph upon seeing this, and he suddenly lashed out like lightning with his giant green sword. This was an extremely ordinary-looking slash, but the front half of the giant blade vanished as soon as the attack was unleashed. Netherworld Monarch Menace had just evaded the green crescent, but right at this moment, a semi-transparent giant blade projection appeared out of thin air beside him amid a flash of green light, then flashed through the air and sliced his body in half, completely disregarding the protective crimson flames burning over his body. Netherworld Monarch Menace let loose an agonized howl, but he still didn't panic as he made a hand seal, upon which his lower body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. His upper body was enveloped within the blood mist, then vanished on the spot amid a resounding boom. A hint of mockery appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger toward that direction, upon which the green crescent also exploded into countless dark green threads that instantly pierced through the space where Netherworld Monarch Menace had just vanished. Another anguished cry rang out amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations, and the top half of Netherworld Monarch Menace's body reappeared. However, it was currently riddled with countless holes, resembling a discarded rag. Even so, Netherworld Monarch Menace was still alive, and several powerful treasures were released from his severely ravaged body. The treasures quickly converged around him, and he fled toward another direction. However, Han Li had already used his profound heavenly spirit/sword, so he naturally wasn't going to allow his opponent to escape. After flying for just over 10,000 feet, golden light suddenly flashed in front of Netherworld Monarch Menace, and Han Li appeared in complete silence before thrusting a gigantic golden palm toward his opponent. An earth-shattering boom rang out as Netherworld Monarch Menace's defensive treasures and what remained of his body were easily destroyed by the golden palm. All of a sudden, 2 balls of black chi shot out of his ruined body before fleeing as quickly as they could in different directions. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he swept a finger toward one of the balls of black chi, releasing a streak of azure sword chi that sliced the creature within the black chi in half. It was none other than that monkey-like beast. Immediately thereafter, countless arcs of golden lightning sprang out of the azure sword Chi, instantly incinerating the beast into ashes. Without the support of Netherworld Monarch Menace's magic power, this second soul was unexpectedly fragile and was unable to instantaneously regenerate as it had done before. Just as the other ball of black Chi was about to escape, a burst of light flashed on either side of it, and a cow-headed serpentine beast stumbled out of bulk Chi amid an anguished wail. However, it only managed to rush forward a few more steps before its body completely fell apart, and countless bursts of black Chi erupted forth amid a string of ghostly cries. Right at this moment, Jin Tong appeared up above amid a flash of golden light, then raised its hands to release countless streaks of invisible sword Chi that eradicated all of the black Chi within the span of just a few breaths. Thus, Netherworld Monarch Menace was well and truly dead. At the same time, the lid of one of 10 bluestone coffins situated in an underground hall in another world suddenly exploded, and a shadowy figure abruptly stood up within the coffin as he roared in a furious voice, "Who dared to kill my body? Don't let me run into you. Otherwise, once I forge a new body, I'm going to torture you for all of eternity." The shadowy figure then drifted out of the stone coffin before quickly flying out of the hall. Having reverted back to his human form, Hanli was holding a fist-sized red bead in one hand. The bead was enshrouded within a layer of black Chi, and its surface was riddled with countless black spots. The black spots appeared to be completely unremarkable, but after inspecting them with his spirit eyes, Hanli discovered that these were countless miniature ghostly faces. This bead was something that Hanli had secured from the destroyed soul of Netherworld Monarch Menace, and he murmured to himself with a faint smile, "Interesting. This is something that would be worth some careful examination." The bead was then stowed away with a flick of his wrist, following which he turned toward the nearby mountains. All of the other mountains were currently still enshrouded under light barriers, indicating that his battle was the first one to conclude. With that in mind, Hanli cast a meaningful gaze toward the mountain in the middle before flying toward the mountain on his left. If he recalled correctly, that was the mountain that Wen Xingfeng had chosen, and with his assistance she should be able to take care of her opponent in short order. After just a few flashes, he appeared above the light barrier, and he made a grabbing motion to summon a miniature black mountain, which quickly swelled drastically in size before being hurled downward. At the same time, he made a hand seal to release an azure sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length, which came crashing down with devastating might. Jin Tong also followed suit, unleashing countless streaks of invisible sword Chi that rained down in a torrential storm. The two light barriers above the mountain were obviously no match for Han Li and Jin Tong's attacks, and they were quickly shattered to reveal the scene down below. As Han Li expected, a fierce battle was still underway on this mountain, and it had been divided into two battlefields. On one battlefield, Wen Xingfeng's flying sable had swelled to close to 10,000 feet in size and was clashing ferociously with a two-headed giant lizard of around the same stature. The flying sable was flapping its wings incessantly with arcs of silver lightning covering every single inch of its body, while the two-headed lizard was releasing crimson flames out of one mouth and surging black Chi out of the other. Both creatures were extremely resilient, and even as they clashed over and over again, neither side could gain the upper hand. As for the other battle that was taking place, it was quite a peculiar one. On one side, Wen Xingfeng was seated within a green bamboo forest while making a hand seal with her eyes closed. Her entire body was enshrouded within a five-colored robe of light, and there was a white formation plate hovering above her head, from within which countless silver runes were being released. Several thousand feet away from her was a massive sea of blood that was over 100 acres in size, within which was an inky black lotus platform, upon which sat a complete human skeleton. The skeleton was completely covered in blood, and there were even some parts of its body where the flesh hadn't completely peeled away. However, it was making a hand seal with one hand and carrying a crimson bowl with its other hand just like a normal person. Behind the skeleton was a vast expanse of golden light that was around an acre in size with boundless golden flames burning within it. Strangely enough, after unleashing their respective secret techniques and treasures to protect itself, the skeleton was also seated in a completely still manner on the black lotus platform, just as Wen Xingfeng was. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he cast his gaze toward a certain area in between the two with blue light flashing within his eyes. As a result, that seemingly empty area suddenly transformed into two worlds where the direct opposites, life and destruction, coexisted. One world was filled with skeletons formed by black chi wreaking havoc within a sea of crimson flames, while the other world was filled with lush greenery and countless five-colored butterflies. The two worlds were seemingly divided by an invisible line, and they were clashing incessantly. Either the crimson flames were reducing the trees and butterflies to ashes, or the trees and vines were growing thicker and stronger before sweeping up countless skeletons as fertilizer. The clash between the vastly contrasting worlds was creating a giant vortex at the center that was revolving rapidly, but it was making no sound, as if it were nothing more than an illusion. Impressive. Both of them have begun to master spirit domains. Even though their grasp is very elementary, the average Grand Ascension stage being would definitely be powerless against them. Jin Tong, go and kill that lizard. Leave this netherworld monarch to me, Han Li instructed. Jin Tong nodded in response before flying toward the two-headed giant lizard down below as a streak of golden light. As for Han Li, he transformed into a giant Kuan Peng that was over 1,000 feet in length with countless arcs of silver lightning flashing over his body, then plunged down from the heavens. In the instant that the light barriers were shattered, both Wen Xinfeng and the skeleton had immediately noticed Han Li and Jin Tong's arrival. Wen Xinfeng was naturally ecstatic, while the skeleton's heart sank slightly, and now that Jin Tong and Han Li were getting involved in this battle, it knew that he couldn't just sit around passively any longer. Thus, green flames lit up within its eyes, and it tossed the bowl in its hand high up into the air. The bowl released countless crimson runes in a frenzy, then swelled to the size of a small mountain before hurtling directly toward Jin Tong. At the same time, a thunderous roar rang out within the sea of blood below the skeleton, following which around a dozen giant crimson W-arms emerged before hurtling directly toward the huge Kuan Peng. Meanwhile, the skeleton made a rapid string of hand seals before pointing a finger toward the two clashing worlds from afar. All of a sudden, the world that was filled with crimson flames abruptly exploded without any warning, forming an enormous crimson sun that released a sea of flames toward the opposing world. In the face of this self-destructive attack, the trees and vines within the green world warped and twisted violently, and most of the five-colored butterflies instantly exploded. Wen Xinfeng was quite alarmed to see this, and she hurriedly made a string of rapid hand seals while flicking a series of incantation seals toward the green world. As a result, she was unable to work with Han Li to attack the skeleton together. The enormous suction force released by the crimson bowl forced Jin Tong to stop cold in its tracks, and in retaliation, it immediately released two streaks of translucent light out of its eyes. The two streaks of light struck the bowl in a crisscross formation, and two huge holes were immediately punched into the bottom of the bowl. After being dealt such a heavy blow, the bowl began to rapidly shrink like a punctured balloon before being sliced up into countless pieces by the two streaks of translucent light at Jin Tong's behest. After that, Jin Tong sprang and fused as one with the two streaks of light to form a thick pillar of light that reached the two-headed giant lizard in a flash, then quickly revolved around it like a bolt of translucent lightning. The giant lizard knew that it was in great peril, but the giant flying sable prevented it from being able to take any evasive measures, so it could only release a crimson barrier of flames around its own body. Unfortunately, the flame barrier proved to be completely ineffective, and its body was sliced up into several sections. However, the giant lizard possessed immense life force, and bursts of black chi surged out of the cross-sections of its wounds, attempting to reconnect the severed parts of its body. Right at this moment, the giant sable pounced toward it and locked its front limbs around a section of the lizard's body before biting viciously into it. The giant lizard's body thrashed violently, but it only took a few mouthfuls for the massive sable to devour that chunk of its body before pouncing toward another section in an excited manner. Meanwhile, Jin Tong reappeared nearby and appraised the unfolding scene with a cold expression, displaying no intention of stepping in. Thus, a short while later, the two-headed lizard was completely devoured by the giant sable. Elsewhere, Han Li was facing the dozen or so crimson W-arms, and he flapped his wings to release thick bolts of golden lightning from his own body, forming a lightning net that descended toward the opposing W-arms. A hint of derision appeared in the skeleton's eyes upon seeing this. The sea of blood down below was refined from 81 types of filthy blood, and the W-arms it manifested were extremely powerful. They couldn't compare with true W-arms, but they certainly weren't far away. As such, it was downright delusional to think that a mere net of lightning would be able to vanquish them. These thoughts had only just crossed the skeleton's mind when a string of anguished roars rang out, and it hurriedly looked over in alarm to find that the crimson W-arms had been completely destroyed by the net of lightning in an instant. Thus, without any further impediment, Han Li continued to swoop down from above with unstoppable might. "That's divine Devilbane lightning," the skeleton exclaimed as it quickly thrust a hand downward, upon which the river of blood below him rumbled before rising up into the sky as a giant wave. At the same time, the Black Lotus platform down below transformed into a ball of black light that encompassed the skeleton before vanishing on the spot. By the time Han Li's golden lightning vanquished the crimson wave, the skeleton was already nowhere to be seen. Upon determining that there was no way that it could oppose Han Li and Wen Xinfeng at once, the skeleton had been extremely decisive and instantly fled. Without the support of its magic power, the Crimson Sun was quickly destroyed by Wen Xinfeng, following which she rose to her feet with a smile on her face. "Thank you for your assistance, Brother Han. If you hadn't stepped in, it would have definitely taken far longer for an outcome to be reached in this battle. However, we can't let that Buddha Bone Monarch get away. If it collaborates with the other ghostly monarchs, then our fellow Taoists will be in severe peril." "Of course, let's give chase right away," Han Li replied as he reverted back to his human form. At this moment, Jin Tong and the giant sable returned to Han Li and Wen Xinfeng in a flash, and the sable's stomach was bulging from its recent meal. Thus, the duo didn't waste any time and immediately rose up into the air with their respective spirit beasts. They could already see that the fleeing Buddha Bone Monarch had flown onto the mountain in the middle, and the golden light above its head was releasing a torrent of devilish flames onto the light barrier down below. The two light barriers only managed to resist for a brief moment before they were destroyed, following which the Buddha Bone Monarch descended onto the mountain down below. Wen Xinfeng and Han Li immediately gave chase as two streaks of light, and after just a few flashes, they also arrived above the same mountain. However, the scene down below came as quite a surprise to both of them. Contrary to their expectations, there was no sign of any battle taking place on the mountain. Instead, a refined middle-aged man was seated across from Bai Ying, and the two of them were playing a game of Go on a board positioned on a pristine white stone table. The board was of a shimmering golden color, while the stones were black and white in color. Bai Ying and the middle-aged were both staring at the board in silence, and it seemed that they had reached a critical juncture in the game. The Buddha Bone Monarch was standing obediently behind the middle-aged. Han Li and Wen Xinfeng exchanged a surprised glance with one another, then descended from above and made their way over to Bai Ying, while Jin Tong and the flying sable vanished up their sleeves. "I'm glad to see you too, fellow Taoists. I was slightly concerned, but it looks like I can rest assured now," Bai Ying said with a smile as he turned toward Han Li's duo. "What's going on here, Brother Bai?" Wen Xinfeng asked as her brows furrowed slightly. After a brief clash, fellow Taoist reincarnation discovered that our cultivation arts directly suppress one another, so an outcome can't be reached unless we're willing to put our lives on the line. Thus, we decided to decide the outcome of our battle through this game. Of course, if the other battles are decided first, then there would be no need to finish this game, Bai Ying explained. "Are you the one who killed Netherworld Monarch Menace?" Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation asked as he cast his gaze toward Han Li. "I did. Do you intend to avenge him?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "Humph, it's his fault for losing the battle. Why would I go out of my way to avenge him?" Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation replied. "Seeing as fellow Taoist Han has already slain Netherworld Monarch Menace, the victory naturally goes to him. Fellow Taoist Buddha Bone has fled from his mountain, so this counts as a loss against him as well. Do you have any objections, fellow Taoist Reincarnation?" Bai Ying asked as he placed a stone onto the board. "I agree with that assessment. However, seeing as all three of them have appeared here, I can't allow them to leave and meddle in the remaining battles. I'll have to ask everyone to stay here until the outcomes of the other battles are decided," Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation said. "All right, I accept this arrangement on their behalf," Bai Ying agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. Chapter 2387. Outcome. Han Li and Wen Xinfeng were both rather perplexed about why Bai Ying had agreed so readily to Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation's request, but they didn't raise any objections and stood off to the side in silence. The Buddha Bone Monarch also remained silent as he glanced at Han Li's duo with his fiery green eyes. A smile appeared on Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation's face upon hearing Bai Ying agree to his request, and he lowered his head to focus on the game at hand again, then placed another stone on the board after a prolonged period of thought. Bai Ying also began to focus on the game upon seeing this. Han Li cast his gaze toward the board in an intrigued manner, but after just a short while, he quickly shook his own head in a resigned manner. His skills in the game of Go were quite average, but he was still able to identify that this game was astonishingly complex and definitely not one that he could make sense of. Bai Ying and this Netherworld Monarch reincarnation were definitely the best Go players he had ever seen. It was no wonder that both of them were confident enough to decide the outcome of their match through a game of Go. With that in mind, Han Li's gaze strayed over to Wen Xinfeng, upon which he discovered that she was also appraising the board, but her brows were slightly furrowed, and it seemed that she was able to better understand the current game situation better than he did. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. Each move made by Bai Ying in Netherworld Monarch reincarnation would be punctuated by a long pause, and in the blink of an eye, close to an hour had passed by. All of a sudden, a burst of loud rumbling rang out in the distance, and the two light barriers encompassing the first mountain from the right were destroyed, and two people emerged before flying one after another toward the mountain where Han Li and the others were situated. After identifying the two figures flying toward them, Wen Xinfeng's expression changed slightly as she remarked, "It seems like fellow Taoist Lei has been defeated." Han Li also cast his gaze toward that direction to find that the silver-armored man's suit of armor was currently riddled with holes, and half of his body had been reduced to a mangled mass of flesh and blood. There were also several inky black ghostly heads biting onto his exposed flesh, and his face was very pale. The person that was pursuing him was a beautiful young woman who appeared to be 17 years of age. She was wearing a resplendent purple robe, but was surrounded by hundreds of ghostly heads and had gusts of wind surging around her. After just a few flashes, the two of them arrived in the air above the mountain where Han Li and the others were situated, and they were also rather taken aback by the sight that greeted them down below. However, the silver-armored man immediately returned to his senses before descending from above, while the young woman only followed suit after a brief hesitation. At the same time, the ghostly heads around her vanished as if they were nothing more than illusions. "Are you all right, Brother Lei?" Bai Ying asked. "I'm fine, Brother Bai, thanks for your concern. However, the outcome of my battle was a disappointing one. I've already done everything in my power, but this woman's abilities were too much for me to handle, so I was forced to flee," the silver-armored man replied with a wry smile. "It's all right, fellow Taoist Han and Fairy Wen have already won their battles. The 10 monarchs of the Netherworld all possess different levels of power anyway, so I never expected us to win all 5 matches. You should prioritize on recovering from your injuries," Bai Ying said in a warm voice, seemingly not very disappointed by the silver-armored man's defeat. "Fellow Taoist Han and Fairy Wen have already defeated their opponents? That's a pleasant surprise. In that case I can rest assured," the silver-armored man said as he cast a surprised glance toward Han Li and Wen Xinfeng, then took a seat nearby with his legs crossed. Soon, arcs of silver lightning emerged to completely inundate his entire body. Meanwhile, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation exchanged a few words with the young woman to learn about what had transpired during her battle, following which his smile became slightly more pronounced. "Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation, your side has earned a victory as well, but according to our prior agreement, these two must also remain on this mountain and are forbidden from disrupting the final battle," Bai Ying said. "Of course. By the way, I forgot to tell you this earlier, but the one battling on the final mountain is the 7 Orifices Monarch, who ranks in the top 3 among our 10 monarchs. His powers are far superior even to my own. If his opponent is unable to defeat him, then there's a very good chance that they'll be killed rather than simply defeated," Heavenly Monarch Reincarnation said with a smile. Bai Ying's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but it then quickly returned to normal as he said, "Is this 7 Orifices Monarch really that powerful? I'm not convinced. Fellow Taoist Shuaisha can rank among the top 10 most powerful beings in our realm, so perhaps it's your fellow Taoist who will be slain instead." "Is that so? In that case let's wait and see," Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation chuckled. Thus, the two of them began to focus on the game again. Time quickly passed by, and a day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. Even Han Li was beginning to wonder what was happening with the final battle, and what was even more exasperating to him was that there was still no sign of a conclusion being reached in Bai Ying and Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation's game. Each move that was made by the two of them was taking several times longer than before, and just as Han Li thought that the wait would continue, Bai Ying's expressions changed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the final mountain. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, and he also swept his spiritual sense toward that direction. As a result, he was greeted by the sight of a human-scorpion hybrid monster flying out after destroying the 2 light barriers above the mountain. The monster's upper body belonged to a young man, while its lower body was that of a giant reddish-black scorpion. It was holding a strange rippling black sword in one hand, and a shriveled-up head that was several times smaller than a normal human head in its other hand. The eyes of the head were tightly shut, and its face was filled with incredulity, as if its owner were still unable to believe that he had been defeated even in the moment directly preceding his decapitation. Even though the head had been mummified, Han Li was still able to immediately identify it as belonging to Shueisha. This vastly renowned powerful being of the Blood Sky continent had been slain in battle by his opponent. At this point, Bai Ying and the others had also identified the head, and their expressions darkened significantly upon seeing this. The monster appeared expressionlessly above everyone after just a few flashes, but he displayed no intention of descending from above. Looks like the Seven Orifices monarch secured the victory in the end. Having said that, your companion must have also been extremely powerful to have lasted so long, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation chuckled. I didn't think that fellow Taoist Shueisha would actually be killed, but it seems that we've still secured the ultimate victory, Bai Ying said in an expressionless manner. Indeed, even though the Seven Orifices monarch won his battle, there's already no point in continuing in our game. We concede a 3-2 defeat in this match, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation replied in a calm voice. Bai Ying's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Then according to our agreement, we'll only take 40% of this small world's resources and leave the rest to you. If you're still not satisfied with that, we can repeat this match over and over again until one side can gain a crushing victory, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation said. There's no need for that. Our trade guild is already extremely pleased with 60% of this small world's resources. However, the death of fellow Taoist Shueisha is a heavy loss for us, Bai Ying replied. At our level, everyone has a few life-saving measures set up. He came to participate in this match, so I'm sure he made preparations in advance, and it's hard to say whether he actually perished, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation said in a nonchalant manner, making no mention of Netherworld Monarch Menace's demise. I certainly hope so. It's a pity that I wasn't able to actually spar with you, fellow Taoist. I hope we'll get another opportunity in the future, Bai Ying replied with a nod. I'm actually more interested to face fellow Taoist Han someday. The fact that Netherworld Monarch Menace wasn't even able to get away from him indicates that his powers most likely aren't inferior to those of the Seven Orifices monarch, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation said as he cast a meaningful gaze toward Han Li. You're far too kind, fellow Taoist. I was very fortunate in my battle, Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation didn't have any intention of staying any longer, and he rose to his feet as he said, seeing as the outcome has been decided, we'll be leaving now, and we'll arrange to vacate the required territory in this small world right away. Bai Ying and the others naturally made no effort to keep him, and thus the four Netherworld monarchs flew toward the White Bone Mountain in the distance. The four monarchs flew into the mountain, and the black chi up ahead immediately began to retreat. Looks like those Netherworld monarchs are planning to keep their promise. In that case, I won't have to use the backup measures I prepared. Fellow Taoist Shueisha has already perished. It would be truly unfortunate if another fellow Taoist were to meet their demise here. Bai Ying sighed as he also rose to his feet. Brother Bai, has fellow Taoist Shueisha really perished? With his powerful blood Tao abilities, surely he'd at least be able to ensure self-preservation. I've heard of a rumor that fellow Taoist Shueisha cultivated an extremely fearsome clone that's identical to him in appearance and also possesses comparable powers, Wen Xingfeng said in a concerned manner. A hint of surprise flashed through Bai Ying's eyes upon hearing this, and after a brief pause he replied, You're correct, what perished was just a clone of fellow Taoist Shueisha, not his true body. I only recently received news that fellow Taoist Shueisha encountered some unforeseen circumstances during an adventure, and even though he's safe now, he sustained some injuries, which is why he sent this clone to participate in this match in his stead. This clone was refined by fellow Taoist Shueisha for tens of thousands of years. I still don't know how I'm going to answer to him now that it's been destroyed in this battle. At the very least, this is still much better than having fellow Taoist Shueisha's true body perish. I'm sure you'll be able to smooth things over by offering some extra compensation to Brother Shueisha, the silver-armored man said as the silver lightning around him faded, and he rose to his feet. At this moment, his complexion was looking far better than it had previously. I certainly hope so. Are you really alright, Brother Lei? Do you require any assistance from me? Bai Ying asked in a concerned manner as he glanced at the black ghostly heads that were still clinging firmly to the silver-armored man's shoulders. I'm fine. It's just that these ghostly heads can't be removed right away. I'll just have to take some time to refine them using my bonded true flame when I get back. Having said that, I did lose a few vital life-saving treasures during the battle, the silver-armored man replied with a wry smile. Fellow Taoist Lei, what abilities did your opponent possess to reduce you to such a sorry state? Han Li asked. That woman's other abilities aren't that remarkable, but she possesses a secret technique that can allow her to manipulate ghostly shadows, and it's extremely troublesome. Those ghostly shadows possess no form or substance, and they can instantly adhere to her body to grant her the same properties, thereby preventing her from sustaining any damage from my attacks. I did everything in my power to counter this secret technique, all to no avail, so I could only concede, the silver-armored man replied in an indignant manner. It seems like these cultivation arts of the infernal realm really are quite unique. It's understandable that you were defeated seeing as you're only facing these strange abilities for the first time, Brother Lei, when Xingfeng consoled in a gentle voice. The silver-armored man merely shook his head in silence. Now that the outcome has been decided, there's no need for us to remain here any longer. Let's return to the stronghold. In the coming days we'll be able to see whether those ghostly beings are actually going to abide by the agreement, Bai Ying said as he stowed the go-board away, then rose up into the air, followed closely by everyone else. A month later, the calm surface of an extremely secluded lake suddenly parted, and a giant black arc emerged from within it. After just a few flashes, the arc vanished into the distant sky. A series of armed puppets were patrolling the arc from one end to another, and within a secret chamber that was riddled with restrictions on the bottom level of the arc, Han Li was seated on a futon, appraising a silver jade slip in his hand in silence. Shortly after the conclusion of the match against the Infernal Realm, Bai Ying had fulfilled his promise, taking Han Li to the Trade Guild headquarters tome library and allowing him to pick an immortal secret technique. Han Li had chosen the Origin Astral Barrier, and the decision had been made following an introduction of the secret technique delivered by Bai Ying. With his Provenance True Devil Arts and profound Heavenly Spirit/Sword, Han Li was confident in his own offensive prowess, so he wasn't very interested in the offensive immortal secret techniques available. The name of the Origin Astral Barrier sounded like quite a simple one, but it was actually a special secret technique that allowed one to form a protective barrier using the world's origin chi. He didn't know how powerful it was going to be, but it was an immortal secret technique, so it was definitely no ordinary cultivation art. However, there was a slight problem. Han Li raised the jade slip before pointing a finger at it, and a faint buzzing sound rang out as the jade slip released a series of golden runes, which quickly formed a panel of text. These golden runes were flashing incessantly as if they possessed a certain degree of spiritual nature, and they were none other than golden seal text runes. Han Li inspected the body of text through narrowed eyes for a while before shaking his head with furrowed brows. Even though he recognized all of the runes, the collective body of text was very difficult to decipher, so this was definitely not something that he could completely interpret in a short time. With that in mind, Han Li pointed a finger at the jade slip again, and the body of golden text disappeared. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li flipped a hand over to summon another crimson jade slip, which he gently stroked with a hint of elation in his eyes. This was the jade slip he had obtained from the Heavenly Cauldron Palace as part of Taoist Tianding's inheritance. He had only intended to replicate a copy of the jade slip, but Fairy Ice Soul had given the jade slip to him outright as a gesture of gratitude. This jade slip contained the lightning refinement secret technique that Taoist Tianding had used during his time in the spirit realm. Han Li possessed Divine Devilbane Lightning, which was a type of top-tier lightning, so this secret technique was perfect for him. In comparison with the Origin Astral Barrier, this cultivation art was far easier to comprehend. Thus, Han Li pressed the jade slip against his own forehead and began to study it in silence. During the past year or so, he had already interpreted most of the secret technique. By his estimates, he would reach complete mastery in about half a year, by which time he could begin refining his Divine Devilbane Lightning. As he studied the secret technique, the black arc began to fly toward a predetermined direction. Meanwhile, Bai Ying was seated on a chair in a hall at the bottom of the giant lake, pondering something with a contemplative expression. There were 4 trade guild elders standing before him, including Wen Xingfeng, who said, "The Blood-Bone sect must have acted quite quickly, considering they've already tracked down the culprit." Indeed. I heard that several major sects, led by the Blood-Bone sect, assembled a group of 12 Grand Ascension Stage beings, and they're preparing to set up a devil-trapping formation on the route that the culprit is traveling. They plan to lure the culprit into that formation before slaying him together. For some reason they sent an invitation to me to participate in their plan. By the way, I heard that fellow Taoist He of the Skyfall Valley and Mistress Ling Yun of the Myriad Curse Mountain have also been invited, Bai Ying said. Their objective is obvious. The Blood Dao sects have always been quite wary of our trade guild, so they most likely want to make a display of power to our trade guild during the battle. Otherwise, why would they invite you even after Elder June has already been sent to join them? A green-robed elderly man harumphed coldly. In any case, the major Blood Dao sects are the premier powers on our continent, so we can't just turn them down. Brother Mu, how have the Skyfall Valley and Myriad Curse Mountain reacted to these invitations? When Xingfeng asked with furrowed brows. According to my sources, both fellow Taoist He and Mistress Ling Yun have accepted their invitation, the green-robed elderly man replied. In that case, I'm obligated to accept as well. Otherwise, the reputation of our trade guild will be affected. Prepare a teleportation formation. I'll set off in the next few days. I'm also curious to see what powers the culprit possesses to have enabled him to perform a blood sacrifice of such enormous proportions. Bai Ying finally decided after a moment of contemplation. In that case, we'll defer to your better judgment, Brother Bai, but be careful, Wen Xingfeng cautioned with a serious expression. Rest assured, I prepared some life-saving measures for the match against the Infernal Realm. Seeing as I didn't get a chance to use them, they should be enough to keep me safe no matter what perils I encounter there, Bai Ying replied with a smile. When Xingfeng and the others were greatly reassured upon hearing this. Thus, Bai Ying and the elders discussed some matters regarding the usage of the resources from that small world before everyone else departed, leaving Bai Ying to sit alone in the hall. As soon as everyone left, Bai Ying's smile immediately faded and was replaced by a brooding expression. The formation plate was shattered, so I should be facing a stern tribulation soon. I had thought that the tribulation would definitely have been the match against the Infernal Realm, but I've already emerged from that event unscathed. Is the tribulation still yet to come, or has it already been resolved through the precautionary measures I took? Bai Ying murmured to himself as he fell into deep thought again. Half a month later, Han Li appeared in the air above a stretch of wilderness, overseeing a group of puppets, which were carefully cleaning a dilapidated altar that had been buried deep underground. At the same time, Bai Ying arrived in a massive city on the other side of the Blood Sky continent, accompanied by several guards from the trade guild. In the belly of a small mountain situated in a mountain range not far away from the city, the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix were seated on a pair of futons, meditating to recover their energy. Once in a while, the six-winged frost centipede would pull out a small vial to drip a drop of unknown liquid into his mouth, then close his eyes again to refine the medicinal power within the spirit liquid. The two of them were completely unscathed, but the exhaustion on their faces was very apparent. It was no wonder that they were looking so worse for wear. Anyone would be severely depleted in both magic power and spiritual sense after being pursued by an insurmountable enemy for so long. How much longer do you think we'll be able to last, fellow Taoist? The ice phoenix suddenly asked as she opened her eyes. I didn't think that a true immortal would chase us so persistently like a mad dog. However, rest assured, he won't be able to do anything to us before my spirit liquid runs out, the six-winged frost centipede replied in a resentful manner as he also opened his eyes. It's all because you goaded him with those insulting words that he's so persistent in pursuing us, the ice phoenix harumphed coldly. You don't know anything. If I hadn't made him lose his cool with my insults, there's no way we would have been able to successfully escape from him using that secret technique. If worst comes to worst, then we'll have to leave this continent and return to the Tianyuan continent. Surely he wouldn't continue to pursue us onto another continent, the six-winged frost centipede said in a cold voice. The ice phoenix's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this. Leaving the Blood Sky continent is actually not a bad idea. That man descended onto the Blood Sky continent from the true immortal realm, so he must have something important to do here. Once we escape to the Tianyuan continent, there's a good chance that he'll let us go. That would naturally be ideal, the six-winged frost centipede replied with a nod. Thus, after resting for close to another day, they didn't dare to remain in the mountain any longer and shot out as two streaks of light to continue fleeing from their pursuer. However, the two of them had only just emerged from the mountain when spatial fluctuations erupted all around them, and four humanoid figures appeared, all of which were giving off extremely fearsome auras. The two of them were naturally quite alarmed by this, and they immediately drew to a halt before inspecting the four people who had appeared around them, upon which they discovered that the group was comprised of 2 men and 2 women, all of whom were at the Grand Ascension stage. "Are the 4 of you here for me?" the 6-winged frost centipede asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. "We are indeed here for you, fellow Taoist," an azure-faced man wearing a crimson robe replied. The 6-winged frost centipede's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he said in a cold voice, "Oh? You really are here for me? I don't recall making enemies of any of you during my time on the Blood Sky continent. Please don't misunderstand, we're not here to target you. Instead, we'd like to request your assistance," the azure-faced man replied with a hint of a smile on his face. The 6-winged frost centipede was extremely frustrated after being pursued for so long, and the arrival of these 4 Grand Ascension stage beings finally tipped him over the edge as he flared with rage. "This is how you request assistance from people? What if I refuse?" If these people couldn't give him a satisfactory response, then perhaps he really would lash out against them. In any case, with his powerful movement technique, he would be able to easily escape with the Ice Phoenix even if he couldn't defeat these 4 in battle. The azure-faced man's expression remained unchanged and he replied, "Please remain calm, fellow Taoist. The proposal we're bringing to you is immensely beneficial for both sides. You're currently being pursued by someone, right?" The 6-winged frost centipede's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that?" "It's very simple. We want you to lure your pursuer to a certain place. As long as he dares to pursue you to that place, it will become his final resting place. Wouldn't you agree that this is mutually beneficial?" the azure-faced man asked. "You want to ambush him?" The 6-winged frost centipede was stunned to hear this. "That's right. However, if we want to accomplish this, then we'll require your cooperation," the azure-faced man replied. The Ice Phoenix was also astonished to hear this proposal. "Do you know who we're being pursued by? You think the 4 of you can stand a chance?" the 6-winged frost centipede asked with a cold smile. "Who says the 4 of us are the only ones involved in this? Regardless of who he is, the fact of the matter is that he slew countless living beings on our Blood Sky continent for his blood sacrifices. Even if he's a true immortal, there's no way we're going to let him leave the Blood Sky continent alive," the azure-faced man said as a proud look appeared in his eyes. "Haha, that's very reassuring to hear. All right, I'll lend you my assistance," the 6-winged frost centipede agreed. The azure-faced man was rather befuddled by the 6-winged frost centipede's reaction, but the important thing was that he had agreed to this proposal. Thus, the azure-faced man swept a sleeve through the air to release a jade slip, and said, "This jade slip contains the location that you need to lure your pursuer to. As long as you can do that, he'll be as good as dead. I'm sure you won't disappoint us, fellow Taoist. Rest assured, my own life is on the line here, so I definitely won't screw this up," the 6-winged frost centipede replied in a calm manner as he caught the jade slip. "Good. In that case, we wish you the best of luck. We still have some matters to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave now," the azure-faced man said as he cupped his fist in a parting salute. After that, the 4 of them quickly vanished on the spot amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, while a contemplative look appeared on the 6-winged frost centipede's face. "Are you really planning to act as a lure for them?" the Ice Phoenix asked. "It would be well worth acting as a lure if we can get rid of this major threat. At the very least, it's far less risky than trying to flee back to the Tianyuan continent," the 6-winged frost centipede replied. "You saw that man kill those Grand Ascension stage beings. Do you really think those people are a match for him?" The Ice Phoenix was still very skeptical. "You heard what they just said. Even if he's a true immortal, they're not going to let him leave the Blood Sky continent alive. They must have prepared a lot of backup measures considering how confident they are. It's just that they have no idea that they really are dealing with a true immortal. If they want to use me as bait, then let them pay the price," the 6-winged frost centipede replied with a derisive smile. "What if that madman manages to escape from that trap? He'll definitely realize that you were the one who lured him into it, and when that time comes, he'll most likely put an end to this game of cat and mouse once and for all. If he gets serious, we'll be in far more trouble than we are now." The Ice Phoenix was still quite concerned. "I've considered this already. Even if that man really is a true immortal, most of his power would be sealed away in this realm. Even if he does manage to escape from a trap set by so many Grand Ascension stage beings, he'll definitely emerge with severe injuries. Under those circumstances, it would take him an indefinite amount of time just to recover, so he'll have no choice but to stop pursuing us. As such, this is the best opportunity for us to escape from him. It's a little risky, but the risk is definitely worth taking," the six-winged frost centipede replied. On this occasion the ice phoenix seemed to have been convinced, and she finally nodded in agreement to this plan. Alright, seeing as you have no objections, let's see where this ambush is being set up, the six-winged frost centipede said as he pressed his jade slip against his own forehead, then injected his spiritual sense into it. Moments later the six-winged frost centipede stowed the jade slip away and said, "Let's go. I've learned the location and that madman should be about to get here soon." He then rose up into the air and flew away as a streak of light, and the ice phoenix could only follow suit after heaving a faint sigh. Meanwhile, the black-robed young man was approaching atop his rainbow cloud countless kilometers away. At the same time, Han Li opened his eyes with an elated expression as he stood in front of an ancient altar. "I found it. This altar has shown me the coordinates of the entrance to the small spirit sky." "Is that true, Senior Han?" Zhu Guer was ecstatic to hear this. "It is. It was worth coming all the way here in search of these ancient altars," Han Li replied with a smile, and the massive round light barrier in the air above the altar immediately vanished at his behest. "Senior Han, now that we know the location of the entrance, are we going there right away?" Zhu Guer asked in an excited manner. "There's no rush. According to the map of the Blood Sky continent, the entrance to the small spirit sky is no longer on the continent itself. Instead, it's situated deep in the ocean quite far away from the continent," Han Li replied with slightly furrowed brows as he referred to the map of the Blood Sky continent in his memory. Zhu Guer's smile immediately faded upon hearing this. "What? The entrance is under the sea? It must be really hard to find then." "Don't worry, I've already anticipated such a situation. Hua Shi will be counting on you," Han Li replied with a smile before turning to Patriarch Hua Shi. "Rest assured, Master Han, the underwater world is no different from the world on land to me, so I definitely won't disappoint you," Patriarch Hua Shi replied in a respectful manner. Han Li nodded with a pleased expression upon hearing this, then released a burst of light to sweep up his two companions before rising up into the air. After just a few flashes, the trio returned to the giant black ark, which immediately sped away. 7 days later, a masked man was standing on a sand dune in an extremely obscure desert, looking into the distant sky in an expressionless manner. The area below the sand dune had already been dug out, and tens of thousands of elite Blood Dao disciples were gathered there, but they didn't make so much as a single sound. Beneath their feet was a super formation that encompassed close to half of the entire desert, and there were thousands of top-grade spirit stones embedded onto its surface. Furthermore, there was a group of special disciples holding formation plates seated near the formation core. In the sky above, which was concealed behind a vast blanket of dark clouds, another super light formation had also been set up, but it was completely concealed by an extremely profound restriction. Within that super light formation, around a dozen Grand Ascension stage beings from the Blood Sky continent were waiting patiently for something. You're tuning in to this Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.